We back. Whew. What the heck? I don't even know. Dan, Dan the man. Don't run, don't know not running. I guess on one G. Let me see something. Don't run. Kind of smoking. Super provoking. And tonight. Gotta be don't run, don't running. This day was stuff again. I remember that. All right, got this fight about to go. What's the deal, Moni? I see you. I see you. Trying to watch this fight now. I'm trying to multitask this session of them. This session. Good looks on the electrocution. Yeah. Yeah. I had to chop the live down. I did a little half session earlier, so we're gonna do the rest. Do a different topic though, but so we're gonna talk about marriage now. First we was talking about slavery. Talking about why people so scared, man. Why don't we? Why don't we fight for it no more? I be hearing people give up in a matter of seconds. If it don't go the way they want it to go, they ready to go. If I'm not happy, I can't get married. But then they do married things though. Ain't that something? Well, who says that belongs to be marriage? Well, we see life show it is. Yeah, keep sleeping around, see what happens. You know, you meant to be with one person. That's why disease is spreading. You can't spread disease with one person. But we gonna get somewhere with that one. We gonna get somewhere with that one. Let me wait for my peoples to get in. I don't think I gotta send no invites again. I don't think. Uh, huh? Alright, let me see something real quick. Yeah, that through sickness, through health don't mean nothing no more to people. They like, nah. Oh my. They say, what is that? No. If a person broke, it's over. But it say through rich and through poor. That don't mean anything anymore. Oh, I did make that a rhyme. I remember that. It did rhyme a little bit. I don't know what through rich and poor mean anymore. But everybody rather push. I think that's what it is, and that's what we gonna get out of today. Watch. Well, marriage is a joke, and marriage is that. No, you a joke. That's what it is. Marriage never changed. That was you. You was a joke. You picked a joker and blamed it on marriage. Ain't that something? But that's what the problem is. That's what the problem is. People get a bad experience and want to put it as a whole. But they don't like it. They do that with people too. You know, they have one bad experience. They have a couple bad experiences with certain people and put them in a box. But when they get put in a box, you can't do that. You're going against me and all the other stuff. So, yeah, that's funny. Yeah. I think that's like the key word of a lot of us, that hypocrite stuff and that hypocritical stuff, man. We complain about the same things we do to other people. We complain about it. That's like the key word. That's been the key word for the past month. Hypocrite. I'm gonna box other people in. I'm gonna box marriage in when I fail because I can't keep a marriage. So I'm gonna say marriage is a joke. Marriage ain't. I don't believe in it. You wasn't saying that when you was young and you was reaching for it. You wasn't saying that then. Now you don't believe in it, but they believe in opening their legs. They believe in getting on their knees, and it ain't for praying. Ah, boy. They believe in all that stuff, though. So, this fight getting good. This fight getting good. 2 seconds, all right. But yeah, they got it all backwards. They got it all mixed up. If things don't fit the way they wanted to, it's a joke. If a person, I can't get a person to mold the way I want them to be, it's their fault. Why they can't get you to mold? They can't mold you to be the person you want to be. No, you want to be the type of person you want to be based on how you feel about it, not how they feel about it. Ah, boy, it's so much. It's so much. I could be on this app talking about so much things. We got so many issues. You know what I mean? You can never run out. You can literally never run out. You said, who are you referring to? Anybody it apply to, that's what I'm referring to. Because anybody that talk like that, that's what I'm referring to. Exactly what I'm referring to. All these bitter people that get in failed situations and blame everybody else but themselves or why they can't select right. That's what I'm talking to. You know, the ones that call everything is a joke around them but themselves, and come and find out they look in the mirror, it was them whole time. Them. That's what I'm talking to. Because people like they forget about that, but I can understand. I can understand. I mean, if a person never seen nothing, if another person, you said I'm triggered by your questions. Why be triggered, man? Don't be triggered, man. What the freak? But like I said, I could, if they never seen a good example, I can feel it though. But I think people also choose not to see good examples because they don't want to put in the work. They see how much it takes to do this thing that they want to do, but they just wanted to be just like these lifestyle that everybody picked to be. The microwave life, we already know that. We talked about that plenty of times. People, the main ones that be the ones that complain to be the main microwavers, and that's what they be. They want things done in a matter of seconds. Oh, when it comes to losing weight, that's one thing. They want to take a pill to lose weight. They don't want to grind in that gym. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to getting information, they want to herb, and I mean, they want to make shortcuts to life and get shortcut results and get mad at it. What you expect? What you expect? You threw some daggone hamburger meat in the microwave and then get sick off of it because you wanted to rush it because you ain't want to cook it on the pot. That's your fault. Don't blame the hamburger meat. Blame it on the way that you try to cook it. You try to throw it in the microwave. That's your fault. You rushed. You were in the rush. You was impatient, and impatience is what is the main reason why a lot of us is so mad today. What up, though? I ain't seen you in a while. What's the deal, man? Yeah. I ain't seen you in a minute. How you feeling, man? I hope everything been all right. You and the family and stuff. Yeah, I gotta do that. I ain't did that in a while. Hey, actually, I kicked that dude. Yeah, I finally decided to block him, man. 'Cause he wasn't really. I blocked a lot of people. I ain't gonna even lie, for sure, man. And I feel it. Hey, I feel it. You gotta do it, man. Business first. I feel it. Got to, man. It's real life outside this. It's priorities. That's what it is. Um, but yeah, I had to do that recently, man. A lot of people ain't really contributing and ain't like no quality type conversations that can help people. It's like I really ain't trying to do that. I even blocked people like Tansy, all them, because they really wasn't trying to do nothing to change. They only want to push their narrative. I already see how it is. Make a name of themselves, just like Gambit. I'm about to make a name of myself. Look at everybody trying to be Gambit. You know how long I've been waiting for this? Well, that's a movie. It's funny. Yeah, but yeah, I just trying to, try to clear stuff like that, man. I'm trying to. I don't care if I have to talk to about four, 5 people, man. As long as the conversation is smooth and we getting somewhere. I don't care about no deep disagreements. As long as we can learn something out of it, that's all I'm looking for. I mean, it's plenty. Like if people want to get entertained and toxic, you can do that, But shoot, it's too many people that's trying to get entertained off toxicness and 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 struggling with life itself. Like speaking of priorities, we was talking about earlier. That's crazy. It's backwards. Rooms that try to get you to look within self. Because I mean, regardless of our issues, it's always going to have to go back to looking within self. You can't keep avoiding it. Nobody's going to sugarcoat you the way you look at yourself. It's going to hurt no matter how you want to look at it. It's just going to hurt. You said you seen that when you came back. I forgot what I said. I was just rambling. But yeah, it's so much, man. So I've actually been trying to, I've been unfollowing even some people like them drama lives and all that. Not even drama lives, the ones that just try to use entertainment to talk about certain things just for people to argue and not really get no resolution. People love that stuff, but I just, I don't follow all people like that, man. The ones that I just know I'm not going to be able to get through to them, what happened? I should say, yeah, it just served me no purpose. Like I said, if I'm trying to become better, like people say that and slang words like that or statements like that, and you catch them in areas where it's bringing them at their lowest. That don't make sense. Just say that you just want to sound sweet in front of everybody else. That's what it is. Everybody, I want to be better. I want to be a better person. I want to, I want to heal and all this other stuff. Well, you go on healing areas. You know what I'm saying? That's what that is. But then people, and I can understand, like it's like I'm trying to put it in a way like I understand some people just can't expand past the part that you gotta experience the pain to get through it. Because people do want it the lightest way, like they go through like coping mechanisms and stuff. Like people rather drink, people rather have have smecks and try to think they trauma gonna get away. People rather have people that sitting there pandering to them and catering to their lifestyles and tell them that no, it's not you. You'll be all right. It's them. I promise it. And then if you done did enough of all of that drinking, smoking, smexing, and all this other stuff, and getting your head rubbed every time you good job, you did all right, it was all right, you had to snap on that person, and you still mad to this day. I mean, it's not working. I mean, it's not working. Like, I don't know when people gonna wake up and notice, but they don't care. Like, it's that, but it is that feeling though. Everybody like that feeling of, but it's a temporary thing. But you get, temporary stuff give you temporary results. When you work on things on a long term, you get long term results. That's just how life is. But uh, uh, I don't want to hear it, man. Cause I ain't be like when I come around this app and stuff, just looking at how many people just they literally be mad at me. I'm like, what the heck I do to you? I'm not your ex. I'm not none of that. And you're not about to tell me how to talk on here either. So it's like, the fact that you getting triggered and all this other stuff off a stranger, you barely don't even know me, and you sitting here on guard. I mean, not on guard, but just on. I'm ready to snap at the next person that say something silly or foolish. You know, it's like, man, how miserable people can be though. Like, dang. But I don't know. It's just like I be want to feel sad for him and not at the same time. It's so hard. It's just so hard me trying to, because I do be trying to understand people for real. Because so I can know how to interact with people, and not even just that. It's just I just want to learn. Want to learn people for real. Learn what is your reason, what's your purpose, and all that. Don't get me started on none of this. Or a lot. Yeah, man. It's so much, man. Almost people like attention for sure, man. For sure. That's what it is. That's what it is, man. Attention, validation. But it's just like even with that, like what's your like to get that, like what is it doing for self? What is it doing for others? But what do we get out of it? Is it helping your life? Is it help prolonging your situation? The same issues that you claim that you have outside the app and all that stuff. Is it helping? But people never ask questions like that. They just like that temporary feeling. Temporary. It's all about that. Mm. Temporary feelings, man. Get all these things and be mad the next day. I forgot I gotta see if I save my video. Uh, said this is why I stay away from your live. You trigger me. Man, my bad, brother. I'm just trying to get people to wake up. You feel me? You might not understand people, but I just try to have empathy. Empathy ain't gonna save nobody life though. You gotta realize that you could be sad for a person all day. And who said I don't have empathy? You just wouldn't know. Empathy come in different forms. Just because somebody don't cater to your every movement, that don't mean that they don't have empathy or they don't understand or may not have compassion. I'd rather have more compassion. I feel like empathy is more of a selfish type thing, anyways. I want to feel just like you. I really understand. Sometimes you should be able to understand a person without having to feel for that person too at the same time. You can understand it. You know. I just think people just don't want to get over their They don't want a solution to their pain. They want to bathe in it. That's all they want to do. I don't understand empathy. Oh, I was speaking. I know you were speaking for yourself. I know that, but you were speaking on. You were speaking on. I think you were speaking about me, and then you also speak about you. So I was saying both, right? So yeah, just saying that everybody love that word, and then like I said, even with the empathy thing, the main ones that say they have empathy, not saying you, right? don't really have it. You know, it's empathy. They empathy is based off of people that they only understand, or the people that only agree with them. That's how they empathy work nowadays. The people got that selective empathy, but it ain't for the people that disagree with. People don't even. If you don't even know what forgiveness is, and just shut up about empathy, that's another thing. Like I said, people really don't understand what that really is. It's based off. Okay, cool. You talk just like me. Now I can have empathy for you. That's not how that works. That is just not how that works. You selective with your empathy, man. What is that? Is that real? Like I said, you supposed to, I can, I can empathize with my enemy. That's how that works. You know what I'm saying? That's what empathy is. And I don't have to, they don't have to, I don't have to agree with you. I don't have to, because I can understand some of these things I have went through. I went through a lot, but I found ways to overcome it too. You know, so empathy. That's funny. I love that. I love that word, man. I know. I love that. That's like even. I don't want to say no gender thing to do a gender war type thing, but all the time. But I noticed that that's a woman's favorite word, and I'll be seeing a lot of them. They do not have it for real. They do not have it. They just say it, but most of the time they say it because they want somebody just to feel them only. For the most part, they can't even hold. They can't even hold their own tongue. As soon as they get triggered, they gotta say something every last moment and don't even want to listen to somebody that may be saying something to help them. They go against us like, dang, how much you got the limited empathy. That boy limited. Limited. Boy, I love it. I love it. He said, hold on, I missed some comments. Sure. People are prioritizing mental health and embracing nuances now. I don't know about that. I think people just prioritize their desires now than anything. I don't think it's about mental health for real. Mental health really is gonna take some work, but they rather prioritize coping. They prioritize not reflecting on why they're in this mental state. They prioritize running away from their issues and stuff. That's what they prioritize. Not anything that help them not look in that mirror nowadays. That's what they prioritize. 'Cause mental, that's a heavy thing, and it's not easy. Let me see. I'm missing. Forgiveness is for self, but it's hard. Yes, it most definitely is for self, right? But the thing is, do people know how to forgive? Right? You can't. I mean, you do got to forgive yourself though. But I learned with forgiveness. That word empathy we just used earlier. That's one thing that helped even just me myself learn to forgive people, right? Because I know I started doing it like this. The clean, I guess this is the better way I put it though. Put myself in other people's shoes. Put my foot in other people's shoes, even my enemy, right? So I look at it that some people didn't grow up like me. So this is how some people may express themselves. This person might call me the B word, right? But that's how they feel. That's whatever issues they have. I can understand because I probably would have been the same way. Empathy. That's how that works. I might have been the same, but no. What we do is you said that, and you need to take that back. Why turn to a little kid in a matter of seconds, and I'm about to match your energy. Mr. and Mrs. Empathy. I thought I just had empathy, but now I got to match your empathy. Your energy. Oh, man, that's how to say so much. That'd be funny. That's funny. But yeah, forgiveness plays a major part, and I'm saying that through just even I done talked about this for years. It most definitely is a major part. And empathy ties into it. So yeah. Can't speak on empathy if you don't know what forgiveness is. I'm really gonna stick with that one. Can't speak on it because otherwise your empathy is just more of a selfish thing. Okay, I just want to feel for you because I get you, because I get you. You're my homie. You were there for me when I was down. No, I have empathy. Like I said, when you have empathy for your enemy, that's when you got some real empathy. That's also how this unconditional love thing, which I'm gonna be talking about that tomorrow. That's another thing too. Everybody's stuff, a lot of people's stuff is conditioned for the most part. That even take empathy and forgiveness. empathy, forgiveness, compassion, selflessness, patience, all that stuff. uh, you can, uh, you can't. Oh, hold up. I missed some stuff. Oh shoot, I forgot to look at this fight. What happened? Okay. The more I follow Christ, the more I understand. Yes, and keep following, man. Keep following you. Yeah, he explained it because I'm pretty. Even Jesus had empathy for people that treated him bad. That's why. And that's another prime example. He felt bad. He said that forgive them. Now that was true empathy. You know what I'm saying? That's funny. Y'all, you just made me think about that because that's what I'm saying. Stuff I be saying, it be already in the Bible already. It's so funny. I ain't never think about that. Because I always say if you don't like, even with the unconditional love. I said, if you don't love your enemy, you don't love unconditionally. I also said, even like with the empathy thing, you know, your stuff is like only. I mean, I'm not saying that people don't have it, but I'm just saying like when your stuff is only limited to because you know this person, that means you got the selective empathy. But I like even with like I said, if you want to mention you was missing Jesus, right? He ain't he like I said, he empathized with the people. That's why he said forgive them for they know not what they do. They straight up treated him bad and everything. They know empathy. That's probably the best example of empathy, speaking that we were just talking about, than anything. He didn't sit there and was like, no, they treated me bad and they do that demon, tear them up. No, he empathized with humans. Or even though he was a human, but I'm just saying like he empathized with them and realized that they don't know what they're doing. He understand, forgive. He forgave, you know what I'm saying? So until people start doing that, then talk, So that's why I said people smart thing that throw that word. But hold on, let me see. Grace is another word that is drastically overused. I mean, so many words on here that people falsely use and stuff. But it's just all about trying to hear how people just, I think people should limit one's access to them, protect them. Yeah, everybody got to do what they do. Everybody got their own tactics of what they have to do. Some people is just not built for different things, and you have to, it just depends on the type of person you are and the people that you experience and encounter with. You can't put yourself in other shoes. You can try to see their point of view. Well, you probably can't. I can. Well, I don't know if you mean it like literal. I don't think you can. That's like then if that's the case, that means empathy. That's not real either. If we can be in literal, we can say that too, because you ain't gonna actually feel exactly how another person feel. You can guess and think you feel like them, but that's unhumanly possible if we going literal. If you meaning that you can't put yourself in other people's shoes, that means it's like no point in having that conversation about empathy then. No, I don't put myself in other anyone's shoes. Don't like horns. It's funny. If we learn to love everyone, there be no problems. If we learn to love everyone, there be no problems anymore. No, I don't know about that. I had to get a second session in, Sean. After my second session in, I'm still. She said exactly. I'm still cooking down from the live earlier. Oh, cooling. Right. At the pre-session going, man. I don't think they understand the bigger picture. Yeah, it will. Some people don't want to be happy. Um, I might be lost in that one. I read it wrong or something. But yeah. Hey, did I miss it? Did I miss the fight? Hey, I looked away. I don't know what happened. Sean, you were triggered earlier. Yeah, this is where the real tests be around here, boy. You gonna have some stuff going on in this room for real, man. But hey, it's just to build us up, man. It's just gonna build us up. That's all it is. That iron sharpens iron stuff is real, man. That's what I like about his point of view because he asks good questions. I'm like, man, he most definitely a good piece to the connections we got on here, man. Because I feel like he asks real good questions to open people's mind up some more. 'Cause I've been trying to. That was my thing. I'm trying to open people's mind up a little bit. Realize that shoot, everything is just not solid, and everything. A lot of us just really just in belief of different things, and from what we choose and how we grew up. You know, we trying our best. We just searching. We searching for some form of truth. I mean, yeah, that's even like babies. We curious. We always curious and want to know things. Some people not. Some people just only want to know things that just help build themselves, not just know everything beyond just self and that. And there's nothing wrong. I'm not saying with that, but it's just want to know things just for only to help. I'm trying to think. Help please self. I guess that's what people do nowadays. Or I want to look up information that help build my life up to fit my wants and desires. I'm gonna disregard some other things because it goes against my flesh and my desires. That's how people operate now. What's the deal, cuz in the building? What's the deal, man? But y'all don't gotta be scared. Y'all can come up in the box. I did that. I said that earlier. I was out there talking. I was like, y'all come in the box. There's about four, 5 people. I'm like, what the heck? I got people scared. But yeah. Get this party started, man. I'll be rambling up in this bar. It's so much. That's why I be like that, man. I literally got a lot. I feel like, that been in me since when I was young, man. I just always had a lot to express. I had a lot to, have to think about.
Why you let his ass come up right behind me?
He happened to tap in at the exact same time.
Daddy, I was about to put you on. What you mean? You just got the box before me.
With me and him up in this box, we gonna be stuck on one goddamn topic for about 2 hours.
Hey, I got all night, so it's not the weekday for me, son. I ain't gonna be on. I might not be on tomorrow. That's why I said I took me a little snooze. It was a 45-minute snooze. I was supposed to went straight to bed, but it ended up being like 45 minutes.
Man, I'm tired as hell. I was out on that daggone field from 10:30 to 7 o'clock today. We had our first scrimmage. We stomped the mud hole in them boys.
Oh my!
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, hey, this is the funny thing though, right? Because I didn't think. All right, we finally had our actual first full practice Tuesday. But we didn't go over defense because I didn't know we were going to have a scrimmage this Saturday until Wednesday. So we didn't go over any defense at all. We set up our freaking defense 20 minutes before the game. So I was kind of scared, but they shut it down. So.
Oh boy.
You might be working with some talent then.
Oh, dude, I thought I only had 3 dogs on the team. I found out I got some people I didn't even realize who the heck they were. Some people practice horrible. But you get them in a game against somebody else, they ready to goddamn decapitate people. And that's what happened today.
He put the dog out.
And we was playing 8 and 9-year-olds. I'm coaching a 8 and under team. We got 6, 7, and 8s on my team. So, pleasantly surprised.
She said, what field?
Because you triggered me. I'm not talking about it.
6 is a new 9, so don't trip.
Mama said, what field?
No, I was supposed to New Farmington Highfield. New Farmington Highfield. I told you I'm tired. I had to read a lot of these comments like 3 times before I could respond. But no, Mama, I'm in Maryland, so I was supposed to do high school, go to coaching high school last year, but my dad got sick, so I wasn't able to dedicate the time that was needed. So I'm still coaching rec this year, 8-year-olds.
Mm.
Eastside Raider Nation. Hold up, Eastside Raiders.
That sounds like some stuff that's in my city or something. I'm trying to think.
Eastside Raiders. They trash though. Eastside Raiders. Yeah, here in Maryland, they trash.
I ain't gonna hate, man. I ain't gonna lie to you, man. It seems like anything with the name Raiders get trashed. I don't understand. What the hell? And hey, look, that's my team too. I'm born and raised Oakland, and I be so mad. I be like, I can't even say shit about no team called the Raiders. We all be trash. Oh my God!
Mama, you here in Maryland?
We be toe up. I don't know what that is.
What are you talking about? The what is it? Las Vegas Raiders?
Now, yeah. It was Las Vegas. They was at LA. They was when they was in the town. It was all trash. Like we always. I'm like, come on,
3-1-3.
I mean, it's the curse of the Raider. Anything with the name Raiders on it gonna be trash.
It's the curse of Al Davis.
I think Al Davis he caught the curse. I think it was a Raiders.
I'm talking about my nephew trash team.
No, because that's my team. Like I grew up in the Bay. Like that's my, you know what I'm saying? Homegrown, right? And I'm like, I can't even talk shit no time. Like it just pisses me off.
Hey, remember we was talking about accepting the truth?
Mm-hmm. Right. Just go on with it. Just go on and swallow the horse pill. No dilly.
They apparently.
Okay. Ain't funny. Oh, he can do it real quick before somebody get it. Man, he cheated. Yeah, the conversation earlier, I liked it that one. We was talking about the slavery, man. I swear, I think that's the conversation that bring it out of me, man. Because that's the one I'm like the most passionate about, man. I just seen us. I just keep seeing us being stuck on that, and it's been like that since I was young. And I'm like, man, I just be wanting people to know, man, we better than this, man. We can make things happen. We just be acting so weak.
What, mental slavery?
Yeah, that's what it is. That's why I try to let people know that's what the real slavery is. It's our minds. But it's everybody else but us, or whatever. But that's one of my main topics, man. I swear, I gotta keep bringing that up every now and then, man. There's so many people try.
Talking about that shit.
People try. She's I ain't talking about that.
Y'all need to tap that screen and invite people, so we can see how many people get triggered by these daggone questions.
Oh, you already know, right? Hey, you ain't gotta worry about getting triggered. You already know the deal.
Cousin probably. Now, I think we might agree on this one. So I think we might agree on a lot of these questions, cousin. I think maybe.
What I think?
I don't know. I might just because I just want to be disagreeable. I might just fuck with it. Yeah, we gonna see. I might be like, no, I don't even agree.
Be swallowed.
Nope, I don't even agree.
Don't agree. Don't ask me why, but I just don't
agree. Do that shit to your ass now.
I know, right? Look, you just gonna be like, what? No, I don't think we need to. We don't even need to breathe. What you talking about?
I'm just gonna get that. That's bad, dude.
No, you don't even know about the stats, bro.
70% of dudes, the stats of breathing.
70% of men breathe hydrogen. I don't know what y'all heard.
He just gonna make us some stuff. That's funny. Oh man, you gotta look it up. Look it up. You ain't look it up yet. Well, I gotta look it up for you.
Where you get them stats from? What's your source?
Do your own research.
My source is legit. You don't trust me? My source is my source.
Wait, all you gotta do is Google. It's everywhere.
Right.
It's just everywhere.
I didn't find that. Well, that's the wrong site. They probably took the site down.
Yeah, everybody know. That's another one. Everybody know. That's just how it is.
Everybody knows your name. Let's see, did I get everybody in here? Yep, I think that's everybody. Hold up. Make sure I sent the invites
Crematory.
out. Who was that? I sent her one. I'm gonna send. I think I sent everybody one. I need to send one. Let me send and see if he gonna come up there. Probably not gonna be on. That's everybody.
Either all bad or all good. I don't know which one that is.
What that? You said, does anyone want to link with me to get a? What is that?
That's what I said. It sounds like it's something either terrible or something cool. I don't know which
It don't sound good. I'm scared.
one of the two.
I feel like that's gonna be my last life or something. I'm in the city, man. You can't be saying stuff like that. Now you know we in the city. That's scary. I gotta look it up.
I know.
Anybody want a crematory?
No, I don't.
A crematory. That do seem like some scary stuff, man. Don't come down this way, you'll get crematoried.
Yeah, the cremation building.
That's what it seems like, right? I'm good. I don't know about that.
How many of you want a crematory?
No, I'm good. I'm all right. Thanks, man.
All right, exactly.
I'm going to go ahead on the pass. Yeah. It's big money, though. I bet you that's big business.
Yes, it is. Because a lot
Somebody
of
got a
You
mic
know the
over there,
sad thing about it
somebody.
is, cremation costs damn near as much as a damn funeral nowadays.
You got somebody snoring in your background, Jen? You sneaking on this live?
Sounds like it, don't it?
She done put somebody to sleep. She about to
Or somebody put her to sleep. One of the two.
Damn, she came in on sleep? What?
request to sleep. That's a true TikTok addiction.
Hey, that's narco. You do that. You did that in the sleep. Sleep.
All right, that's
TikTok.
all I'm saying.
Damn.
It's funny.
Boy, that's almost as bad as 10.
Oh yeah, she might fall asleep in the middle of her sentence.
That's some true narcoleptic shit.
Yeah, so let me tell y'all something. First of all, I was
You be like, what?
And then, hold on, cousin. Here's the funny thing. Come back and talk about. Yeah. So anyway, as I was saying, like he wasn't asleep for the past 10 minutes.
I don't want to get a crematory. What's wrong with y'all? Don't like money?
No,
sounds
it's not
scary,
that.
man. I don't think
I'm just not a very good.
We had to know what it was
fan
first, shoot. He said that's how much. Oh, that's what they be making up there.
Yeah, up there is in Michigan. Fool, ain't you in Michigan?
Yeah, I don't know
Yeah.
everything like that. I'm scared of the east side, shoot.
So the crematory is just so you just get a building. You have to put an oven inside of it. They have smokeless ovens. They do about 10 whole things a day.
Yeah.
You get paid from that. You hook up with the funeral homes and you do the VFW. It's like $150,000 to start, and they set everything up for you. But after that, it runs itself. You don't have to literally be in there to do so. The funeral homes come and they put the stuff in there. That you can bury a whole casket in there. You can burn it all up. So
Wow.
a crematory. It's not as scary as it sounds, but it's literally like $20,000 to $50,000 a month.
Do you have to have a licensed person to operate it?
No,
Okay.
Wow. That's money.
right? Just putting some flavor in your ear.
I see, right. I mean, it didn't come off flavor-ish, but
I
hey,
know it didn't. That's why
when
I
you talk
felt
about that money, that might mean that.
Talking about crematorium, man, ain't got no hot sauce, no pepper, no nothing. I don't know.
No, you know it could be in a residential area as long as it's zoned for business And also, as long as you had them, you had to pay for the stoves. I mean, the ovens are like $10,000 to $20,000, but they're all like self-sufficient ovens after you do it. And just think about it. I mean, even if you got five people together to do so, that's the problem with us, is that we're not willing to pool our stuff together to see the greater picture at the end of it. Because one crematory turns to two crematories, turns to three crematories, and that 20 to 50,000 that you made has tripled now. And so now everybody has their own crematory. Now that 50 is directed just to you after everybody get their own shit, but nobody looks at business in that aspect of growing because everybody is so self. So I just threw it out there, you know, to see if we could get on something different, because everybody on the same shit, but there's not too many black people own crematories, so.
True. But I think we only have three here. We got three in Baltimore.
Right, so that's called expansion. So now you put another one there with the money that you facilitate from this one here. You know what I'm saying? And then you put one in Texas. Then you put one wherever it is networking, wherever you networked at, and those people are there to do so. You all set that shit up. And it's just like the Chinese people, the Asian people do to get all these beauty supply stores. When a family member come over here, they all pool their money together until they could buy another one, bring somebody else over and keep that shit going. That's why you see all these Asian people with that in the market, with businesses and all of that, because they pool together to do so. They, you know, but we don't want to do that kind of stuff because we scared of it, what it look like.
That is not Rocky Mountain Redneck next to you, is it?
I know it be stinking too.
I have
It
no
doesn't
idea what
stink.
you're talking about, Warlock.
You know?
It doesn't
Yep,
stink.
that's what it is. What's up, baby?
It don't stink because it's smokeless, so you don't smell anything. It's like burning shit to ashes. You know what I'm saying? And
Okay.
then they offer the urns, and it's just upsell in different ways. But I'm about to get me one, so I'm just trying to see who want to get on board, because I'm definitely getting one by the end of the year.
Yeah,
The temperature, the temperature is so high, you don't smell it.
Absolutely.
It just seemed like if it's in a residential, I heard you say that, like that's kind of creepy though.
Why? But you
You
got
smell
stores
somebody on fire next door.
But you got liquor stores on every corner. What's the difference?
I think that's creepy too. That's worse.
They got funeral homes on corners too, in residential areas. What's the difference?
Hey, but can you get hooked up with the morgue too, though, right?
You have to network with them so they bring their business to you, because I know cremations are anywhere from $2,000 to $5,000.
I'm doing well, sweetheart. Hope you're doing well. But yeah,
Is that a salt and pepper shaker?
no.
That's
These are
what it
too
looks
many.
like.
These are too many urns.
Yeah.
When my ex passed, we had 6 of them made, 5 for her children and 1 for me. I got mine and my daughter's because she wasn't ready to have hers yet.
Oh, I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
That was insensitive of me. I'm sorry.
Oh no, we good. I would have probably asked the same damn shit.
I was gonna say they're really fancy salt and pepper shakers.
There are many urns.
Anywho,
Well,
let
those
me
are
know.
beautiful.
I was gonna say something worse. So you
I
are.
got 90 days.
Cousin, you
I'm
keep your
getting
damn
90
mouth shut.
days, so I'm gonna make my move. I feel it.
Well, I'm definitely gonna make my move, but I'll give 90 days so everybody can make their money too. I'm about my money. I don't care about, how nobody look at nothing. Just
Shit, I need some
make your
money.
So you gotta be willing to invest. It's 150,000 that is needed to start.
150,000.
I ain't got that kind of money. I got trailer park money. That's what I've got. I can give you $2.
That ain't gonna do that for me. So you
He said I put something in it.
nah, I need investment. Like, nah, because if you put $2 in, then what do you expect to get out of it? You know what I'm saying?
$4.
Yeah, guess what? I don't even want to look at numbers that low, so I ain't even trying. I'll give you $4. I'm not even
That's
trying.
okay. I'll stay in the trailer park and I'll listen to Eminem and that's all right.
Put
I'll
$2
just
in that
stick
spray half.
That sounds good to me. Hey, if it works for you, it works for me.
Hey,
Sounds good.
you fuck around with me, I'll be up there riding up one of them horses.
Oh, I can get you on a horse, Warlock. You
That's
Oh, I
know
how people
know.
that.
is in
I can
real
get you
life.
on
They
a
put the
horse.
little minimum in and then expect the biggest. Well, I
Hey,
want
I
half your money.
contributed. Okay, I've been here from the start.
And did half the work, caused more trouble, all that, and then something I want it all.
I don't
I
cause
deserve
trouble.
this.
I have a perfect customer service voice. Okay. Hi, welcome to McDonald's. How can I help you?
And that's where you're gonna be working.
And you know what's crazy? You know what I've learned of just being off of this little thing and like just, you know, sometimes you just got to be selfish and you got to worry about yourself. You got to pay attention to what's going on in your life because you deflect from yourself when you're looking outside the window at everybody else and what everybody else
Yeah.
is doing. In that nature, what I also learned is the power of your tongue. What you speak is what shall happen. You manifest what you are. So if you speak like that, in my opinion only, then that's what you speak on yourself. If that's what you feel like for you, that's why I just say to people,
Mama, go back down to the comments. You triggering me right now.
I don't want to trigger you. What did I do? Oh my God.
Everybody's gonna trigger me today.
Well, you shouldn't
I-
be so triggered. How about
I
that?
got out of bartending. I was making some damn good money bartending. You know, I mean, I was bringing home like $300-400 a night, which was more than enough.
Tinder.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, little Wayne, or whoever it was, little John, one of the
Oh
littles.
my! Every black
I'm not
person
sure.
ain't Lil Wayne. So
I'm not sure which one it was, but I
T-Pain,
was
T-Pain.
bringing
He
up
was kind of
decent
close. It
money.
rhymed a little bit.
But I got out of it because I wanted to do something better. So I'm starting a home dog grooming business, and it's going okay. But it's just not bringing in as much as I need, you know?
So what's next?
Hopefully a mobile trailer.
And what you doing to get it?
I'm trying to build up clientele.
And
That
how
way I
you
can
going
get-
about that?
Well, I got some good clients so far, but it's the bank that's giving me some issues. They don't want to give me a loan because my credit isn't a 720.
You don't need to have credit to establish business credit. Business credit and personal credit are two different things. So that's why I ask people like, what are you doing? You know what I'm saying? What are you doing to build your business credit? You want to start a business grooming dogs. And how much have you poured into that business? Because they'll give you a loan at the bank for your business, but your personal is what's based off your credit score. You just need to get your business index up. So
So what would you say I do about that?
I don't know what you've done so far. So
Oh, I got the table. I mean, I've been washing them in my kid's bathtub, and I clean the bathtub every day. But
you know
It's
what?
like-
I on some for real stuff, I would tell you to start small. And I would tell you to get the actual tub that you clean the dogs in to start and just do piece by piece. You know what I'm saying? Because sometimes you can't get it all at the same time, but sometimes people see your efforts and they're willing to donate and they're willing to do extra stuff. But you got to promote yourself because if you don't think highly of yourself, why should I? If
No,
you
I
don't
agree.
think you're the best, then why should I? If I
I
don't
agree.
know that you groom dogs, why should I send my dog to you?
I agree with that.
You know, so
I totally agree with that. And it's all word of mouth. You know, and the tub that I want, the official, like the professional dog grooming tub that I want to bathe them in, it's $2,000.
so how
it's
much you got
expensive.
saved? How much you have saved towards that goal? Like,
Everything I make goes to the bills for me and my kids.
right, but
That's why I'm doing it out of the bathtub right now.
got you.
But I
so
still do a good job.
can you put $20 to the side for your goal? Like I don't know. I just look at people and I this is why I can't put my foot in other people's shoes because if I want something and I know that it's for the betterment of my family, every little thing helps. You know what I'm saying? If it's $5, if it's $10, if it's because that it end up turning to $1,000 and then now you halfway towards your goal. But if the excuse is that, and I'm not saying it's your excuse, but what I'm saying is like, if the excuse is that everything I got goes towards me and my kids, then I'm not interested in investing in your business because you're not interested in investing in yourself.
Mm.
I understand that.
You know
And
what
I
I mean?
can respect that.
Yeah, and it's other ways to advertise. You on TikTok, you on Facebook. show yourself before and afters. I mean, it's so many ways to do things. I just think that people are looking for people to tell them how to do things instead of doing the work. You got
So
to do,
searching, researching,
you
and
got to
whatnot.
research, and you have to do the work. Guess what? Go to a dog groomer and see what they have, see what they offer, and McDonald's and Burger King's on every corner. How do you beat your competitor? And if you're not thinking like that, then maybe you got to start again, start from the drawing board again.
No, I am thinking like that because I did work at McDonald's. I've worked in fast food restaurants. I've worked in many restaurants. I am a certified vet tech. You know, I've worked in dog grooming shops as well, and they charge an arm and a leg. And so what I do is, because they're bringing them to my house, I'm charging cheaper than what you would charge
Why?
at a normal shop.
Why? Why?
Well, I feel like it's an incentive.
How? Well, how does it benefit you if you still ain't making enough to get your dog to?
Yeah, you're right.
I
Right.
just think in business sometimes you have to be selfish, and I know that sounds crazy, but you do. You have to be selfish sometimes. That's what I've
Oh, you're
learned.
absolutely right. Because let's say it was an Australian Shepherd. I'm charging $65 to $70 depending on how bad they are, how much work they need, whether there's mats and whatnot. And you go to a professional shop, they're charging $140 for the dog.
I pay $125 to get my dog groomed. He gets
What kind
groomed.
of dog you got?
I have a Shishan.
Oh shit. See, yeah, you'd be paying 65 with me.
Well, guess what? I wouldn't pay that with you because I like my groomer. I take him to my groomer's home. I like what he does for my dog. It's not about the price for me. It's the quality of service. So, like everybody's incentive for doing something be different. Yes,
Yeah, I understand that.
you know what I mean?
I
Like
respect that.
I take my dog to someone's home to get him groomed. I drop him off. I have a time to drop my dog off. We have a standing appointment. He's groomed. He smells nice. I'm cool with it. I take him right on back. I've been taking my dog for the last year. So
And you're happy with his services.
I'm happy with his services, but when I'm not happy with his service, I do let him know. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And he fixes it. So I just think you got to market yourself differently. And I don't like woe is me people like, oh, I'm just gonna do this and that. So that I don't. I'm just I don't take solace in that. I don't, because I feel like everybody in this generation in this time right here wants to be pacified. I'm not with pacification. I'm into like progression, forward movement. What can we do? How do you fix a problem? I don't have time to sit in stagnant energy. Like, I've only done this, I've only done that. If you've worked in McDonald's or different restaurants, then you have customer service, you have marketing, you have retail skills. Pull the skills that you can pull from out of there and take the title away from it. You know what I mean? And use that to your
Oh, I
benefit.
agree.
So I just think that to be successful, you're gonna have to take the I only done this, I'm only this, and I'm only that, and become and present yourself as who you already see yourself as, and keep that shit pushing on some for real shit. Like,
Yeah, because, you know, I live in the country and having people come out to my house, some people do, some people want me to go to them, which is fine, but I tell them, like, until I get the mobile setup that I need, like a truck and a trailer, it's difficult.
And
It's
move
and
on to
it takes a
something
lot
else.
of money.
right, then move on to something that you can make money now. Right? Like and let that money that you make from what you can make money from finance the business that you're trying to do.
Hey, I ain't about to go to Colfax in Denver. All right.
Oh, then it ain't
Well,
then your business
this
ain't worth
thing,
that much
right?
for you. Like, what your
Right.
business worth for you?
Because I was gonna say, like, there's in this day and age, there's so many creative ways to make shit happen.
Yeah.
There's almost no excuse. And I say that because even if you let's take your example, right? When you have or you charge $60, you should be charging $100 at least. That's off top.
Yep.
I wouldn't give a fuck if it's out your back of your damn toilet. Because when you brand yourself, you are creating a brand. If you create a brand of discount, then guess what kind of clientele that you're gonna get? people looking for a discount.
Yep.
When you brand yourself, why do you think Gucci and all these other places got to the point that they got? Because they started on the top. And they didn't start by being the top. They started by saying they were the top. I'm a creative luxury brand. So that means that I got to start off, because you can always give sales, right? But it's hard for you to build a luxury clientele after starting from a discount clientele, right? So that's the first thing. So you know that the average is 160 or at 140. Okay, I'm gonna start off 20, 30% cheaper. Why? That's because I don't have a facility. That's the only reason I'm charging you so low. So I want you to understand I'm giving you these services because I'm trying to build myself up. But trust and believe the service that I give you is worth 200. Now, when you come from that perspective, people will start to look at you a little different, right? And then the service that you give them, you got to live up to it, right? So now they don't care where it is. They don't care how you doing it. They just know, like she just said, the service, I love the service. My dogs love it. You might even add a little extra here and there. You know what I mean? You're doing different things. But guess what? Now we have internet. Now you got TikTok. You could be going live showing how to groom dogs. And that right there, the stuff that you get from that will fuel or will fund the business, because now we have networking skills that's unbelievable. Back in the day when we came up, we had to get out there, boots on the ground. We had to get the payment, and it was difficult. You know what I mean? If you didn't have all the capital groundwork, you was so up. Nowadays, that term "fake it till you make it," you can actually do that. Like you can be online grooming dogs. Go hit the dog park, be chilling with the people at the dog park, right? And you see the dogs, and then they see how you know, if you deal with the dogs, and you're like, oh my God, you're so good with dogs. Yeah, I do dog grooming. Here go my card. Oh, or here go my flyer. You know what I'm saying?
Or
That's
put it on your car,
Right,
or
there
put
you
the
go.
thing on your car. But
Right.
but the problem lies for you. Your problem. I'm gonna tell you your exact problem, and you probably ain't gonna like it. So
Tell it to me straight.
I can't do any other way. Your problem is that you're looking for a quick answer. You know what I'm saying? And there's no quick answer in business. You're gonna fail a couple of times before you are successful. But another thing is that nobody cares about your story.
Right.
Nobody wants to. When I go to drop my dog off, I don't care. I don't care about that man's story. I don't care about his backstory. I care about his service. That is all that I care about.
Right.
I don't want to hear a woe and a sad story, because that's gonna make me say, "Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that. Let me give you some extra money, and I'm gonna take my dog elsewhere." Because now I'm fearful that every time I come back, you gonna have a sob story. I don't entertain people's sob stories. I just don't, because everybody has a story, and who's to say that your story is more detrimental than my story? Nobody knows what nobody went through to get to where they at, and that ain't nobody's business.
Yeah. Hey, how y'all doing?
Your business
How y'all
not
doing?
structured right. Your business is not even structured right, because they have grants for you.
Wait, do you not think that a good story will
Nah, I
sell
agree
your
with you,
business though?
sister. I
Well,
agree.
you know what? If you're looking to just tell somebody your story, that's great. But as a customer, so you're my customer, and every time you come to me, I have a story for you. I
Oh, you
mean,
talking about? Okay, yeah. No, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you know,
I think I agree with you. I
I
just
thought
joined
you was
it.
talking about
Hold
like a
on, what are
mission
we talking
statement.
about?
You know what I'm saying? Where like, you know, like this was an ex-veteran that came from this, that, and the third, and now his restaurant is resembling of all of the, you know, and then all of a sudden, you know, that story becomes part of the brand. You get what I'm saying?
that's
I was
right, but
talking
you
about
got to
that.
build your brand first.
Right. But I'm saying you got to have that in your mind,
Yeah.
because you can't change it. You gotta have that as it evolves. But you were talking about something else. I got you now, though. I was just misunderstanding what you were saying.
No,
But
it's
I
Yeah,
agree.
we have
Yeah, I
to
agree
build
with
the
you.
blueprint to merge. I'm going off what they say, but merge, y'all look, it's all about the blueprint, man. It's really simple. It's just that social media and society make it complicated, but it's really simple.
Are you
It's
talking
really
about her? Are you talking about her dog grooming business, or did you just jump into something different? I was
nah.
confused.
I was talking about
But that's what we weren't talking
why
about.
don't we fight for merge as a whole? I was talking
Yeah,
about the topic.
we
I just joined, sweetheart, so I don't know what we talking about.
oh
So I just
oh
I just
okay.
went off the topic. So I was just saying, based off what y'all was saying.
But that's
You
not
It's
what
all
feel
we
right.
me?
were
We can
saying.
talk
So
about
you
the
probably
topic.
wasn't
It's all
even.
right.
You
All
weren't
right,
even.
all right. So
So
can we
you weren't
talk?
listening to the conversation. The problem is
No, no, no,
people
no, no, no.
listen to
Hold on.
respond and they don't
No,
listen for
hold on.
understanding.
You
And you
jumping too
said you
far ahead.
joined.
No, hold on,
No,
hold
no,
on,
no.
hold on.
I'm not. What I'm
It's
saying
not
is,
that man
no,
nothing.
that's
I
not what I'm
just
saying.
came
No,
into the box and
but we
You
I'm
weren't
been
talking.
drinking,
answering the
man. That's all you
question.
been drinking.
We weren't
I
talking
know
I've
it's
about
been
that.
Saturday.
drinking.
No,
I've
no,
been
no. We won't.
drinking.
We
No,
weren't
that's
talking
it.
about that. So you said
Sama
you
lama
came
lama
up
la hamana
to
he.
join the
All right. So
conversation about what we talking about. That's
what
what
we
we weren't talking about. That.
all right. My bad. I apologize. What are we talking about, so y'all?
I mean, you was following along. That's what you joined for, right?
Until you cut me off and corrected me.
Right, because we
So
were
now I'm
talking
trying to
about the
figure out what
young
we talking
lady when
about.
she asked the question about her business and her business structure. That's what the
So
conversation was.
explain me, because I'm lost. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you got to listen for understanding and clarity, and then you
Oh my
won't be.
god, I love this woman. I love
Man,
her.
she is
We
strong
were
woman.
talking about her business and
Okay.
how she should properly structure her business to get more business. But if
Okay.
you want to go ahead and talk
Okay.
about the
Okay.
stuff you
Okay.
can,
So
we can.
advertise. You gotta advertise yourself. Yeah. Okay. Well, I didn't know. My bad. My
You're
bad. My
good,
bad.
baby. I'm just letting you know
I got
what
you.
the
I got you.
conversation was. That's all.
Yeah, man. And I would support you. See, and that's the problem. Baby. Look, I'm like Malcolm X. I ain't gonna lie. Listen, I'm a revolutionary in mindset. So you want to get your hold on? Who we talking to? Black woman. If you want to get your business off, man, really, dedication, consistency. That's really the blueprint to everything. Is what people don't understand. That's the blueprint to everything. Even parenting. If you got kids, consistency. You see what I'm saying? If you are consistent with your child and content with your child is going to turn out a good person. You see? So, y'all go ahead, Miss Mama. Go ahead. Go ahead, Mama.
Oh no, I was waiting for you to finish your revolution.
It's already finished. It's just not televised.
Sir, I want to know, how do you pronounce your TikTok name?
Know thyself.
Know thyself. Yeah.
Because I
just
see 3 no T6YS9LF.
I replaced KTNS with 369.
Please don't do that to my dyslexia.
You asked me, so I answered. I just believe in, everybody got their beliefs. I believe in numbers.
Oh, that's
Part to
fine,
play in a
but
lot of things. But
I'm sitting here and I'm turning my head and I'm like, how do you pronounce that?
know thyself. I just told you. Know thyself. I replaced
Okay.
KTNS with 369 because I believe numbers are important.
Okay, I will take a mental know thyself note.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you're right. Go ahead, Swell.
Better know that. So, dang, what got quiet up in this bar? Uh, y'all still rocking with the business thing, or what's going on? We can get the party started. Y'all got quiet on me.
I mean, we can go to the topics. That's why I mainly came up here, but I appreciate the advice. That's for damn sure.
Yeah, she's spitting for sure. I like that. It make a lot of sense too. I think that it was, even besides that, just like overall, sure, you should use it in every part of just life in general, And that's just reality. Besides this business, people's not about to, people gonna care about themselves first, and that's just real talk. They want to know if they're getting taken care of and stuff. It's not always gonna be about, the world ain't gonna stop because of how you feel and all this stuff or whatever. So I understand that. That makes sense. Uh, we're trying to watch this fight. It's the main fight too that's happening right now. Uh, so let's start with Warlock. What you got for us on that? I think the topic itself is it is a question. So why don't we fight for marriage as a whole? You on that teacup?
I know, right? Warlock on where you at,
My,
man?
my man's dropping. I thought he wanted to hit the topic too.
You might have got a call. That might be what happened.
Okay. Let's go with Mama then. Mama then we gonna go to you, cuz, and I don't even know if Jen here. I seen she pop up in here snoring, but I don't think she here.
You said, what's the question again? What was the question?
So why don't we fight for marriage as a whole?
What's the value in marriages now? People don't find value in marriages anymore.
Why is that?
Why do people not find? I mean, look at the world that you're living in right now. Sex is used as a tool.
There you go.
You know what I mean? And people are loving infatuation. So you don't take the time to actually get to know the person that you're with until you get married to them because you like their body, you like the way he screwed you. And then what happens after that when you get to actually know the person? You don't like the person, but you're too deep in. So now you invite somebody else into your bedroom, or you're cheating, or you're creeping, or men can't express themselves without women feeling some kind. It's a mess. I wouldn't advise anybody to get married in this time. Also, for real, I just wouldn't. My advice to people wouldn't be to get married. It would be to understand yourself and know that what you get is what you got. Accept it, or don't marry that person. Don't go into something trying to change people and make them out to who you think they should be or who you see their potential as. It's no value in the marriage anymore. It's not. It's a marriage of self most of the time. Like, if you're not pleasing me, then I'm going to leave. Or people are going into marriages with an exit strategy. So this is why they're not working.
Yeah. So is it? Oh, this thing got kicked me out the right time. What the fuck?
So could I add to that?
He's trying to speak, but something just happened on his end.
I know.
This made me mad, bro. I swear, man.
That happens a lot.
It just annoyed me, dog. This TikTok me on some bull. It was something I wanted to say. I hate when TikTok do it. That made me so mad. So you said it was no something. Say that again. You said it was no something in marriage.
No value. What's the value?
Okay, cool, right. So is it marriage that has no value, or is it the people that's in it?
The people that's in it. They don't value the marriage, but what is marriage really?
That's a sad question, though. That's what's sad. I think
without a paper, a contract between you, I, and the state. But people don't value that anymore either.
Yeah. That's because people only think marriage is just the paper and the ring. That's the problem.
Marriage is just a ring and a ceremony now. After that, the work is not being done. You got to keep doing the work. You have to consistently date. You have to consistently be concerned with how other people are feeling. You have to step outside of yourself to be married.
Yeah. That's facts. That's facts.
Always easy. This shit it's hard. Marriage ain't easy. This shit hard.
Are you saying like it's the perception that no one cares about it, which is the reason why people aren't interested in?
I won't speak on everybody. I can't speak for everybody.
I mean, I'm just saying majority. When you say, not everybody, my bad, but yeah, majority.
You know what I'm saying? Majority of people are going to a marriage with an exit strategy, meaning like if this don't work, I'll just get divorced. Like it ain't no till death parts us type of shit.
The majority of American people.
That's Americans. I agree with that as well. I agree with that because you know that over in I think it's Korea, they have to be married by. They're supposed to be married by 25. Like,
it's not just Korea. Indian countries are like that. I mean, Indian cultures like that as well. They marry early typically. And see, this is the problem why I don't like. This is why I wouldn't marry an American woman. There is no standard. There is no like value of set things like marriage. Like the only reason why American women, I feel like even men, value marriage is because it's a status symbol. It's like, oh yeah, you supposed to be married by the age of 25 to 30. If you ain't married by the age of 35, 40, you ain't doing something right. You done cheated, or you're just a 304, or you're just a low life, or you're a bum, or you're the scum of the earth. it's like we don't have the same values as other cultures do when it comes to like really loving each other or really finding a soulmate or finding someone like that. Like everything that we do is about status, you know? That's why I'm not into it.
And
I
where
would
are
never
you
marry an
from?
American woman.
Okay, so let me. Okay, so I hear it, and I think I do agree. But at the same time, is that just the status quo? Is that rhetoric that we hear? Is it because that we hear that it's a lot of negative press when we talk about marriages, right? And we don't see a lot of people saying how the positive aspects of being married is. We don't see a lot of the success stories because we concentrate on the horror stories. We concentrate on the 48% of people who have gotten divorced. We don't talk about the 52% that's happy with it, right? Because negative sales. So we see and we hear a constant vibe of negativity. This is, I think, why people have, in general, a negative sense of marriage nowadays, right? Because the reality is the majority of people that's happy in marriages, you don't see them on TikTok complaining.
Right.
So what we do is we have this idea, all we see is the bad. And I would say that naturally, that's what you're going to start to feel if that's all we see, right? I am getting married to an American woman, and I don't have none of these fucking problems that people talk about. No women that I've ever met, actually, let me take that back. Maybe out of all the women in my life, there was a couple of ones that was bad apples. So what does that mean? That means that maybe we just need to I'm sorry, mommy, I think it was her name. She said earlier, we not picking right. We are picking wrong and then blaming the dating pool.
Hey, cousin, you know what I wish they would do an evaluation on? Muslim men picking the wrong wives. I'm a Muslim, right? I'm a horrible example of a Muslim man, by the way, of a Muslim period. Horrible example. But the thing about us Muslims, right, especially the men, we're very selective, very meticulous about the woman that we marry. I would love them to do a study on us,
right,
and see the woman that we choose and how those relationships end up. I would love that.
But here's another thing, right? Because now, listen, but hold on.
There is a statistic done on Muslim marriages, just to let you know.
Hold on. God damn, can I finish my point?
No, so if you have it, let me know. Educate me.
I'm just saying, no, listen, okay, when we start comparing marriages and we start looking at these datas and all this other stuff, if I was to tell you that even Muslim, y'all can't compete with the Amish as far as they damn near, right? Because they're a small community.
That's
they are
true.
Centralized in
You can't even compare them to us.
Guess what? Amish can't compete with the
interrupting me,
Indians.
people. This ain't the night for this, please. Come on, y'all.
I mean,
Come
I'm
on,
agreeing
y'all.
with you, cousins.
I know, but damn. What's up, baby? First of all, what's happening?
It's good, bro. I mean, I'm agreeing with you, though.
I know, but
I think
Agree with
racial throwing them
ignorance.
off, though.
We're billions. Muslims are billions. Amish is like 100,000 max.
No, but not hearing what I'm saying. My point is,
We're
it's not about-
billions.
it's not about the numbers, bro. I'm saying is what I mean is because these numbers that we see on these stats and things like that, they start taking it from certain aspects, but they don't give you the entire picture. So what I'm saying is they will sit here and say, well, if we talk about Muslim marriages, right, for an example, well, yeah, it's based in a religion. It's based in a religion that probably you can't necessarily get out very easily. You know what I mean? I don't know the details.
They're done by contracts, brother.
But what I'm saying is their belief system makes it so that they don't believe they can get it's taken serious, taking it from a different context. So when they do that, they mean that. Now, if you're talking to a secular person, now it becomes, oh, it's just a contract. Now it becomes, it's just this, it's just that, because
Right.
their mind state. So what I'm saying is we start comparing these things and we're not taking into context where it's coming from. And so what I'm saying
India has a 2% divorce rate, sir. 2%.
But India also has a fucking, you say what the fuck I say and shut up or sit over here. Like, that's different. That's what I'm saying. We got to look at context. It ain't like they have power to make another decision. most of the times, and this is another stat that people don't like to say.
Yeah, but
right?
American women are hard-headed, though.
But listen, if they had more opportunity, because the correlation, if we look at the statistics at least, the correlation is as we have become more quote unquote free, because we're still not free, but the quote unquote free, right? As people have more options, we start to see divorce increase, right? So now when it starts to say, like, we had this idea, we had a conversation, and it was about like, look, when you don't have a choice, when you have to, and you have someone else there to survive, you probably ain't gonna leave that because it's a necessity. And you were back in the day, you needed that. Most women needed husbands to survive. Okay, and I'm not gonna go into details, but that's just what it was. As now you have women to where they don't necessarily need you to live, literally, then now they don't necessarily have to stay in the shit that they feel is a bad situation. So what you see is more people exercising that. Now, that's not to say it's right.
Hey, cousin, when you compare the Amish,
No,
when you
I'm
compare the
saying-
Amish to Islam to Muslim men,
No,
you
I'm
know
saying
you're
think about
comparing 0.000, I don't know how many zeros, 1 versus us. You know that, right?
Well, no. What I was saying is, I know, I understand what you're saying. I agree. But what I'm saying is people will take a stat that was done on, let's just say, an Amish community and base it on religion. And then just say, see, their religion is this, that, and the third. And well, how come Christians can't do that? And I'm saying is when we start making comparisons like that, right, it doesn't make sense because how small an Amish community is. So if I was to compare that to Muslims, right, just like you said, if we compare Muslims to regular American, you know what I mean? Like, that's not a fair comparison. You get what I'm saying? And that's all I brought it up for, just to say that it's not a fair comparison because it's from different minds.
So, cousin, look, peep game. What I'm saying is, it's like
Let him finish his thought.
who's still talking? It's that Biggie guy that keep interrupting like everybody.
You
Is
too,
it
Lou.
him?
No, it's you that listen. It's you that keep interrupting everybody. You interrupt everybody.
Oh, so y'all want to lie because
No. Nobody's lying. Everybody is set back.
I'm about to go ahead and drop. I see what panel I'm on. Like, I don't do that
Absolutely.
weird
We
shit.
on the
I don't
adult
do the
panel.
weird
This
shit.
is the adult panel. where
I
we let
don't do that
everybody
weird
finish
shit
your-
at all.
I understand. Good luck on your journey. Yeah.
We are lacking things like honor, pride, duty, and we're talking about picking the wrong person. People used to have honor and pride and duty, and like you said, there was a responsibility in your community. There was an expectation for you to remain married, and the fact of survival. In today's society, I guess the biggest question is, why are people getting married? The actual reason. Do you really believe that marriage is a natural progression to a relationship? Just because you're boyfriend and girlfriend and y'all get along, so forth and so on, is marriage a true progression? Is that just a step? Is it just a step? If you view it as just the next step, okay, I can understand why the divorce rate is so high. Fucking crazy.
Right, that's a good point. I know how many people, it seemed like a couple of more people got on here since I was talking. Anybody else want to get in on this?
Well, I'm gonna say this, cousins. I see a lot of marriages still today for our people. I'm gonna just be honest with you. I mean, the divorce rate is high, but the divorce rate is high for all Western civilization. Race has nothing to do with the divorce rate these days. I'm gonna just be honest with you. But I still see, as far as us is concerned, I still run across more married couples than I do single people.
That's a blessing.
Maybe it's because I'm in the South. I don't know. But I'm just saying, I've been in multiple states out here, and I still see more married couples, especially 30 and up. Especially 30 and up. Now, I mean, have I seen, a few marriages, somebody might be on their second or third, yeah. But I still see people still today believe in marriage, still trying as a whole. Now, yeah, especially with the younger generations, there are probably a little bit more of them that are not. But even when they get older, I have a feeling that they gonna turn that corner. More than not.
Let me get Nay and then Lee. I ain't hear neither one of them talking their main thing. Them three just got in. Go ahead, Nay. What you got for us?
Okay, like, so I think, like, because they said, like, that's, like, why the divorce rates are so high now. But, like, I think because, one, like, some people don't value or, like, go by, like, what they said, like, their vows. Like, you said that, but you didn't mean it. Like, so why did you even get married? Like, that's what I don't get. Like, if you're not gonna go by it, then you're not ready for that. And, like, also, like, too, like, I just think, like, the divorce rate is so high also. Because people do too much before they even get there. Like, I don't know, but, like, this boyfriend girlfriend thing, like, if you doing so much and like y'all supposed to be getting married, then what else is there to do? Like, and like also, like, that's when people think that like people are going to change because y'all getting married. Like, no, like, if they not a good partner before, then why would you say yes? Like, so yeah, like I just think like it's multiple reasons why the divorce rate is so high though.
Okay. Go ahead, Lee, and then main thing. An open panel again.
Hey guys, how are y'all?
What's up? Yeah.
I just like wanted to say that it's kind of so like I seen like family members that's older than me in like marriages, including my mother. And I'll like give you guys like some deep information about me. Like my mother, my stepfather like cheated on her, and when he cheated on her, like she literally lost her mind, and she never was the same again. Like literally. And like y'all know, like with women, it's a lot. Like we go through postpartum, especially like sometimes when we have a baby, and so like everything with emotions get really crazy. And my thing is that like, okay, so also I'm seeing this now that through rich or poor, through anything, I don't know like what anything is because I don't know. Like some people say, even though your man cheat on you, that you should stay with him. And I just feel like for me personally, like I can't do that. And I don't know, like I feel like if you're getting married, I guess the Christian way, then you're supposed to have one partner. You know what I'm saying? And I feel like a lot of people they getting married Christian traditional and they just not upholding their behalf. And yeah, it's a thing like, oh, stay together and stuff. But it's like I feel like sometimes some people might not care to stay together or they're just reckless or not like, thinking right with their actions and the things that they do in a marriage.
All right, so we answering the first one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I think we don't fight. I think we don't
First in
fight
the
for it.
purple. I'm sorry. We're answering
Yeah,
the first.
that's right.
The purple.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
right.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Appreciate you, cousin. Why don't we fight for marriage as a whole? I think because that's a tough mission to accomplish for a lot of people. I think when you're trying to sit up here and do things God way, it's hard to sit up here and take on that challenge. I think a lot of people don't want to fight for marriage because a lot of people, excuse my voice, y'all. A lot of people sitting up here taking relationships or the people that they get in relationship as a joke. So you can't even get to the process of getting married. And the ones that do get to the process of marriage, their marriage don't last long because a lot of people love come with conditions. A lot of people aren't genuine people like they say they are. It's like you will literally get with your spouse based off the surface level base of things. Like, oh, he's a provider, he's a protector. Oh, she's feminine, she's fit. And it's like, do you love her past that shit? Like, it's like some people I just be listening to and it's just like, okay, if she wasn't fit, would you still love him? If he wasn't a provider, would you still love him? Because this shit sound like conditional love to me. A straight transactional. That's exactly what it sounds like. Because it sounds like too many people are sitting up here trying to tell a person how to love them, how to sit up here and be a part of their life, what they should and should not be doing, how they should actually be moving. And that's what's really ruining a lot of relationships that's actually trying to get to marriage. Because I think everybody want marriage, but nobody want to put in the work to get there. I'm a land.
Somebody which one of my moms got me on the mind break?
Since we want to talk about it, because since she did such a smooth landing, thank you for flying with Kev Airlines. Shit. Y'all can go ahead on and touch that screen. Just touch it, okay? If you want to be married, touch the screen. If you don't like marriage, touch the screen. Matter of fact, if you don't like Kev, just hit him in the face. Right there on the screen. You can just tap the screen and act like he ain't tripping. Because it's going to give him some likes. We need the likes that keep the algorithm going. I know that y'all hate hearing that, but that's really what this is right? This is a good message. We're going to have a good conversation tonight. The people on the panel is they dropping jewels. So you can pick them up and get some nice jewelry on yourself. So go on. That's all we want is a couple of likes. And if you don't mind, you can go ahead and share this to get the message out to anybody else that you know. If you want to get up on this panel, I think there's a spot, but you can't get on that panel in this spot unless you touch the screen a couple of times. Now, if you do it real quick for about a good 35 seconds or something, it'll be a little bar that come up. It'll be a little pink bar on the top. And then you just do it a couple of more seconds. And then when you stop, it'll be some confetti and shit. It'll congratulate you, make you feel good. You know what I'm saying? It'll be good for you. Don't even trip. Everything is good when you touch the screen. That's the whole point. Likes make the world go round. We like you. Like us back. And I think Kev has got a YouTube channel, a YouTube page he's trying to get cracking. Go on and follow him on that. If you're not following everybody on the panel, go ahead and do so. I think everybody up here makes great content off of this. So that would be something that you might want to if you enjoy the conversation. And that's something that y'all can do. You can also subscribe if you are on Kev's team. You know what I'm saying? It's a good team to be on. You know what I'm saying? We about 187-0. So we got a good record. You know what I mean? You might want to join. You might want to join. If you're going to get on the squad, get on this one. And if you already joined before, this is an everyday thing. You can join it every time the live starts. So I didn't know that. I just learned that myself. So you can go ahead on and join again. But other than that, we're going to continue. I think it's open panel. If anybody else had anything to add on to the last, I guess the last point. It was landing so smooth, I don't think nobody should have nothing to add. But if you do.
I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question. For the people that aren't married or the people that want to get married, when in relationships with people, do you treat your relationship as if it's a glimpse of your marriage, or like, do you guys stay together? Like, you know, like in a living situation, do you live with each other? Or like, how does that work? Like, how are relationships structured these days? Is my question.
Shit. Well, okay. So I'm gonna say it depends. I date with intention, so I don't really believe in wasting my time personally myself. I am already established, so I don't believe in living with the person unless the intentions of marriage is going to be there. Um, Certain provisions don't come with me until I feel like the relationship is secured the way I want it. So, you know, but I would say with each case is different. But for me, it's about intent.
Hmm. I think I asked that question because I hear a lot of people saying like, you live the Christian way and do all of that, and to each his own with religion. I don't get into people's
Oh,
background with religion.
well, I'm not Christian,
No,
so
no.
um,
So I just whatever people's religion is what their religion is. That's all I'm saying. But I just
right.
think of
Well, I get
right how
that.
things are
But I
structured.
do think whether if it's a religion or not, if you're looking at getting married, there is a certain way that it should go about, and a lot of it deals with like respect
Mhm.
and intention. You know, as long as both parties have the intention on marriage and their focus is on the right thing, I think things just line up the way that they're supposed to.
So for me,
Like
I'm
how that's what I just don't do.
I'm
That's
sorry, say
all.
that again.
That's all I was saying. I was saying I didn't feel like
yeah.
Okay.
I feel like in a relationship you shouldn't play house. And you shouldn't play house because you don't have that being a boyfriend and a girlfriend is different from being a husband and a wife. They're two different entities,
I
Relationships
agree.
you can
Yeah.
walk away from, marriages you just can't. Like, I mean, you can if you want to, but usually you just can't walk
Right.
away
Yeah.
from it. And I think people need to structure their relationships a little bit differently. Stop treating your man as if he your hubby or your wifey. If that's not your husband or your wife, it just is what it is. And you don't get caught up in the delusion of I've been with him so long, so now I am his wife type of deal. You know what I'm saying? Unless it's solidified, that means you don't get the same access you would to me as a girlfriend you would as a wife. It's completely different entities. And the thing is that people are so comfortable in that situation. Why go to the marriage? The relationship good. It's good like this. It's good just like this. Why should we change anything? So guess what? Your intent could be great, but shit, people change.
So for me, I mean, I'm engaged now, and so I think for me, it's not about marriage.
Okay.
Okay, it's not that is nothing but a title. Period.
Hmm.
We can talk all this other stuff about it means this and means that. That bullshit. It's a title. It means nothing. The commitment is what's important. And I think that people kind of get it, like we put this on a pedestal as if what marriage is going to do is going to be, it's going to improve taxes. It's going to improve certain litigation things if something were to happen to us. There's some tax benefits, and that's it. Because nothing happens in our relationship any different. So when we get married, it's not going to be all of a sudden we're married now. Oh, we treat each other differently. No, it is what it is, right? But here's again, like you said, it is the intention, right? Because I know that regardless if we never got married, this is my person.
Right.
Or it's gonna be me and her against the world and fuck y'all forever. It don't matter. This is what we gonna do. The marriage is just another cog in the wheel. A marriage is because I think that, in my opinion, the life's mission is to find your joy, right? Because the inner joy, that means that you found your peace. That means that you know yourself. That means that you found your mission. That means that you found your purpose. All of a sudden, when you get through all of that, you will have joy. And once you have that joy, now you're at the pinnacle of life, right? That's just my belief. So with that being said, marriage is just part of the path into finding that joy. It requires that you have to put in work. It requires that you have to find the right person to put in that work with. A lot of people, we say it all the time, but put in the right work for the wrong person, right? That ain't never gonna work out. And so this is what's gonna end up happening. But that don't mean that you say, I don't try, or you know what I mean? That means that you now have to work on yourself so you can vet better. But at the end of the day, I think that the marriage itself is just, especially here in America, when you get married, that is for your legal purposes. That is for some taxes. That's going to be some other things when you get older. You got beneficiaries or you got children. You know what I mean? That is what
Disagree,
marriage is
cousin. So
beneficial
what
for.
about the natives that get married here that don't get those tax benefits because they're not a part of the system?
Well, I mean,
What about the
but
Amish that get married that are also not a part of the system?
but
What about your sovereign
but they
citizens, which is
they
an
get
oxymoron, that gets married that doesn't have those same benefits?
they get the same
Sometimes,
benefits
no,
in
they
their
don't.
system.
No, sir, they
In
don't. No, they
their
don't.
Biggie,
Oh,
in
oh,
their
oh,
system.
okay.
I don't give a fuck what system you want to bring up. It's the same shit. If you in American system, you do it American way. If you in the Amish system, you do it the Amish way. You're in a Native American system, you're gonna do it the Native American way. And
Yeah,
that's
but
marriage
it's
is gonna
not
give you
about
that
tax
same.
benefits and
I said
system.
American way. If you living in
Yeah, but
America,
natives
if you
literally
live
get
in,
married for the union, though. It has nothing to do with a system.
okay,
There's no benefits to
it's
it
no
outside
benefits.
of the union. Outside of the union is the benefit. I'm just saying,
Right?
some of us believe that you don't need the now the government shit. I'm with you. That's bullshit. I'm no doubt. But for some of us, the ceremony, the actual thing that makes you my wife, is a big difference than just this is my girlfriend and she'll be my woman forever because that's just how we feel at this time.
What is it?
All I'm saying is the commitment
That's
is
right.
different.
The
The
commitment
commitment
is
is
what I was
different.
saying, right? The commitment. So look, that's what I'm saying. But I
But
said,
the marriage makes the commitment for some people.
but then they're fucked up. That's
Not
wrong.
necessarily. That's
Because if you gotta
not
look,
fucked up, but
listen.
that's their belief.
But you're not hearing what I'm saying, and they're destined to fail. That's the problem. We're talking about the problems,
People that
right?
have been married for 30, 40, 50 years based
Then
off
I
of that.
guarantee you that marriage did not make them commit. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. We want to talk about semantics and keep going back and forth, but what I'm telling you is, if marriage, if you say this, that me signing this petition, me signing this contract, and me saying that now I do, now from this particular moment that I signed my name, now I'm going to be committed. Bullshit. What I'm saying is the commitment happens before the marriage. And if it doesn't, it is destined to fail. That is what statistics say. That is what history has told us, period. There's no arguing that. We see it. But if you are committed to your partner, then that paper don't mean shit. It's because you are committed to that partner through thick and thin. That's what I'm saying. I understand what you mean, and I agree. But I'm saying that if you are, we're talking about the benefits of a marriage, only benefits will happen, as far as I'm concerned, is going to be for tax purposes. I'll give you one example, then I'll land.
Right, but that's what you said for your concern. And I'm just
But
saying
for
there's
most
others
people
who
in
look at it
America,
differently.
bro, we in America where we live in a capitalist society. Okay, so for the majority
Not
of
all
people,
of us, but yeah,
for
you're
the
right.
majority of people, okay, the overwhelming majority, as a matter of fact, when you get married, there are certain benefits that come with it legally. And that's what I'm saying. Your commitment isn't going to change, but your legal status real. And what I'm saying is, so if I was to work if I work at a plant, okay, and I'm married, right? This just happened to one of my nephews, his wife, whatever. Her dad married a lady. They got divorced, but when he got married to her, he was working at the plant. Then he got his pension and the whole thing. When he passed, his new wife didn't get any of that pension. She didn't get any of those benefits, because on that paperwork, it was his first wife, and the way they wrote it, that's what was legally binding. So even if they divorced, she was always going to get that money, right?
Unless he
That's
took
what a
her
legal,
off.
but
Right.
that is what a
That's on
legal
him for not
paperwork
taking her off.
does. But I'm just saying, so what I'm saying is that when we get married here, there are a couple of legal benefits, but if you don't have the commitment before that, it means nothing. You get what I'm saying? And that's all
But
I was
not
trying
if
to
you
get
and your
to.
spouse is making six figures. It's not a tax break for you guys like that. Sometimes you end up owing. Like, it's not always the
Right,
benefit
and that's all I was
taxes.
saying.
Like,
Saying the
it
tax
ain't.
bracket and
Well,
stuff.
I mean, but only
I
like 8% of people are making that. So I mean, what are we talking about?
No,
I get you, but
actually
we ain't talking about
17%.
okay, well,
Not
17.
8,
So,
17.
all right, well, 73% of people ain't talking about this. So I think that's the overwhelming majority of people we can say that this just don't apply to. I'm just saying when we talk about, because it's hard to talk in generalities because we know it's always an exceptions, it's always different things, but we got to try to say majority, and I would just say that, but anyway, I'll let somebody get in. I've been talking too long.
Get nameless in. She the newest one.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So I came in because Leah was in here, but I was listening to Cousin's point of view. I don't know if anybody is married on this panel, but I am married.
I'm married.
I think it's very simple. Marriage is a covenant, and that is what it is. It's nothing more, nothing less. It's two or more people making an agreement. The synonym to that is a covenant. It is under God or whoever you want to put it under. It is an agreement made and bared witness by the public between two people who are consenting to be faithful and devout and loyal to only them. Yes, you can get taxes. Yes, you can get all the benefits and all that other stuff, but there are other things that can be taken away just as fast. Nothing changes. It depends on who's making more money. It depends on what state you're living in. That is not necessarily true. I'm not going to say that it's your anecdotal point of view, so I'm not going to take that away from you. But I just turned 30. I've been with my husband for 10 years. I met him and he was a jailbird. This man now is he has no record. He makes over 6 figures, and I don't work at all. I go to school. I hang out, like right now I'm on TikTok because I don't have anything to do. I'm up late at night. But there is a loyalty to what marriage is, and I don't think that there's anything more or less. There may be a government official over it now, but marriage has been alive way longer than religion. First off, if you look it up, marriage is a covenant. It is agreement. It is a honor, an unspoken honor of devout loyalty that only two people or more who are in that covenant can understand. That is what marriage is. It is a covenant. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't really have anything more to say, but that's what I wanted to add to it.
I'm gonna say this, that everybody need to understand, when I don't care if you're in a regular relationship, that regular relationship will determine if your wife stages. Well, if your ass ain't showing wifely shit in the beginning, what makes you think that you're wife material? You gonna come off to a man like you ain't wife material. You making shit sound good. You ain't really because I think it's very important to sit up here to show a person in the beginning stages if you even qualify to be a wife or a husband. Because if you could walk out on your relationship in the beginning, right, that is already letting the man that you see a potential husband in, that's letting him know, hey, if I give her this ring, she gonna walk out with the ring. So I think the beginning stages is the most important stages. It's gonna determine whether a person gonna sit up here and pop the question or not pop the question. And I feel like the people that sit up here and you expect a person to sit up here and just really deal with your ways, that's not how life goes. I think it's important to show that you got a good attitude, that you are, you can talk through things in your relationship. This is why people feel like they got set up in the marriage. Oh, I don't know who this person was. I don't know who this is in my house. It's because you ain't see the person in all four stages, in all stages of life. You got to understand, people gonna change, whether it's before the marriage or after the marriage. They definitely gonna outgrow a lot of things in life. You will not stay the same, and you got to learn to love the version of the person that they're showing you, because that's still a part of who they are, no matter what they decide to change themselves into. It's, you have a choice.
So check it out. Some people need to be at a desk in order to work. Some people need to be in a library in order to really study. That's the mindset part of it. So that's the part where I agree with Biggie. The part that I don't agree, and where I agree with Cousin B, is this. Once I commit to you, whether it's boyfriend or girlfriend or marriage, I cannot become any more committed. That is what commitment means. Once I commit to you, doesn't matter if we go through a process of a ceremony, a legal contract, or whatever, I can't commit to you anymore. In other words, I stand in my integrity. So either I'm going to be with you or I'm not. It's just some people are fake and phony, and they can't really survive. They can't take that pressure.
Pressure break pipes. Nate, you said you wanted to respond.
Yes, like I agree like with what you said. Like, but I don't know, like I just don't think like we should be doing like actually doing like like wife like things. Like I don't know. Like it's like the qualities like you should be showing, like, oh, you're kind, like you can talk stuff out, stuff like that. Like, because I'm not gonna be over here like cleaning up no boyfriend house, and like, no, he needs to be cleaning his own house.
Well, you
Cause if,
gotta understand, that when it comes to things like that, if you living with somebody, you gotta understand that the main important thing is to show if you're a good man or a good woman to the person that you're with. At the end of the day, it's not all about just showing them that you got wife quality. It's all about showing what kind of person are you. Like, 'cause you still an individual. You still have to give a person the understanding or just clarity on who they truly are dealing with. Because if you're literally sitting in a relationship and you're like not trying to communicate properly, you're always catching attitudes, you're always over talking your partner, then they already have an understanding when it comes to conversation. Hey, I can't talk to you about everything because you know she a hothead. When I'm talking, I notice that she likes to overtalk. She don't know how to get somebody let somebody get their point of view, or without feeling offended, and the people forget that you could still have wife quality, but you still, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, they're not just judging are you capable of being their wife. They're just judging off you. Are you just capable of being a decent good human being to them?
Hey, Nate, let me ask you a question.
I want to say that. Go ahead.
Let me ask you a question real quick, Nate. If you and your quote-unquote boyfriend was out at the movies, y'all walking hand in hand, and a guy slaps you on the ass, at the moment when your boyfriend goes to check that dude or beat him up or whatever he does, those are husbandly duties. You see how that works?
Right.
yes.
No, you gotta wait till they marry first and then do the same thing. It's like, no.
But I was just about to say also to you, Nate, that even if you sitting up here cleaning up his house, you have the understanding that you ain't even his wife yet. It just let him know, hey, you actually a clean woman. You don't care what environment you in. You just naturally like to be clean, whether it's his house or your house. You like to just keep things looking a certain way. That's why when men get with women, they be like, oh, ain't nothing like a woman's touch. You know why they say that? Because when you become their woman, it's like, damn, she makes this house feel like a home. He paying bills in that motherfucker, but that don't mean it feels like home to him.
I guess I just don't agree with living with people. I just don't. I think that he can see that if he comes over to your house that you're clean and that you're well kept and all of that, and you can see how he lives. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that you should want to go and clean up your boyfriend's home, because guess what? Then you're gonna be cleaning up after your husband. So I think it's good to see people in their own environments. I think it's good to see how he handles himself. I think it's good to notice his relationship with his mother, how he treats her, how he speaks to her. Because if he doesn't pour into her like that, well, and that's who gave him life, then he gonna treat you the same way. He's gonna be disrespectful, and you can't excuse certain things. I think people don't look at the red flags; they look past them. So it's just a lot of things. I don't agree with that, but to each his own. I don't believe in playing house. I just don't.
But that's what makes people set themselves up in life for failure. My God, Kev.
I think setting yourself up for failure.
Hold on. Because Kev been trying to say something. Go ahead, Kev. You got the floor.
Oh, dang, I didn't even know y'all was even looking, because I was like, dang, I'm trying to see if I can squeeze in. I swear I don't even be saying that much for real. I just be like, man. But because I want to get Leah into it, like she wanted to say something after. But I was about to say, because that is an interesting one. I think we was talking about that before. I don't think, I was saying that you will see another side too. And in general, yes, you will see different things when you start living with somebody that is a whole nother. Figure a lot of them out before getting with somebody. Because like I even use that for example, like you can know your mother, you can know brothers and sisters for years, but it's still different when you move in. I mean, that's just how that is. You know what I'm saying? You be getting tired of a person and all this other stuff. But I still ain't gonna recommend people to live with each other. They don't have to do that. But I do say, like, because I never understood, they say like wifely things, and the only thing I would say or it's like that is like, don't get the buns up. That's stuff I think that should be saved for marriage. That's that's one of the main things. But other things, like just like what main thing was saying, a lot of those things they got to be shown. And then like he said, if you want to go over there and clean up, he ain't got to clean, because he should be clean his dang on stuff, but he ain't got. But I'm just saying, if it it's like a little different. If you want to just show a little something about what he's gonna be geared with, because I'm not big on that, because if I think about it, that surprise stuff. Oh, cool, I got married now. Bye. This I wanted to show you I can do this. I would just give you a piece of what I can do and all that stuff. So like, why not show a person what they're gonna be dealing with? You know what I'm saying? So it's like, why be fake and then wait for a paper you sign, and then you like, I can go all in now. And sometimes that end up being a reverse effect. As soon as you sign that paper, they be even worse. So it's like, like I said, it come with a very good vetting and stuff. I will recommend people just, be how you feel, like how you gonna be in a marriage without the smacks. Let me keep throwing that in there, without the smacks and stuff. And not living. You don't got to live with each other. You don't have to do that. But it's just like, you just want to be able to know what you're getting yourself into. That's my whole thing. You want to be able to know what you're getting yourself into, because it's like, I don't know. It's like, why I gotta be a special moment as soon as you sign that paper? It shouldn't. Me myself, I don't think it should be a difference. It shouldn't be that much of a difference when you sign a paper and before, if you really invested into somebody. I feel like that's kind of fake. A little bit. I'm not gonna. It's like I be hearing this thing like somebody saying, You don't deserve all my femininity. I'm gonna wait until." What the heck? I don't know about that. Like, it's either you a feminine or not. Either you a genuine person or you not. It's like, I don't think it should be no special person for you to sit here and wait to be. I'm gonna be me now. What? I don't know. That's just crazy to me. The more I just be thinking about that, because I'm gonna show a person who I am from the beginning. But I think some people vetting is just weak. That's just what it is. They don't want to say that. When you're vetting weak and then you scared that somebody's going to, switch up. No, they ain't really switch up. You just was impatient. You rushed. Some people just rush and didn't give it time before you even try to marry this person. You're supposed to be like within their times, go out with each other, invest in that one person. I don't even think you got to date multiple people. You don't got to do all that, because that means you still lost. You don't really know what you want. Take time to yourself so you know what you want. Pay attention to, like they said, the red flags and all. You don't got to ask for it and tell people your red flags so they can start turning into a chameleon and start doing it. No, you just be observant of it and see if you can be able to deal with this person. Don't go in there with the intentions of hoping a person gonna change either. That's another thing people do. Oh man, that little bit of stuff, but it might change, or it might even change when I throw a ring on it or something like that. That don't work on that. That's why people get hurt too. That's why people be getting mad at marriage itself, because they lack of vetting and their lack of observation, and then they get mad at the whole marriage because of them. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you're not ready for it, if you don't know what you want and all this stuff, don't do it. I mean, everybody, it's not for everybody in general sometimes, and it's not for everybody at the moment either. But everybody just look at other people and swear that they got them powers like them. No, some people have to really put in that work. It might look easy because we look on the outside, but and also I would say this, I don't think, I think any situation you put yourself in, it can be as easy as you make it, just like a regular job. Because I also hear because I hear some people that say marriage is hard. Some people actually say that it can make life even easier. It just depend on the point of view and stuff, and how much you and your partner probably cannot work on the same accord. That's probably what's gonna make it hard. But you select that partner. You know what I'm saying? So I think it just depends on how you just you bring order to it, and just really how you view it. You're gonna have challenging moments. I think that's anything in life. You're gonna have challenging moments, but I don't think, if everybody know how to work it out, it'd become easier and stuff, just like life itself though. But yeah, this what happened when I don't say nothing for a long time. But
But they think, okay, so if they like a bad partner before, like not a good boyfriend or girlfriend, then I don't know what makes people think because they get like a ring or something that I don't know
manipulation.
that that's gonna make them magically change. No, that's just going to make them like a horrible wife or husband.
Manipulation, yeah. And then they try to force somebody like, now we married, this is that. No, that just don't work. That's why they get hurt every last single time. That's why I made a post recently, like, if you still think marriage is the paper, because I had to grow and realize it ain't just that. If you still think it's the paper in the ring, don't get married. That's what I'm telling people now. You know what I'm saying? Because it's like, it's way deeper than just that. And that's the problem. People really think, I was miserable, but when I get married, it's gonna take my misery away. That really don't work like that. Or when I get married, they're gonna be more serious with me now. I think we think about the wrong things and it don't work. And we get hurt about our own expectations. So now that I got that, I know we gonna take it serious. If it take you to be serious, more serious, writing on a contract, you done wrote a contract of now I'm gonna be serious. That's the problem. You know what I'm saying? There ain't no paper gonna save that. It's just not. You gotta, these things you really have to. That's why I recommend, both sides need to show themselves. You know what I'm saying? And have very good observation if they stick into who they really is, because it really shouldn't be that much of a change. You know what I'm saying? Until you start getting in that bed. But that's a whole other thing though. So that shouldn't be that most important though. Oh, huh?
But you is right. You are right. It is fake because it's like.
Or like you right after leave, because I still supposed to let her win. Go ahead, man.
Like who are you really presenting to me? If it's not authentically you. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like it doesn't make sense, because if you're just saying, "Oh, I'm gonna wait till you give me a reason to be feminine," it's like, so that means you're not feminine. Like, I don't know. I just think people ain't genuine, like I said.
People scared though. They also scared. It's a defense mechanism. They like, no, I'm not about to do all that because the last person I did this with, they manipulated me. They hurt me, so I'm not gonna do that. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna really wait and then see. But it's also a defense mechanism. That's something I noticed though. But I think if you confident in who you are and your vetting and you confident on your selection and you got your boundaries down, you ain't gonna be scared like that for real. But people just, like I said, people rush into things that they're not ready for, and that's the problem. But go ahead, Leah. I think go ahead with Leah. Then we're gonna get Warlock in. I don't know if it looked like Mama had unmuted. I'm not sure if she want to say something too. But go ahead, Leah.
Hey, so I wanted to add on to what she just was saying because I agree with her because like growing up, watching my mother like, finding my stepfather and getting married to her, and also coming from a Christian household, growing up like cleaning the house, cooking, everything like as a little girl, my mom is like teaching me, like, oh, you're gonna do this, and this is what you have to do, and then also like reading the Bible and going through it and seeing certain stuff. Like, I agree, and I really feel like that is the right way because I feel like first of all, you should not be really dating the person that you don't see yourself marrying in the first place, and I feel like it is a prep. You should be going to go ahead and get married. And yes, I feel like you shouldn't be, just doing anything with anyone, and you shouldn't be playing household with just anyone. The person that you're getting prepped to get married should be the one that you're basically getting prepped to do everything with. So I do feel like, there is responsibilities that you do need to take, and like how I do agree with Kevin, you do need to like show yourself of like, what y'all about to do, what y'all about to get into, and basically, I agree with Kevin and she.
All right, what you got for us, Warlock? And if y'all wanted to say
Which
something,
one?
just put your hands up so I know. Cause I'll be trying to pay attention to so much stuff at one time.
Which one are y'all on? Because I had to bounce for a minute.
I thought it was something that you heard that you want to. Otherwise, we just starting off
Oh
with
no,
the.
it is. I'm just wondering if y'all had touched any of the
We
prompts
did
yet.
the beginning. We just was kind of saying our
Right, first one, why don't we take
the purple
okay.
one? Yeah.
All right. So, all right, I'm gonna touch on this because I often hear a lot of people talk about you shouldn't do wifely duties if you're not a wife. But the majority of the people that I hear say that have already done it. You either have already been fucking, or you already got a goddamn child. So how you gonna come into something saying you shouldn't do wifely duties when you've done two of the major ones already? How the hell you gonna say that? But I digress. In reference to this marriage thing, and I don't see a problem with marriage. I see a problem with honesty. I see a problem with people actually taking time to, as they say, quote unquote, vet somebody. Nobody wants to take that time. Everybody thinks, well, I'm gonna date this person for 3, 4, 5 freaking years. I'm gonna live with them for 2, 3, or 4 years, and then I'll make up my decision. But we know we got people that's lived together and all of that shit longer than that. My question is this. Gonna culminate all this together. If you're not doing wifely duties, or you're gonna date somebody for however freaking long, right? When you finally get married, what the fuck do you have to look forward to? What is going to be absolutely new?
Exactly.
So my whole thing is, it's like you've learned just about everything you can learn about a person in that whatever amount of time you've dated them. You've already had all of the tough questions answered, I hope, because if you didn't, then if your marriage fails because you find out some new shit, that's a you fucking problem. It's not ours. It's not the other person's problem. That's a you problem. So when you get married, you go on your honeymoon. The only thing that's going to be new is maybe the trip, if you can afford to go on a trip. There's nothing going to be new that you're going to freaking explore about their bodies because 8 times out of 10, you've already done that. You may not even be able to go on a trip by your damn self because you might have to take your kids because the grandparents may say, hell with you, you made them, you watch them. So to do all of these things before you get freaking married, what is going to be freaking new to you? It's supposed to be the start of a new freaking journey as one, as a couple, but you've done damn near everything already. So instead of actually still having this butterfly, quote unquote butterfly feeling in your stomach that, hey, I have a wife. This is a new journey. This, that, and the other. Now you got to start all this shit all over again. You got to find new and exciting things to do. When all you had to really do is pay attention and listen. You say you don't want to do wifely duties. Don't. Don't do them before you get freaking married. You're gonna tell somebody, I'm not doing wifely duties, but you coming into the goddamn marriage all banged out and maybe with a couple kids. What sense does that make? Somebody please tell me. I'm waiting. I'm gonna go on mute on that
one. It's more than marriage is about being able to communicate, because you can't solve anything if you can't even communicate with your partner. And that's most of the problem in a lot of marriages that I see, my friends and things of that nature, is that they don't communicate. You tell your homegirls what the problem is. You tell your mom, you tell your cousins, you tell your sisters and brothers, but you don't tell the person that you're actually committed to. And in my marriage, that's what we focus on, being able to talk to one another about our problems, talk to one another to work it out, talk to one another to be able to figure things out, to figure out how to progress, to figure out where, I may have went wrong, he may have went wrong, without all of the emotion behind it. And when people learn how to do that, I just feel like that you have more successful marriages. Because if you could communicate, then you can communicate about finance, you can communicate about romance, you can communicate about dating each other, you can communicate about almost everything, and you can fix your problems that way. But if you are just showing him that you will be good to him, it gets you nowhere, because honestly, you guys don't know how you're going to fix your fix your problems. How do you communicate to one another in times of despair? How are you the solace? How are you the peace? How do you bring peace to a situation? Can't you bring peace to a situation, or are you giving him what the rest of the world is giving him? And it's you have to be selfless in your marriage. That's what you have to be. It's more than just, it's my boyfriend, my girl, because you can walk away from that. It's not really a commitment unless you have children. Then it's an obligation to take care of. But in a marriage, when you sign up for that shit, if you can't talk to your person, this shit gonna get lost in translation, and there's no value in that, right?
I want to say, I feel like you would be dating a lot of people if you're basically not dating to settle down.
I'm married, so I'm not dating anybody at this time. My husband.
Okay, I'm not saying specifically you, but that's
I'm
like
just
my opinion.
I'm like, yeah, I'm dating my husband. That's the only person I'm dating. But
Yeah, because I don't know, like, I feel like if you're just, not, I don't know, the way you were saying is like kind of, I don't know. I feel like being like kind of showing how you can be is caring. That's like care. That's like showing who you are. I feel like that's what keeps everything. But I feel like if you're not, or like hiding yourself away, how do you keep the relationship so that you can get married?
so if you don't communicate with them, how do you know who you're marrying? If you're not able to discuss hard things with them, or how do you know the person that you're marrying? How do you know his triggers? How do you know? You know what I'm saying? How do you know when he happy and when he not happy if he don't communicate with you? I think
communication is important.
Right. I think that communication, maybe we have to, that it seems like that's the problem with all relationships, right? Any relationship that doesn't work, is the main culprit is communication. Right. So this could be friends, this could be, brothers, sisters, family members, whatever. Y'all don't communicate, that's when the shit go bad. But when in a marriage, I think, at least from my experience, sometimes the stigma that's put on it, sometimes there's added pressures that we put on it ourselves, like it means more, and it's this, that, and we kind of psych ourselves out instead of just being who we are, living the best life that you can live, understanding that if you're committed to this person and you're trying to do the best for this person, they're trying to do the best for you, y'all gonna make it happen. Work on your communication, and it's gonna work out because you want it to work out. Like, that's your intention. But if your intention is to bounce, you're gonna find any reason to bounce. That's human nature, right? And I think a lot of times, like we've been saying, everybody's kind of been saying it, you know, there's status involved. Some people do it just because they want that title, and they really don't want to put the work in that's gonna take to fix it or to make it happen, right? And if you look at that, everything in their life is that way. Any of their relationships are that way. If some people are married for, I get this money from him, he gets this, blah, 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 it's transactional. If you look at their life, that's how they live their life, transactional, in all their relationships. There's parallels to how we live. And my thing is, we shouldn't be worried about if I do this or I don't do this before or after. You should just be you. You know what's right. You know what you, if you do something and you know that you're doing too much, you know that. You know what I mean? Like, we all know when we over here doing too much, and we know that we out of our frame, or we know that we're trying to, be somebody that we're not, or we lose ourselves. And I think that if we just be authentic, stop lying to ourselves, it's hard to lie to anybody else, right? And so then that communication, it starts to be better, because now we always hear that word vet, right? And we start making better decisions because we know that we're not lying to ourselves. So we don't get caught in trying to be somebody that we're not. And then you start looking at things in a more, reality base. And I think when you start doing that, then you realize, okay, our relationship is going to advance the way it's going to advance, right? That means that when there's a natural progression, you start taking this person seriously, you start seeing them as somebody that you can live the rest of your life with, you start acting accordingly. Now, you just talk about bigger things, right? Now it's bigger plans. But you still talk to them as a boyfriend or a girlfriend. You still talk to them about what's your future plans, what you want to do. You're still talking about it, but you're not in depth, because that's not somebody you taking serious. As you start taking them serious, now we start getting a little more in depth. That's how it changes. The complexity changes, but your commitment, once you say that you're committed to somebody, it should not be now, well, because I'm married, I can't leave. You should have that same idea. If you're committed, you will feel that way before you're married. You get what I'm saying? And that was my whole point. It's like the marriage, yes, it does. Because I think Biggie and I will agree with you on this. When I didn't understand what you were saying at first, when I first heard it, as I thought about it, when you said that a lot of people need to feel that title or have that to kind of push them, I get that. I agree with that. Okay. And so I understand that once that marriage, quote unquote, hits in, a lot of people take it more seriously. Now a lot of men, right? We get pushed. We will start to push for more in life once we get married, because we feel like we got something to work for, or we feel, and I get that. There is that is a real thing. And so I didn't want to come off like I didn't understand what you were saying on that. I kind of didn't hear it at first, but thinking about it, hearing everybody, let me refresh that perspective that I said, and because had to think about it. I do understand that, and so for a lot of people, maybe that marriage, once they get that title, it does push them into another realm. But I think ideally, it shouldn't, because once you find that person and you say that you're committed to them, the title shouldn't matter. But I'll just land on that, and somebody can get in and touch on it if you want to.
I want to take something back a little bit. And this may or may not connect to what the hell we're saying. I was just thinking about this when we were talking about marriage just now. Today, one of my boys that I coached that are in high school, I saw him today. He came around today. Usually he's not in town. But he came to me and he had this big grin on his face and he was laughing his ass off. And I was like, what's up? I know I didn't gain weight. Shut the hell up. That was the first thing I knew he was going to say, but that wasn't. We sat down and we talked for a minute. He said, Coach E, he said, you know the girl's on me right now, right? I was like, yeah. He said, it was this one chick that really wanted to be on me. But when I told her I wasn't having intercourse, she asked me, was I gay? And he said, no, I just don't want you because you're not the type of woman that I'm looking for. He said, he said, do you know? He said a couple of weeks later, some of the guys in the school all caught something from this one girl because that's what she does. A couple of my other boys that go to the same school said that she approached them too. I said that to say this, and Kev and Cousin, you know I often say this. When I'm here on TikTok, depending on most times, I'm talking with you guys and ladies. I'm talking with you as adults. But I'm talking to my boys and a few girls and the parents that follow me here on TikTok. Not to discourage them, but to try to give them lessons on what to look for, how to deal with this situation. Because our teenagers and our preteens are dealing with a hell of a lot more bullshit than we as adults deal with on a daily basis. They deal with a whole lot more temptation. And a lot of times we harden their minds towards certain things before they even really have a chance to experience it. And the way that we harden their minds is we only give them half the story. And it's usually the horrific side of the story. You rarely hear married people that have had good relationships speak up on it. It's always basically the horror stories. Women ain't shit, the guys suck, or whatever. That's what we hear damn near all the time. Probably even this time of night, you can probably have 30 people doing lives. I guarantee you at least 20 of them on that motherfucker. Somebody's talking bad about the other gender. We need to tell them the whole story. If we actually care about them, the way that a lot of people say they do, we need to tell them the entire story. Not just the part that makes us look good. Not that we was in 10 relationships and 10 women fucked us over or 10 dudes fucked us over, and not take our share of where we fucked up at. Because I don't know of anybody, and there may be, but I don't know of them that have been in several different relationships and the other person was always the fucked up person. I don't. If you do, congratulations, but I guarantee you it's an extremely minute percentage. That's why I was over here smiling and laughing. But I digress. I'm going back on mute.
Yeah, really, it ain't for the weak. I don't think no relationship is for the weak. And I think also that nobody has ever been right after their first heartbreak. That's why I truly believe nobody has truly healed after their first heartbreak. Because a lot of people sit up here and be like, oh, I healed. But then you sit up here and still talk down on that ex. If you were so healed, you wouldn't even have anything negative to say about the person you dated. It would be like, you would be like, it is what it is, and understand things. Hey, the relationship ain't work out. Thanks for the experience. I am moving on to bigger and better. A lot of people don't know how to do that because it's a lot of immature and low vibration type of people.
I think if we gonna start there and we gonna keep it 100, then the first relationship that a lot of women need to heal from is the relationship with their fathers and the absence of their fathers. And guess what? So that's your first relationship. Your mother and your father is your first relationships. They're your first examples of how you're gonna treat the other person. They teach you how by their examples. If your mama wasn't no good, then that's the example that you have of the woman. So she's training, she's teaching you. So some people need to allow themselves to heal from that before they get with somebody else, because certain things become triggers in relationships when you're unhealed. So not just the first heartbreak. The first heartbreak could come from, you know what I'm saying, your absent parent. And my point in saying all of this is that sometimes the examples are not there. How do you value a marriage when you've never seen one? How do you value a healthy relationship when you've never seen it, experienced it to know what it's like? You know what I'm saying? Like, some people just have to heal themselves before they get with other people and expect them to heal them. Like, yeah, I think that broken people break people, and heal people help people to progress. So I just feel like a lot of people need to heal those relationships before they get with other people. That's all.
That's facts. And I just want to say that goes back to what I was saying about lying to ourselves. Because a lot of people who don't heal, it's because they don't want to admit that something is fucking wrong with them. Nah, I'm good. Nah, I'm good. No, you ain't. You know you ain't good. You ain't feeling right. But yet we will convince ourselves, and we'll use copes. We'll justify how we act based on whatever. I know full-grown people that can sit up here and give you a whole soliloquy about how their life has fucked them up. They can tell you all of the things that gave them trauma. And I'm like, well, you can identify that and you still have trauma? That's you. You the problem. Like, you can tell me all of these, pinpoint all of these things in your life, but yet you can't heal from it. It's because you just using it as a cope. Now you're looking for sympathy. And I think, you're right. We can't continue to take our baggage into other relationships, especially when we don't have to. Now, if you don't know, that's one thing. But most of us, by this time, if you our age and been on TikTok and you hearing all this shit, you have to know at some point, But we lie to ourselves. We gotta stop doing that.
They don't know self. That's the problem. A lot of people don't know themselves. That's why people sitting up here talking about, I'm trying to find myself. I'm trying to find myself. And I'm like, where you go, girl? Where you go? You better find you before she gets.
And you know what? Some
You lose
people
yourself.
really
You
get
filthy.
into
What
the
you doing?
toxic shit too, though, bro.
I have a question for everybody, real
We
quick.
love that toxic stuff.
I have a question. Is there anybody that believes that when you've been hurt, you are healed? You can be healed from that hurt.
I do.
I do too.
I do.
Say that one more time for me, please.
If someone hurts you, do you think that you can be healed from that hurt, or do you just find a way to not let it affect you? I should have added that part. Sorry.
That's
Still, yeah.
it's the second one, yes. Most definitely.
Would you say yeah, Kat? Was that you to say yeah, Kat?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
The reason that I asked that is because of
do
this.
both.
Great question.
Here's the reason why I asked that. Because if you get hurt, your heart hurts, your mind hurts, your body hurts, all of that shit hurts. But as time goes on, but sometimes it becomes less. But it's always there. That's why I said when people say a healing journey, A journey, to me, this is just to me, indicates that there's an end. I like to use healing process because I equate it to a drug habit. You can go 20 years drug free, but all it takes is that one person to really remind you of the shit that you thought that you was healed from, and that hurt comes back. All it takes is for them to say, forgive me, fuck you, bitch. And you instantly gonna go back to that other motherfucker that said, fuck you, bitch. So are we really ever truly healed, or have we found a way to not let it affect us the way that it once did when that hurt initially happened?
I would say because what I figured out is like 3 different ways. One of them you can literally overcome and it don't affect you at all, or you might just grew out of it, like literally that you just. So one of them is like you overcome it, right? It don't have no effect on you. One of them is that you learn to let it affect you a different way, or not the same way, which is, I feel like that's the average healing nowadays. If you because there's a lot of things you just will not get over, but you can express it a different way. And then you have things that just that make you worse. So it's like 3 of them I noticed though. Some of them is like or you might have to cope with it or something every now and then, just like when somebody triggers somebody me on this app or something with some silly stuff. I just I found a way to just cope, like not cope, but I would say like hold it in. I compress it a little bit, and all right, it ain't worth it. Did I talk myself? And then sometimes I might even switch that something I used to snap on. I just laugh at it. That's my new little thing, the way of how I react to it. Some things it really don't will affect me like they wanted to. You know what I'm saying? So that's how I know I'm like I ain't healed. I mean that I'm like I really overcame it in that type of heal. But I think it is 3 different ways. Some things in life you can. But it just depends on what you're talking about. Just like you said about that, about somebody, you're going to remember the person that hurt you, and that's something, I'm trying to think, it's like, I guess it just depends how you got hurt and stuff or whatever, but I don't think it don't have to hurt you the same way it always did, and some things, I get you can get brought up and bring like that PTSD or whatever they say, and memory back, like how things, that remind me when I did get hurt. So some of that stuff can be like that sometimes too.
Cause you often hear, oh, she or he said this, so they started acting like that. But I thought she was fucking healed from that. You said that she was healed. Well, they acted like, or they did something, and it just reminded me of something else. So are you ever really healed? That's why I said you just find a different way to cope. Your toolbox is you start putting tools in your toolbox on how to deal with that hurt. And it's like, all right, let me give you an example.
It's like forgiveness though.
But it's
you can forgive, but you're not gonna forget.
Right.
My example is
but you find different ways to react. I think like when you truly forgive, you just don't treat a person the same way like they did. But that's how I look at forgiveness. So
no,
you
I'm
can
not
say
saying you treating
you don't got
somebody
a
a
grudge
certain way.
anymore. You just don't give them, like, it might hurt when they do it, but you just don't treat them the way that you usually treat them. That's what I think like forgiveness is.
Yeah, they
It's like,
should be managing their triggers. Like, if they still like going off and they still a grown adult, or just like, oh, they made me mad, so I'm gonna hit them, then they not healed. Cause no.
I mean, you can forgive people, but you'll never forget how that made you feel.
I don't know why everybody throw that in there. I noticed that too. They always think about the forget. I don't think it was ever meant to forget.
You have to forgive somebody in order to. You have to forgive them for yourself in order to move on, right? But you
start your healing process.
But you don't have to forget how.
No, you don't.
What they did made you feel. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, and I think since everybody do tie that in, because I understand this, I guess it came from scripture, right? I don't think that he meant forgetting that type of. He just basically meaning like don't let it, don't keep bringing it back up type situation, because that means you're really just not. You're not trying to let it go, and every time you come, oh, you did, like the people that they call them the plunger or something like that. Go to bed, Jeanette. but the plunger, like they keep bringing it up, so it's like you're not gonna really forget it, but you just basically like try to um just stop bringing it up. Basically, that's what I believe. That's what he meant by that, because it's like
Basically, what I was
that's
saying was
impossible
this.
to forget something.
All right,
But I
and
think people,
I
the
don't know
reason
how
why I
many
don't like
people
when
are
people add
affected
that
by this.
forget thing in there, because they use it as an excuse to not forgive a person. That's what be irritating me every time I hear that. I hear that every time I talk about forgetting someone. Well, you don't have to forget. You don't have to. I'm like, I never mentioned that part. You know what I'm saying? It's just, I think, like I said, for the most part, a lot of people say that just because they don't want to forgive, or they don't even want to find a way to forgive, so they're gonna keep saying that. So, but I think it's kind of obvious, and from this point, that everybody should know that you ain't gonna forget, and that'll make you like an open book. Then, if you did forget, you just be like, we gonna keep letting the same thing happen. That's crazy.
So here's and follow me here, because this was the only thing that I could come up with this time of fucking morning. For those of you that hate somebody's dragging their nails across the chalkboard, right? It's annoying as hell. But those of us with parent ears, we can tune shit out eventually. But if they do that shit so long, it just becomes like background noise, like white noise, right? So that hurt that we first experienced it when they went across it the first time, although it still annoys us, we've just found some tools for us to deal with it even more. We go several weeks, they do it again. It doesn't affect us the way that it initially did, because now we have automatic tools that we can use to not let it bother us as much anymore. So the whole thing is, do you really get over them scratching on a chalkboard, or do you have the tools now that it doesn't really bother you anymore? It's still there.
This is another thing I want to use for example, though. Like, just like muscles, like when you build a muscle, right? It's gonna hurt, right? And then, every now and then, like when you heal, right, it make you stronger. And I do believe like things like that, it can be some things that makes you stronger instead of, that trigger you every moment. I think some things, and then every time you get fed, let me see if I'm trying to think of a way, because I do believe it is things you can overcome. You can overcome that used to traumatize you or hurt you or whatever, but it actually made you stronger instead of hurting you type situation. That's what I mean about it. So I don't think everything always be a cope. Some things is just like, oh, put it this way. I'm gonna think of another. I got basically like, say if it's you didn't like accountability or something like that, and that's your word right there, right? Say if you didn't like that, and now when you hear it now, instead of you getting triggered by it, it kind of make you more hype. You be more hype than anything. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you get like it boosts you. You know what I'm saying? You like, oh man, I like that. Whatever. I don't know. I think like I said, it's just some things that y'all can go ahead. It's just some things that I believe that you can
get that much of my energy to you don't. That's too much of my energy to give somebody. I can't give anybody that much energy to pay that don't pay rent in my head to think of them that much. Maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm just too old for all this new stuff. But I like we didn't grow up with all, like, I'm not saying we didn't grow with all these feelings and all, like I just feel so like I didn't grow up like that. So I guess I just not numb to it, but I'm looking like, what is, just say what you have to say, keep shit pushing, you know what I mean? Like, everybody's not gonna like what you have to say, and that is okay. Everybody's not gonna touch and agree with you, and that is okay. But once you get it out there, you're not harboring, you're not holding, you're not nothing. How you made me feel is how you made me feel. I told you how you made me feel. I left that shit at that. I'm not about to keep reliving the situation over and over again, because now you'll know how to come at me. You'll know how to get to me. If I'm that easily triggered by words, you might just say that word because you know that you can trigger me. That's too much of my energy that I'm not willing to give to somebody.
Right. And I think that's very true. That's old wisdom though. That's wisdom, right? That we gotta learn. I think we grew up in a different era. I don't know how old everybody else is, but at 50, we grew up where the copes we had to put up with because we weren't allowed to talk about our feelings, right? I don't give a fuck if you like it or not. You better do what I told you to do. So we had to figure out ways to cope with whatever and keep it pushing. So then as we get older and we get wise, we get more experience, we developed this skill. I think people nowadays don't have that because there's an entitlement issue going around. Everything is freely given. And so it is not earned. We had to earn shit. That's the difference. But
I'm not mad at this generation.
no, I'm just saying,
It's our generation's fault that this generation is the way it is. And it's because our parents, we didn't like what they did because our parents, that generation, didn't know how to express themselves. They didn't know how to tell us about how they feel because they were taught something different. So it's generational.
Right.
You know what I mean? And so you get to your kids, you say, I'm not going to do my kids how my mom did me because I didn't like when my mom did this to me. And then you get this generation of children who are telling you how they feel all the time. So everything is an emotional transaction. I'll do this if I feel this way. If you make me feel like this, I can move it. We wasn't raised like that. So I'm not mad at this generation. I'm mad at how we raised the generation, how we've raised this generation. That's what I'm upset. We taught this generation that, you know what I'm saying, not to be able to separate emotions from reality. How you feel and what's actually going on, we didn't teach them how to separate that. So I'm not mad at them for that. And I'm also not mad at them for not understanding how to sustain relationships because it's something that we didn't show them because most of us didn't see it. I don't know about everybody, but I'm just speaking on a lot of the people that I grew up with. My parents were married. They got divorced after 27 years. You know what I mean? But I was able to see what marriage was supposed to look like, the woman's role, like, you know, by looking at my mother, you know what I'm saying, the things that she did and how she poured. But they didn't talk about their feelings. They didn't talk about how certain things made them feel and all of that kind of stuff. So you adapt to those kind of ideologies that you get from your parents. Right. And our children got those from us. So we can't be mad at them for the entitlement that we imposed on them.
Right. I agree. And that's, you know, why we, you know, me and Warlock, we talk about this all the time. That's why we do what we do with the youngsters, because we know that a lot of us drop the ball. And so we got to pick the motherfucker up. So, but, you know, going back to answer that question, it was like, I mean, when we cope with things, that is present. You can't cope with something from the past because it's not, you're coping with a memory. The copes happen in the present. So you're trying to deal with something, so let's break it down in the sense of like, if I broke my leg, the cope is the cast. The cope is the wheelchair. The cope is the crutches, right? That's the cope until it heals. And then once it heals, now I got to go do physical therapy if I want to get back to where I was. But once that heals, then it's going to be stronger than it was before. It's not going to hurt anymore. You're going to always remember what it felt like. You might even favor sometimes and like, oh, I don't want to go run this way because I think, you know, but once you get to a point where you trust it, you don't think about it anymore, right? You will still remember it. Maybe you look down and see the scar where they did something and then you're like, oh, I remember that. But that means that you're healed. It is no residual, right? If you are still having pain in your leg, sometimes when the wind get broke, when it get too cold, boy, I feel something. That means it didn't heal right. That means that something is still there. That's what you're coping with. And now you use painkillers or whatever you do to cope with that pain. But the reality is it was never healed. So anytime somebody says, well, it was a trigger, that means you wasn't healed from it. When you're healed, triggers don't exist, period. There's no like, oh, I'm healed, but I got a trigger. No. That means that it's something there that did not heal. That's why it's a trigger. So to your question, Warlock, I don't think once you heal, you can heal, right? And then there's some times where we don't heal because we didn't find this actual source of the problem. And I say it to try to shorten it up.
Yeah.
Like when the one time that I can say in my life that a woman like broke it, and I was like, ooh, I think I told that story before. I ain't gonna say it again, but it was you know, she that was, and because I am who I am and I'm stubborn and I thought I was the shit and I thought, you know what I mean, and she brought me down to earth like, man, no, let me tell you who you are. And that shit broke me, right? Because of my ego. And what I did as a cope, I played it off. Oh shit, I ain't tripping. I can go replace her. I can get 2 more. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, now I'm out here. I'm over here. I got all these women around me. I'm over here acting out because I'm trying to play it off because she broke my heart, right? And I'm coping by doing all of these things. Now, a little while later, if I see her walking down the street or see her with some other dude walking down the street and you feel there's something in your way, you know, like you feel it in your chest, like, oh, bitch. This is what you're thinking, right? But what am I really mad at? What was I really hurt at? The thing that I was hurt about was that I thought so much of myself that I did not pay attention to the relationship. I didn't pay attention to the warning sign. I was mad at myself, right? I was hurt, not because she left. It wasn't because I wasn't serious at that time anyway, right? But it hurt my ego to the point of I was just sitting here with a broken heart because it's now she's telling me I can't have her. So she's telling me no. You don't tell cousin no. The fuck? Ain't nobody ever told me no. Like, you know what I mean? I walk in a room, it was, so I'm thinking my head big, I'm thinking I'm all of this and that. She broke me down. And once I realized, no, bro, your badass attitude, you know what I mean? You thinking that you the shit, you need to humble yourself. You ain't all that. Once I figured all of that shit out, all of a sudden, there was no more triggers, right? I wasn't hurt anymore because that was the healing that I needed. But before that, anytime that I would hear her name, somebody would bring up her name, I'm like, I don't want to talk about it because it's something that's still resonating because I didn't find the source. So I would say, Warlock, that if it's a cope and it's like, okay, you just felt the way that it doesn't handle it, you know, like you just figured out a way to deal with it, that means that it really wasn't healed. That means you just found a cope for it. But if you are truly healed, that shit'll never come back.
I mean,
well, guess what? I think I'm gonna be forever coping with shit.
Right. People are
because
annoying.
it's been look. I still can't go certain places because it brings back shit. So I'll be coping with that probably till the day I pass away.
Boy, bro, that's missing somebody. That's different. You is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, basically. I can't go down a certain street, my dude.
That's okay. That's not a broken heart, or maybe it is in a way. But you're missing that's like my mom passing or my grandfather passing. I'm gonna always miss that dude, right? I'm gonna always. It's always gonna. And if certain things I see, I might get touched because that is a fond memory, and that's something that is bringing another. That's different than being fucking scarred and jaded from a hurt. You get what I'm saying? Like that's a difference. I think I could be wrong. I don't know. What do y'all think about it?
I think first I would think people want you to clarify because I know what they mean though. They're saying that you don't get, so I don't think you talking about overall if you healed and different things that you don't just get triggered in general. Or hopefully you're not saying. I don't know if you're saying that.
No, you won't.
But I believe that I think I get what you mean though. Like you don't get triggered by the certain things that you claim that you're healed from. Now that's
right.
I think that's what you mean, right?
Yeah, you don't get triggered from that specific thing is what I mean. So yeah, like we all get triggered from things. Don't get me wrong. Like you know what I mean?
Right, exactly.
Yeah,
I assumed that you was probably saying that.
Yeah. I was just talking about like let's say okay, this woman broke your heart, or a man broke your heart, and every time you hear that dude, that name, you like you get this feeling like fuck him, fuck her. You know what I mean? Like it's something you get mad. Eventually, when you actually healed, somebody can say that name, you be like, oh, okay, whatever, it's all good. Like it has no effect on you, and that's what I meant by the trigger.
Yeah, I'm like that too. I was about to say that too. Now that's what I was meaning about overcome, right? It don't affect, you know what I'm saying? Because you really got over that situation. You might not got over the things that they may have. I don't know. Like I get what you mean though, because like especially like why would you be still thinking about Yo, especially when you like when you with your next though, something I don't get that. That means you still ain't healed from that. But if you just looked at it as a blessing, you looked at it I needed to do, and thank God that that you helped me see something within myself. You wouldn't be hurt by it no more. You'd overcome it. And actually, that's why I be meaning that you get stronger. Just like I was talking about the muscle thing earlier, or whatever. So it is some things you really can overcome. It's some things you continue going to be healing on, and it's going to be some things that that you just gonna have to deal with, or you just want to bask. Either you're gonna just marinate in it, or you gonna have to find a way to deal with it or cope it. Right? This is what they're saying. So I believe those three things. Like that's something I had because I talked about this before though. Because I used to be like, well, you ain't gonna. I think I was saying the exact same thing Warlock was saying though, but I think it is more than just just a one way of looking at that though. You know.
God damn, it got quiet as hell real quick.
Well,
that's what your questions do. Just
I mean, but like that means people have to walk on eggshells if you always trigger. If everything trigger you, then maybe you need to self-reflect at times. You know what I'm saying, and see why you so angry or why you always triggered. You know what I'm saying?
But here's my question: does trigger always mean that you're mad or upset?
If something triggers you, then it triggers you to what? What kind of emotional response does it bring you to? Does it bring?
I
you
was just
to
about to
anger?
say
Does
that
it bring you to
that's the
happiness?
Like they just
Let me say this real quick. I was about to say that with that trigger thing, everybody's gonna get triggered. If you a human, you gonna get triggered. It's just like you said, the ending part, right? It's what you do with your trigger. Now, if you keep responding the exact same way or moving off impulse every time you feel something, now that's the whole other problem. But humans, you cannot stop from getting triggered. You just can't. That's nothing you going because it's just like motivation. Like some things you gonna feel like even with love, right? That's still a trigger, right? You trigger something within you or somebody got something out of you, to make you feel a certain way. So if you got emotions, you're going to get triggered. But I think that they made it up. I guess they made it a bad. I don't know what the true meaning of triggered is, but you're going to have this feeling or something is in you is just it's gonna come, but it's you choose on how you want to express it.
You're gonna have a reaction to it, whether it's mental, physical, or emotional. You're gonna have a reaction to something. The whole thing is how do you actually react to it?
I'm not gonna react to everything though. I'm gonna remove if every time I'm around somebody, something that they say is triggering to me, and it's triggering in a negative light, I'm gonna remove myself from being around that person because I don't like what it does to my energy.
But that's your reaction to that trigger, though, Mama.
But guess what? I'm removing myself, so I'm no longer triggered. Is all I'm saying.
I get it. That's why I said it all depends on how you act.
Yeah,
you saying the same thing. You saying the exact same thing we saying. That's all. We saying the same.
Warlock.
Yes.
I think like they are saying like someone that gets like triggered like all the time. Like they have like some resentment. Like, why are you so angry all the time?
Is anger the only trigger in something? Because I keep hearing that though.
Or was you just using that as an example?
Yeah, like angry all the time, like resentment, like frustration.
You saying me personally, or was that as an example?
Oh, like an example, not you personally.
Okay.
Like,
all right.
Just yeah.
Because people do say that about me, but
no, you say that about yourself.
No, people always ask me, why are you so angry? Who hurts you? This, that, and the other. And I just tell them fucking life and shut them the hell up because they don't have no comeback from that one.
I can't live like that. This life is short. That's what I've learned from like 2020 to like now. As many people as I've lost from that time until now, I just honestly, I can't. I reserve what I give my energy to. I just do. That's why I had to take like a pause from this whole TikTok thing and focus more on business. Like, let me go ahead and make some money because this is entertainment and it's great. You know what I'm saying? But it doesn't pay the bills and it doesn't fund the trips and it doesn't do. I mean, I guess I guess if you doing it like that, you can't.
Yeah, I feel you, Mama. I feel you.
But
Miss Jeanette, you haven't spoken yet.
Hi, everybody. Kevin, go to
What's
bed.
up, girl?
Go to
Hi,
bed, go to bed, go to
Lola.
bed.
Don't come up here start no shit, but I'm just saying. Go
Go to
ahead.
bed, Kevin. I'm kidding. Hi, everybody. I wanted to. Oh, hi, panel. Sorry. I wanted to give my 2 pence on this conversation because I like this topic. I was literally about to go to bed. I'm not gonna lie, because I have a concussion. And I was trying to stay awake because I'm supposed to stay awake until 6 a.m. But anyway, I couldn't. So this is good. So you guys keeping me
No,
up.
you stay your ass here. You gonna be up till 6 a.m. Because Kev ain't going to bed no
I
time
know.
soon.
That's why I'm like, I'm going to stay because I'm supposed to stay up because, concussion, you're not supposed
What
to.
happened, man? If you don't mind me asking.
I was in a little car wreck. I was in the passenger seat. My friend was driving and I didn't have, please don't yell at me. Please. I've already
Nope,
got
I'm
yelled
not
at.
gonna
Like,
yell. I'm just gonna
okay?
say my shit. But go ahead.
Okay. I was not wearing my seatbelt because I was hungry and I was trying to get my food. And I was not wearing my seatbelt and I kind of flung forward and hit my head really, really hard. But it's all right. I'm good. So, yeah.
Okay.
Did you go to the hospital? Did you go to the hospital?
No, I called my PCP because it's the weekend. They told me not to go to bed until 6 a.m. And if my head continues to hurt, to just go to the doctor on Monday.
Did you
You'll
go
find
to
out when
the
you-
urgent care?
No, I don't really like the hospital. I'm just
Yeah, but for insurance purposes, you should go get yourself checked out so you have documentation of what happened. So when you
well,
put
I
in your
don't want
friend's
them to get in
insurance,
trouble. They're my friends. Okay.
they don't have no insurance.
Oh, I have insurance. I have.
No,
No,
your
they
friends
have
have
insurance.
Yes, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
then you need to sue
Take
your
your ass
friend's
to the
insurance.
hospital.
Yeah, go to the hospital. It's not your friend pays insurance for a reason.
Yeah.
Oh,
So you need to go to
okay.
urgent care. You need to go to a hospital to have documentation of your incident. So when you file a claim to get your money, you can get it because you have proof that you had a concussion, and it's documented here. And from whoever was at fault of the accident, then you sue. That's how that goes.
Oh no. I don't think I'll have to get that far. I'm okay.
We're not letting you move past this. You need to take your ass to the hospital.
You over here worrying about people getting in trouble and you're about to be drooling on yourself. You better handle your
Right,
business.
you
when
already
just
set a boundary. You said
so that
don't
you help
yell
me.
and stuff. You'd have hurting yourself
Yeah,
already.
Lord
We can't promise
Jesus,
you ain't gonna
listen,
get yelled
y'all.
at. Go to bed.
I'm okay, and I have military benefits if something were to happen. I'm okay, y'all. I promise.
Hey,
If
I want to
something
say
went
this though
south, the
too. Now,
military will take care of me.
I just learned this though. So I
What?
guess I'm gonna figure a word that we gotta use though. But I guess as I look up the definition of, because I like looking up definitions just to make sure I'm using it right. So I guess triggered is a bad thing overall from when I'm looking at it. So it's another word I'm gonna figure out. I'm gonna figure another word because it is like we're gonna get in our emotions. Maybe I can say that. No, that sounds bad too. Maybe I can say that then. So I don't know what to call it. I'm gonna figure another word to call because like we're gonna have a feeling towards something when something happened. I don't know what to call
I
that.
mean, that's true. That is what happens. You get
Oh, emotion. Okay, I guess it just is. I guess I just say that. But trigger, yeah, I looking at the definition. That just seemed like it say something basically reminding you of your past. So yes, what Mama said, that most definitely a bad thing. Then that mean if you always triggered or you ain't over something, that's bad.
You can
it
say
could be a good trigger though. There's good triggers. Like
Ain't no such thing as
you
good
can
trigger. I'm
say
looking at it right now. It's no such thing as good trigger. It
you
literally
can say
says
something
it's the word was
sparks.
created off of traumas.
It is. It's a trauma.
I
They
know.
say it sparked them. Yeah, you can say it sparked an emotion.
Sparkle emotion. That's not
That's what it
bad.
does.
But
That's
what's
what it
wrong
is.
with having emotion? See, that's the problem. Everybody wants to sugarcoat what an emotion is. An emotion is a feeling, how you feel about a situation. Like I said, people have to be able to separate their emotions, how you feel about a situation, and the reality of a situation. Like when you do that, you'll be fine. You won't be so triggered because you can say it made me feel this way. But the reality is, I probably was wrong in the situation. Like,
I feel like
that's
trigger is used for like more severe cases, like PTSD kind of, or like, things like that. I feel like trigger because this what is it called? Like this generation, I feel like they use that word way too much. oh, you're triggering me, or you're triggering me, you're just talking, oh, you're triggering me, or you said this, or you're triggering me. Like, it's like they use that word so much now it becomes like such a norm. But that word, it should be used carefully. When I think of the word trigger, for me, like I remember when know this. I was in an earthquake in 2012, I believe. Trauma really messed up my memory, so I think it was 2012 in Haiti, the biggest earthquake ever, and it created a lot of trauma for me. And my triggers were like loud bang noises, so like a fire alarm going off, fire truck going off next to me, something falling really loud. Like those things were my triggers. And I remember when I would be driving down the road and the fire truck, one time I almost died, I'm not kidding. The fire truck was going off behind me, and I literally, in that moment, in the middle of the road while I was driving, I froze. It's like almost like I used to describe it to my therapist, like it sent me back in time. And I was right there where the earthquake was happening all over again. And I would stop. No matter what I was doing, I would stop. One time I stopped and I lost 2 hours of my time. And I don't know what I was doing at that time. I guess I like blacked out and I just like sat there. But at that time, I blacked out, but the fire truck went past me. And as I don't know if you guys know the law, you got to move over when the vehicles are coming through. I was blacked out, so I didn't move over. And the fire truck almost took me out because I wasn't there in that moment to react to the situation that was going on around me because I was triggered by the sound of the fire truck, right? And so when I hear trigger, that's what I associate that word with. So for people in every single conversation or whenever they feel like it, oh, you triggered me, and it's like, but that's not how you use that word, honey. Like, say you feel upset or someone makes you feel angry or what they said you do not agree with, therefore you feel angry. Don't, oh, you're triggering me. You know, that word is so overused. It's like it lost its meaning.
Yep. I agree with you.
All right, so if you lost and you are losing time, you better take this head injury serious. I'm gonna bring it back up. I ain't gonna say no more, but I'm just messing. I'm just telling you.
I'm so done with you.
You beat me to the punch, cousin.
Dang. Just circle back around.
I just wanted to mention that trigger is like a negative term, and it's a response to situations. It could be from a mental disorder, like PSTD is one of them, or borderline personality, or anger, or schizo, whatever it could be. They all have triggers, you know.
They all have feelings. Everybody feels some kind of way. That's the problem. Everybody pussyfoot around the issue. The issue is that everybody is soft now with their words, and everybody want to be talked to and coddled in conversations. And that's just nobody really wants to be like, hey, yo, I was really messed up. You made me feel some kind of way. Instead, it's easier to say, I'm getting triggered. About what?
I'm warning you.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, maybe that's just the me in me. Because, like, your triggers don't do nothing for me. That's a personal problem. You know, like, if I know how to trigger you, every time I'm going to hit that button. Every time. Because I want to see if I can take you there. Thank you for giving me that much power over you. I appreciate it. That's just
mean.
No, I'm not mean. I'm not mean at all. It's not a mean bone in my
I'm just
body.
messing with you, Dan.
I'm a realist. Like I don't deal in emotions. I don't. I don't deal in emotions at all. Do I get emotional for certain situations? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? But I'm not gonna let those emotions dictate my life, my livelihood, because then you'll be stagnant, just stuck in how somebody made you feel all the time. You're just stuck in your feelings. I can't go to work because my boss made me feel bad. Like, no. Yeah, people got to get out your own way. Tell people how you feel and keep it pushing. Everything don't have to come to blows. Sometimes you just tell people what it is and keep it pushing.
I mean, I agree with my little sugar on that point. Honestly, like I've been on panels where people are like arguing back and forth and all that. And I've had people call me out my name, and I'm just sitting there like, you're not bothering me. Like, do you understand? Like, you're not getting to me. And worst comes to worst, if I can't get a word in, I just drop. Cause what's the point of I don't know you from Adam. Why am I arguing with you? You are not gonna mess with my peace. And I think in that sense, I agree with you, because what's the point of letting someone bother you that much? Like that, if they can do that, they can control you, because you're allowing someone to dictate how you react.
You know what I think though? I don't know. Maybe what do you guys think about this idea? Because I kind of think like people who are not living a good life, and I don't mean just money or I'm just mean a good life in general, right? They're not feeling, they don't live a happy or a joyful life. They look for anything to be quote unquote triggered. Like it's almost like, because I tell people all the time, like I'm too blessed to be stressed. Like you can't, like there's been times where I've been on here and somebody interrupted me or whatever, we go back and forth. But at the end of the day, or even in the middle of the conversation, I'll be like, Kev, I'm fucking with him. Because they believe that they're doing something. They believe that they're getting me angry, or they believe that, I'm like, yo, there's nothing on here that can anger me because my life is good. And so I think a lot of times when these people are vindictive or they're a certain way, they're just living horrible lives and they're looking for an outlet to try to make somebody else horrible. Like, does that make sense? What do y'all think?
I agree. I think they're just miserable. Misery love company. If somebody's miserable, they're gonna want other people to be miserable with them. So of course they're gonna be looking for somebody to feel the way that they feel, so they can join the pity party, so they can join whatever they're feeling in that moment. Half of these people who are online or talking mess or doing whatever, I'm like, you don't even have a life for real. You're mad. For what reason? What reason are you so mad? If you can find the time every single day to go online and troll somebody, it's like, do you even have a job? Like, what are you doing?
Nope,
What
I'm
are you
retired. I
doing?
got all the time in the world. I'm just.
I can't with you. Yeah, misery loves company. Okay, y'all.
And also, here's another one to caveat with that. You know how the people they go off and then you check them and then it's like, oh, I'm just passionate. I'm not mad. I'm just passionate. No, motherfucker, your nose is flaring. You are upset. Like, you can tell the difference. Or am I the only one that can't? Like, can y'all tell the difference between passion and just some motherfucker just
If
mad?
somebody get too passionate, I'm gonna go ahead and remove myself because I don't want to get passionate with you.
Yeah, I feel that you could always tell it in the voice and in the body language when you're having a conversation with somebody.
Maybe that's why people call me always mad. I guess
But
yeah, cousin, y'all are around me more than anybody else. Why do they always call me mad and angry?
No, I think it's a way to try to diffuse or to try to like throw a diversion because what you're saying is hitting their ass. No Diddy. I'm just saying, like you
You trying to trigger me right now, cousin? No,
right? No, but here's what I've noticed. It correct me if I'm wrong, but like when people are angry, it turns into insults. It turns personal, right? When people are passionate,
Right, that's the difference, right?
they stay on script. So like if we talking about, whatever the situation is, we talking about people in general, right? And Warlock could be out there like, yeah, I'm talking about this and I'm talking about that. He's talking shit, he's cussing, he's saying what he's saying, but it's still on subject. It has never turned into anybody on the panel. It's never turned into anything personal. But if somebody gets triggered, they automatically see, I think you just mad. Why you so mad? Well, I wasn't talking to you. Why you taking it like that? So now, on the other side of that, when you start hearing the people that's really mad, now they start coming directly at him. See, that's why you. I don't even like that background that you got. That's why you always out here, blah blah blah. Blah. Wait, what the fuck that got to do with anything else? So now that turned into anger, and I don't know. I see it a lot, and then when they get checked on it, it's automatically, no, I'm just passionate. Nah, you angry.
Yeah, it's the word. I believe it's the wordings too, though. Like when dudes be coming on, like the dudes that people get mad at. These bees ain't this and all that other stuff, and then they want to say it's passion on you. Just mad. They go back to that trigger stuff, or like where you just reflected or projected and stuff. Cause your wording is everything. Like low key, I could just tell. You could tell when somebody's just angry, and then they done dug back in their past and stuff, and they like, they be cheating on you and all this other stuff. It's like, nah, it sounds like you talking about from your own experience. You got
right.
Like when people always using negative stuff just to prove their point or whatever because of what they went through, and then they just say, oh, when they get caught, no, I'm just passionate.
That's
two difference, man.
Can I ask a question?
No, you cannot.
Okay, sorry.
You're going to ask anyway. I know you are, but go ahead.
I am, but I was going to ask. I was going to be polite and ask if I could ask before I ask, but whatever. How do you guys feel about if you have your spouse, your mate, or whoever it is, going out of town with their friends? Is that cool with y'all? How y'all feel about that?
What friend? Huh?
They homeboys, homegirl, homeboys for if they got a boys trip or girl trip.
Whenever I was with my girl or my wife or whatever, the majority of the people that I hung around was married. Mm-hmm. So we always kept each other in check any damn way. So if you wanted to go, say we wanted to go to Vegas, right? The fellas want to go to Vegas. Oh, we them type of motherfuckers that's gonna snitch on your ass. So you best not do no shit. If you do, you better do that shit on your own and by yourself and never open your fucking mouth.
So you think that when you take boys trips, y'all be cheating?
I'm not gonna say. I know the fellas that I went with.
I just want to know.
Well, look, the potential is there if in fact you don't have that type of relationship.
Okay.
I can't deny that. I know motherfuckers that done it. So I can't deny that. There's no absolute to anything. I'm quite sure there are fellas that went on, I ain't gonna call it a boys trip. I'm gonna call it a HOE trip.
Well, I don't want to call it that because my husband is on a boys trip. Him and his homeboys, they in Vegas right now.
Yeah. I didn't know they was in Vegas. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm just like, wait a minute. Nah.
What happened in Vegas stays in Vegas.
What? Nah, he do what he like. My husband and his homeboys in Vegas. Me and my homegirl going to Caraco. So guess what? I think you got to have that time away from each other. I think.
Let me ask you this, Mama.
Yeah.
The boys that your husband went with.
Mm-hmm.
Who are they?
One is his uncle, his cousin, his homeboy, and another one of his friends.
Any of them married as well?
3 of them are married. 2 of them aren't.
What about your girls?
My homegirls, 2 of them married, 3 of them ain't.
God damn, y'all! I don't see how the hell y'all be mixing each other. What do the daggone single women have in common with y'all?
Well, they got divorced, so now they single.
Oh, see, never mind. I'm gonna go on with now.
Now, my fiance just went on the trip, two months ago, and for a weekend, and I mean, I know her friends, they know me, and so like I'm like, look, my philosophy is simple. You can fuck around and find out if you want to, and I just ... because that means that I don't tell you what to do. I don't assume. I know who you are. I assume by your character that you're gonna behave correctly, and that's it. And I expect you to assume the same thing for me. So when I'm on my business trips or I'm away, you know what's going on. We have an understanding. If you ever did something crazy and I found out, then it's a wrap. So you know that. Just understand that that's the, you know what I mean? And I don't think twice about it. Like,
Here's the thing, cousin. I don't think that either Mama nor you, her husband went on his boys trip, your fiance went on her trip. I don't think that you're gonna be going looking. Because if that's the case, that means you don't trust them Although whether they deserve your trust or not, that means you don't trust them. So why the hell are you with them?
Right.
I'm looking. I'm not going looking for nothing.
Right.
I'm so happy this house is empty. I don't know what to do with myself.
No, seriously, when you are with somebody 24 hours a day, right? And even if you're away at work, whatever, I still say it's 24 because I don't care. It's just, but when you with somebody all the time, you need hobbies. You need to do stuff away from them. Like, they say that old saying is absence makes
the heart grow fonder.
Yeah, so I mean that's a sense. I mean, it's something to that.
Absent make me appreciate you being gone. Go again on another trip. I love you. Leave me alone. I mean, when you've been married for so long, after so long, you're just like, I love you. I love you.
That's why men get man caves.
And I love
Leave
you.
y'all the hell alone.
Gone about your business. We just came back. We left for a month and a half. Oh, it was gone. We had so much fun just being gone. We left my husband here.
Bro, do you know how much stupid shit I watched on TV when she was gone? I'm gonna tell you something. Listen, I was sitting here like, yeah, I'm about to watch a kung fu movie with subtitles and all kind of shit just because I know she can't stand it.
Hey, and if they call you in the middle of the shit, now you mad.
Listen, I'm saying, right? Like, look, leave me alone. I'm over here talking. I'm watching Chang Fang Wa. You better leave me alone. And so I'm just saying, it's just certain things that I think you do need that time away. You know what I mean? I think, and that's healthy. I don't think that's a bad thing. Now, if you going away and like the reason why you're going away is because you hate being together, now see that might be an issue. But
COVID took care of that already. COVID took care of that. COVID got rid of all the bad marriages out here.
hey, COVID was an equalizer.
COVID got a lot of people single. COVID helped the dating market. Yeah.
COVID said, hey, this is either your soulmate or you hate them.
I think people realized they didn't like their partners that much when they had to be around them 24/7.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? That's what COVID showed you the flaws and inadequacies in your relationships. And either you were going to deal with them or you was going to let that shit go. And a lot of people was like, you know what? Time to let it go.
Oh, you want us to stop saying you want us to stop saying even say hot sauce 19?
Oh, okay. I apologize. Hot sauce 19. It took care of a lot of marriages. A lot of marriages didn't make it.
Not in a good way all the time either.
Absolutely. A lot of them didn't make it from that.
Hey, Gab, look up the statistics on divorce after COVID. What the percentages was before and after.
I want to know from the people that aren't married, would they let their boyfriends go on, like how they feel about it? You know what I'm saying? Like how y'all feel about that?
Me personally, I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with it because my wife, when we first met, her thing was the club, right? Yeah. She used to like that was she didn't have no hobbies. That was her hobby, and I wasn't a club guy. So I'm like, man, go ahead and do what you do. This is your night. You know, tomorrow's family night, and the night after that is our night. So that was something that was established because I always tell her, I don't want you to lose yourself in this relationship as long as it's still respectful to the relationship. And she just liked to dance. And the only people that she used to go out with was her cousins, which were guys. So I never had that worry. You know, they used to call me and say, yo, this guy pretty much up on it. You want us to deal with it? I'm like, no, she'll deal with it. Oh, we good, guy. Oh, we was just checking, dude. We was just checking. So I never had an issue with her going out anyway, because that was her thing. That's my answer. Damn it.
Okay. I'm not married, so I'll answer too. Mama, little shit. I want to just say mama. Is that okay?
That's fine with me. Whatever you say.
I'm like, it's like, I don't know. It's like a tongue twister. I wouldn't
care if my person went on a boys trip. The way I look at certain things like this, right? I'm a God-fearing woman, and I'm always pray for my person. Whoever I'm with, I'm gonna pray for them. And so if they wanna go and do whatever they wanna do in their trip, that's between them and God. But if I find out, you're gonna see me walking away from you. That's it. I don't do the cheating. I don't do none of that. I don't do that. I don't. There's no, oh, I'm gonna take you back. Oh, I forgive you. I forgive you, but I don't gotta try again. I'm gonna walk away from you. So if you wanna do whatever you wanna do on your little boys trip, that's between you and God. But if I find out, I'm leaving you. That's how I see boys trip.
What about if he like to go to the strip club? What if that was his thing? Warlock girls going to the regular club. What if your dude like to go to the strip club?
If I didn't know about it, that's different. But if I knew he likes to go to the strip, I wouldn't pick a guy who likes to go
I'm
to the
his
strip club.
goddamn strip club.
Right, exactly.
I'll be like Tina Turner. I'm your private dancer.
Right.
You can throw them damn dollars and 20s at my ass. I need new drawers anyway.
Well, okay. I would say like that, but you know what she said. What she said.
See, that's why we don't let your ass
put a pole in the living room.
That's why you're 10 toes down.
That's why we don't let her ass talk when she come to the panel.
Look, why she almost sound like Tina when she said that though? The private dancer. I was like, hold on, did Tina come back?
What's wrong with him going to the strip club? What's wrong with it?
Because why would I pick a man who wants to go to the strip club?
So when he
That's
come
not
home,
where
he
a man of God
he
wanna
can-
go.
he can-
Why would a man of God wanna go to the strip club?
Because he like pussy. He's like, why would he want to?
Hey, Jeanette, I got a question for you. How tall are you?
Excuse me, a man of God would not want to go to the strip club.
Okay. How tall are you, Jeanette?
Right.
I'm 5'3".
You 5'3"? So when he come home from the strip club, you gonna be like 5'1.5". I'm just saying. Y'all figure out what
If
I'm
I have I don't know what that means because I don't have that kind of mind. But if I had a man, I have a feeling that was a little vulgar. I'm not sure, but it went over.
That's
my
why I
head.
didn't say it the way that I meant it. I'm gonna
Okay.
leave it up to
Kenton
everybody's
is very
imagination.
blunt, so she might want to tell me what
God
that.
said, God said, thou shalt not covet thy neighbor. Nigga, the only thing you coveting is me.
Thank you, Tentos. What
Period.
she
You
said.
need other women. Look, you can take me to the wig shop. I can get a long wig,
I'm
a
done
short
with you.
wig, a curly wig. We can get I can go get some fake them snap in teeth. I can be the Chinese girl, the buck tooth girl. We can get some thick glasses, some sunglasses. I can shove some pillows in the booty. We can figure it out. I'm gonna be
You are
every
so
woman
lucky
you
I
think
am
you
not a
gonna
mod.
need.
But what's the difference in the strip clubs and the clubs now? People wearing that kind of stuff to the club. What's the difference?
Right.
He don't need to go to no club. I'm his club.
Right.
We got
Why are
music.
you going to the
So
club?
y'all don't go
Yeah.
out at all. So he don't go to the club, the bar, the
No.
lounge.
All he
none of
gotta
that.
do is tell me
He
he
can
want
stay
to
in the
go
house.
out and watch me turn into a $3 hoe right there. I'll
Girl,
be like, nigga,
I have my
right back.
bartending license. I have my bartending license. He wants a mixed drink. He wants whatever you want to make. I can make you a drink. Where you going?
So y'all dudes don't go nowhere. They don't leave the house.
They can go, but not in those places.
Here's what I say.
That's for a little man HOE. That's not
Listen.
for no man who wants to be a
I
husband.
won't agree with that. I'm not gonna touch and agree with that one because I'm not. Because guess what? My husband goes to the clubs with his homeboys, his uncles, his cousins, and them. And when I go out, I go with my home girls. I'm not.
Nah, that's because they still want to be a part of that life. That's because y'all still want to be a part of
Let
that
me ask you
life.
this though. Let me ask you this though, right? Does he, when he spends money at a strip club, right? Is he neglecting anything at home?
No.
Okay,
He's
so
not
hold on.
neglect. He doesn't neglect anything at home.
Right, but here's the thing, right? I think my only issue as a man, if I can spend money, if I'm throwing money at another woman, right, then what am I throwing at my wife? Sometimes we get that shit mixed up, and I think that's where the problem comes in. That's where the stigma comes in, right? Because think about it. If we're being fair, if a woman's currency is her beauty in that arena, right? As that's her, her. And so men look at that like we don't want other men to see our woman in a certain light, right? We don't want you to show them because that's for us. And I think if that's the case, then our provision, our money, our things like that should not be for another woman either. So if that's the case, if you out here making it rain on all of these other women.
I didn't say make it rain.
No, I'm just saying, but that's what most people go to the strip club for. That's what I'm saying, the difference. You get what I'm saying? So if you went to the regular club, you going chilling, you at the lounge, you having a drink, you having a wiggle room. When you go to the strip club, 9 times out of 10, it's you throwing some dollars. Like that's what it's for. So I don't know. I just think that for me, as a man, I'm like, if I in a relationship, that's where I draw my line. I would not give like basically my provisions go to mine.
The other thing is, I guess
I'm
I
saying.
look
So
at
I'm
it
just
like
saying
this.
from that perspective. This is another perspective.
At a strip club, we all know what that entails. Some of those are topless, then and we know they what they got on the bottom is damn near covering nothing neither. But why do you need to look at another woman's body? Period. Now, my husband had his annual fishing trips, and those annual fishing trips was his cousins, his brothers, his some of their college buddies, and they did that every year, damn near around the same time when they could schedule those trips. They went to Canada every year like clockwork, right? And he reached out by satellite phone, let me know he made it, and all kinds of stuff. And there are lots of pictures to show he was where he said he was. Not that I cared, but he did that, because he's a trophy fisherman. So, I'm not the clubbing type. But if I said I'm going to go hang out with so-and-so, he didn't have a problem with it because I very rarely went anywhere. I'm just not that person. I don't party. That's not my thing. Right. But if I said I was going to a wedding, he wasn't the crowd person. So I said, you want to go to this wedding with him? No, have fun. you know?
But pretend.
Well, see, that's the thing,
right?
too. Like,
Ain't nothing
even
wrong
in.
with looking. Like, really, listen, if a boobie is out, a man go look at it. I'm just going to tell you like this. I'm going to keep it real with y'all, okay? If your man.
They ain't even got to be out, cousin.
Hold on, listen. I'm going to tell y'all something, all right? Now, I know y'all ain't never thought of it about like this, but y'all feel me on this now. If your man is not looking at some woman and her boobies is out and her boob is out and he ain't
wrong
looking,
with him.
you probably better check your man because something's going on. Okay, he might be in the closet or something. It might be something else.
Might be in the DL.
I'm tell y'all, like I'm saying. So let's not just don't act on it. But eyes are here for a reason. We got 2 eyes for a reason, and we gonna look. Okay, it ain't nothing wrong with
You
looking.
mean kind of like the way we look at men with sweatpants on?
But hey, that's what you want to do. Come on, I'm just saying. But I'm just saying, don't throw no money at him. I ain't saying nothing wrong with looking at him. I ain't got, you know what I'm saying? I still got my man card now. Just saying.
I'm like this, right? I'm like this. As a God-fearing woman, one of the first few questions I ask during the vetting stages is that question. If you go clubbing still and you still got that and you still lusting for that, have a good life. It was nice meeting you, brother. Have a wonderful life. That's it. We're not going further than that. Sorry, that's one of my disqualifying questions. You want to go party, you want to go to the club, do not talk to me. I'm not a clubbing. Not talk to me.
Because what a lot of people don't understand, and I guess like we're different, they don't understand how powerful lust is. And when you addicted or looking at stuff like that, or you enjoy looking at stuff like that, that means you like looking at other stuff just like that. And I can't really say it, like porn. So when you are a man like that, that means you don't really have no self-control. But some people, they wouldn't be able to see it. But those are like the beginning of stages of being able to see like what's really going on, how that type of person is and how they live their life and what they care and what they don't care about.
I don't agree, right? And I feel like I've never been married, but people always say marriage is hard enough because you gotta put in the work. So why would you add extra things in your relationship to worry about, or extra things potentially to worry about? Not to say that you are,
People
but
think
that's
it's
the
so
potential.
hard that they just allow anything because they don't care or they don't want to, like, it's so hard to have boundaries because it's like they feel like it's gonna be crossed anyway, so they rather not have any.
Right.
that
I'm
y'all
like,
gotta
no, I
understand
would
is
not
that.
give another woman the opportunity to take my man. Don't do that.
Hold on. Listen. Y'all gotta understand it. I'm trying to tell y'all something from a man perspective. Now listen. Here's the thing. You cannot, as a man, you cannot successfully settle down if you've never done shit. Let me say that again for people watching. If you are a man, you cannot settle down if you ain't never did shit to settle from. Okay? I want women to understand something.
I would say that would go for women too.
But hold on, you might be right.
Get your whole phase out the way.
But here's the thing. So if you got a man, right, and he is faithful man, he is doing everything that he has, but maybe he wasn't a popular dude. Maybe he wasn't that woman, he wasn't very successful in that field. All of a sudden now he's with you, he's making some success. He goes to the strip club, he's doing these things because subliminally he is feeding that little, it's not really a lust, but it's something that testosterone does. It's something that we just want
Nice
to see.
try, cousin.
No.
Nice try.
'Cause you know me.
I do know
I
you.
go
Nice
hard on
try.
dudes, and I don't use excuses. I don't do none of that.
That's what that sound like. That's what that sound like.
I'm giving you the real. Here's
Did
some
you
of the
go
shit.
to the strip club, cousin?
Huh? No. But listen, the difference between that is I was a womanizer. In my younger days, I got that shit out of my system. So when it got to the point where it was time for me to settle down, I'm settled down. I ain't tripping. I've been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? But if somebody, what I'm saying is, if a man doesn't have that opportunity, at some point, he's going to want it. And y'all, and I'm not gonna say every man, but I'm saying a lot of men, this will fall into it. And I'm not saying this as an excuse, but what I'm saying it is that if you're a woman and you're seeing this, right, it may not be that he is just trying to be foul, or he's just trying to be rude, or he's just trying to be whatever. What in his mind, his rationale is, well, I'm not cheating. I'm basically like I'm pseudo getting that. I'm looking at other women because I never can have other women, but I'm still with you and I'm not gonna touch them. But that's kind of his compromise, and a lot of guys think that way. I'm not saying that it's right. I'm just giving y'all the fact that it's a lot of guys who will think that way, right? So if you have that, if you run across that particular dude and you automatically accuse him of cheating every time you see that, he's going to be offended because he's going to tell you what? I ain't cheating. I ain't this, I ain't that. And then it becomes resentment because he's just saying, hey, I ain't really doing nothing. And he don't even know
Then
why.
it sound like to me, ain't neither one of them healed, because if she got those insecurities, she can't let him go do what he want to do without accusing him. And then he defending himself. And he's defending himself because he knows subconsciously he want to, but he ain't acting on it. They both in the wrong space in the first place.
But you know what, Ten Toes? Guess what's gonna happen? He gonna stop telling her shit. He gonna stop talking to her.
Exactly.
He ain't gonna tell her nothing because he's gonna protect her feelings. So you'll never know who your man is. Yeah, I trust my husband. He can go
Well,
wherever
what I'm
he
saying
wants.
though, but look, I said that to say this. If you told him the same shit I told him, right? Like if you said, hey, listen, look, I know this, I know what you're doing, and I heard whoop, 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 and I heard this, and you know what? I need you to work on that because I don't like it. I understand what you're doing, but I don't approve of it. Can you know what I mean? That makes me feel a certain way as a woman. It makes me feel like I'm not valued. It makes me feel
Wait
like
a minute, I got one for you, cousin. Y'all
but I'm
seen them?
just saying that touches a man a different way is what I'm saying, rather than bitching at him.
Yelling and
Y'all
telling
seen them
You see what I'm
videos
saying?
here
That's
on
why I brought that
TikTok?
up. So
Y'all
anyway,
seen them videos here on TikTok when the guy get ready? He said, "Babe, bye, babe. I'm going to the club." And then what she say? Soon he get to the door. She said, "You sure you don't want to stay home?" He said, "Nah, I'm going out with the fellas." She said, "Well, you sure you don't want a blowjob?" He like, He started thinking about that shit. Now he put them keys down and going on back in that bedroom. He ain't going no club after that.
Why he can't get
'Cause
blue
he
and then go
whipped.
to the club? Why he can't get blue and still go out and come home and get blue? Like, I just think that we have this perception of what it's supposed to look like in a marriage, and everybody's marriage is going to be tailored to them. it's going to
Exactly.
benefit. You know what I'm saying? So what one person will allow in their marriage, somebody else may not allow in their marriage, but that works for them.
I mean, yeah, you did ask
So
us.
let me say this
No,
then, because
I'm just speaking in general, and my voice is raspy because I'm coughing. So don't take it no kind of way. I'm just talking.
I'm gonna take it some kind of way.
Oh God! No, don't
I
get
want to say
triggered.
this though, because there's two things I wanted to speak on that one. Y'all done made me. I was stretched out, and I was just trying to stretch out of bed for a sec. I wasn't going to go to sleep though. I was just stretching, listening to you. Go to bed. See, I see that. I still got it. I got it right. I hope I got it. But I wanted to say this though. That what you said, even though you doing it right, you said that you and your husband, y'all, that's what y'all, I guess that's your hobby or whatever. Would you recommend that for anybody else outside your marriage?
I would recommend people to do what works for them. That's what I would recommend. So guess what? So my husband and I, we go to the strip club together. We have lunch there sometimes. It's our thing. That's what we do. We've been doing that when we were friends and we was kicking it. You know what I mean? That was what we did. So I don't mind my husband going with his. I don't mind. I don't mind.
Wait, food?
Right.
You said
You're really
food at the
right.
strip club?
They don't take it's great food at the strip club. It doesn't take strip club to cheat though. A dude can cheat at the gas station. It's his mind frame. You know what I'm saying? It's his state where he's at and his level of commitment to you. My husband is committed to me. I understand that. So boys trips and wherever you want to go, baby, go and have an amazing time.
Yeah, I believe it's something deeper than that. Because I ask why on everything with stuff like that. Like a strip club ain't the only place with good food.
We go to different restaurants. We go to different countries to eat. We go, but that's what we did. We were young, you know what I'm saying? And that's what we did. We enjoy
it. Stuck on the food though. There's food at the strip club that's good for real.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
Let me say this real quick.
Kevin, how you know that, Kevin? How you know that, Kevin?
Let me say this real quick, y'all.
In my early 20s,
I understand how y'all want. Oh, I'm sorry, Kev. Go ahead.
No, she was asking me how did I know. I'm like, I went to the strip club before when I was in my early 20s.
I'm saying every weekend he at the strip club.
What the heck? I ain't no virgin.
So let me say this real quick, y'all. My wife used to tell me that I was freaking oblivious because she's always, hey, didn't you see that woman do that? Didn't you say this woman do this? But if you're gonna, and like Mama said, what works for your relationship, if it works for you, do it. However, just like we said before, if you're gonna walk around and your man and treat your man like a kid at a horror movie, wanting him to cover his eyes every time he sees a woman that is attractive, you're setting yourself up for failure. If that man does not have that type of freaking control on his own, you're setting yourself up for failure because you're making him suppress just looking, just seeing, and you're suppressing what he may want to do. It doesn't mean that he loves you any less. It doesn't necessarily mean he's going to go out and cheat. He may just want to look. But if you force that man to suppress that, you're setting yourself up for failure.
I wanted to bring
so say that again. Hold up. Oh my, I'm not liking what I'm hearing tonight for real. But go ahead. You said if. Yeah, I got it. I can't. Yeah.
Go ahead, Kev. Come on with it.
Say that part again. I'm going to make sure because I was looking at the comments at the same time too. But I really wanted to hear what you said.
You can't do that shit when I'm talking because I say something and I'll forget.
Ah, dang. So you said something about let that man do. And you said something about suppressing something, right?
Suppress the urge to look. You're setting them up for failure. I'm just reminding you what you said so you can go on.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, I thought you was talking about like for that strip club stuff or whatever.
No, I'm just talking about in general.
Okay. All right, because I want to get deep on that one though, low key. Because like I said, if it worked for you, it worked for you. But my thing is, so since I guess what she said, she ain't gonna say she rather said it worked for you. Me myself, I don't see no purpose even for anybody, right? Because it is so many things you literally can do, and I think we call just like when I be hearing women in general, right? I hear a lot of women say, "Well, that's cute. That's cute." They say everything cute and be the booty sticking out and all type of stuff. They got their daughters dressing up like, "Well, it's cute" or something like that. I mean, like, dang, sometimes I just can't take certain things, and say like, dang, everything is just cute
Because they don't want to hurt
according to
nobody's
your judgment,
feelings.
huh? You
Because they
said that
don't want to
again?
hurt nobody's feelings. They like cute.
Oh,
It's cute. It's cute. Because they
I'm
don't
gonna
want to
hurt
hurt
your
nobody's
feelings. I'll
feelings. That
tell
shit
you.
ugly as shit.
I'll tell
yeah.
you. I'll
So
hurt your
this the other thing
feelings.
too. I'm trying to get to is like everything is considered fun now, right? And like I said, true, strip clubs used to be fun to me back then, but I had to ask
Hey,
myself
Wayne,
like,
you
what
gotta
is
mute
the
up, my guy.
yeah? Oh yeah, your background
My
going
bad.
berserky, my brother. But and I hear my echo. Dang. Oh my, you got an echo like a mud, right? But I was just about to say, is that because overall I just would not recommend that for nobody. I think that is like it's a setup. I guess some people are strong or built for that, but like I always say, why go into areas that's for high temptation. I know that you use things can happen at a gas station, all that too, but we already know environments like strip clubs and clubs itself, right? That's just straight up just asking for somebody to, kind of, test it, because like we humans, man. People are humans.
And
I ain't gonna put
Kev,
it like even me right now. I've been celibate for the last 4 years. I'm not about to be in no areas that I can get highly tempted at when I know I'm trying to fight something. So I mean, I know it ain't easy. Why would I go in an area to get tempted? It don't mean I'm weak or something like that, but that's how that's humans work. Just like if you sit here and let a person cuss you out long enough, you're going to get mad and pop off on them. You know what I'm saying? Like, so why go to areas that you can get highly tempted and then get mad at the result? Because some things may just happen. We just never know. So I just never I wouldn't recommend. Like, I don't think me myself overall. Like I said, you made it work. I know you that's what y'all doing, but I just wouldn't recommend married people going to no strip clubs, or I don't even think people in general should go to strip clubs, just like married or not. What's the purpose of sitting naked people sitting here on a pole and stuff doing this, and then I guess we're just to go there for the food or whatever, but there's too many good foods out here. I just feel like that's an excuse just to look at some booty and then say it got good food there. But
Hey,
then you
Kev,
got like in the clubs, right? The clubs is let's dance and let's get freaky. That's usually for single people that's doing single things, that's doing crazy stuff. And I mean, even that, it's for fun and music. I like the music and the vibes. You have what they call it, the luau's. They got all these other type of things that you can literally name is something my auntie used to call them things. What is it start with a C, man. It start with a C.
Cabarets.
The cabaret, yeah, stuff like that or whatever. You got, even though I ain't never been to one though, but I heard it's not like the clubs and stuff. But it's just so many things, and it's like, why they gotta be the hobbies? You know what I'm saying? Just like people make smoking a hobby, they make all these things everything
Hey,
considered
Kev,
fun. There's so many things you can literally
for
do.
you. I
Hold
got
on. Let
one
me
for
say.
you.
Let me
Hold
say
on,
something.
I got a question.
You gotta
Why
make
is
room in your life for what you want.
I got one for y'all. Here's one that's a real ugly one. I see married people, they want to venture. They want to enhance their sex life. And people have asked me 100 times and I tell them don't do it. Let's bring a third person into the bedroom.
Nope, that's it, right.
Worst mistake
That's that
in
lust
ever.
relationship.
It
Lust.
doesn't matter if it's two men and a woman
I was
or
just
two
about to
women
say
and
that.
a man. Something always goes wrong.
Yes, and
Yep.
I was just about to say that, and that is the prime example of why, the one above is real, because that is temptation. That is a real life example
Exactly.
of why
Even though they
lust,
say, hey,
temptation, all that should
experiment,
not be going on.
right? Bring,
Agreed.
even
Hey,
though they
Carl,
say,
oh,
even
I'm
though
sorry,
they,
Jeanette. You had something to say, man. I apologize. 10 toes, were you done?
no.
Oh.
Even though they say, like sex therapists will say, hey, bring somebody else in. Y'all supposed to talk about it. Y'all supposed
Hey,
to
guess
agree to
what?
it. But then what happens is, and I've seen this too many times, if it's two men, right? And the husband doesn't get the same response from his wife that guy gives her. Now he's sitting there scratching his head, always wondering if she's sneaking out to see this guy, or was this guy better? And the same thing, vice versa. If the wife treats the husband, what do you want for your birthday? Always wanted 2 women. Okay, they talk about it. They pick that woman together.
10
Now
toes.
she's always worried, is he sneaking off to go meet that woman if he give that woman more attention than he ever gave her?
10 toes. My friend was in that situation and she got kicked out of her own damn house and had to bang on the door, do everything to get back in.
I saw something
Like
like
I said,
that.
this what
You could
happened.
lose in that situation real bad.
All this came from
I'm
your going to the strip club.
Nah.
Well, it's
I
just
want to
one
say
of
this
those
before
situations. It's another one of those situations that married couples find themselves in because their sex life gets boring.
Wow. And this what happened. That's what I'm saying. Like, and I'm gonna mention it before I let Jeanette go. But oh my, we got so much. A lot of people don't realize that their relationship is only lasting because they're in lust, and they really think they in love. Like, that's why I be asking people, like, dog, a lot of y'all be done for if it wasn't for y'all either giving it or getting buns. Like, that's what's holding y'all stuff up for the most part. Yep. And when I be just hearing so many different things, I can realize, I can understand. I mean, I just know when people's relationships is getting ran off that bed. That's just what it is. And I think that's relationship it's supposed to be beyond that. And the thing is like, once these things get out of there, like, who was you really dating at the end of the day? Like, a lot of us get blinded. And I think that's almost dang near the average relationship nowadays. Like, they really don't know. They really don't know this thing. But like I said, I had to ask myself a question a while ago because I see how this world is getting ran and people getting ran and men getting ran because they get ran by that thing real bad. You know, I'm like, dang, you know what? What the freak? Like, what else do you have to, have to offer? Like, you getting sent to the doghouse. You turn into a panderer now. All this because you scared that you might not get none. Oh, I'm gonna withhold this from you and all this stuff and treat. And then you gotta be turned into a little soft man and all that stuff because that's what most of them only got to offer nowadays. And that make their whole relationship. But I think even things like that, when you say I gotta spice up my stuff or whatever, you gotta do all this stuff to make your relationship better. And that's what I'm saying, like that. Oh my God, it hurt my head. And things like that is just like, man, it just shows that people don't really know what love is anymore. Huh?
Your head hurt, go to the ER, shot
Not that type of head hurt, but it's just, I just feel sad. I just really feel sad, though.
That was
I'm passionate. I should have said that right
now.
Huh?
He was throwing a shot at me, telling you to go to the ER.
What happened? Oh, I get it.
I can't with you.
It's big up. I ain't hear him from.
Listen, y'all. I literally I don't understand the whole concept of
switch you up.
Introducing lust into your relationship because, like, the Bible says, lust is the worst sin of all. It's a sin of destruction. It's a shameful sin. Why would you bring that kind of thing into your relationship, into your marriage? Your marriage is a covenant under the Most High. So why would you bring that kind of lust into your relationship when lust is a sin of destruction? Why would you bring destruction into your relationship? And the Bible said, a foolish woman tears her house down. You are bringing destruction into your house. You're a foolish woman. Because why would you do that? It doesn't make sense to me. There's so many other ways to have fun. There's so many other things you can do in your relationship. It does not have to be. I just understand the concept of this strip club, like seeing another woman naked. I don't understand the concept of it.
So let me ask you.
And the idea for me to choose someone who actually enjoys that type of lifestyle is asinine to me because I would not allow myself to choose someone like that because I have better discernment than to choose someone like that. And I mean, do what you want in your marriage. Do what you want in your marriage. Personally, for me and my future children, generation to come, heck to the no. That would not be a thing. That's not a thing. Especially as a God-fearing woman, that is not a thing for me. And then
They
I heard a
say,
comment earlier that I really, really want to address because it kind of like got slide under the rug a little bit. The get your 3 or 4 phase out of the way before you settle down.
yeah,
I was
and you know
baffled.
what?
I was
This,
baffled at that. Hold on, Leah.
I'm
I was
sorry.
baffled at that because 2 married women, 10 toes. I think you have wisdom. Okay, I do, and I like listening to you. But with that comment right there, telling people, I don't know if it was a joke or what, and like y'all was
No, I
talking
didn't
earlier. I'm
either.
not
That's why
mad
I
or
came on.
anything.
She made me get out of bed with
I
that. I'm
think
like,
that's
get
just
your whole
messed
face.
up
I'm like, whoa, time to
because
talk about that.
why would you say get your whole, get your 3 or 4 phase out of the way? That's the married women giving that kind of advice. That's the advice that I be telling Kana that people be giving me while I'm in college. I hear these married women at my job telling me, oh, play the field, have fun, do what makes you happy, go enjoy yourself, go club, go party, go do this. You're not telling me to get myself ready for marriage, get my wound. So if when it comes time for me to have a baby, it'll be easier for me. Start taking prenatal vitamins. You're not telling me those things. You're not telling me to get myself to be ready to be a wife. You're not telling me maintain your virtue. You're not telling me to cover up, Gigi. You're not telling me those things. What kind of advice is that?
So
And before y'all
have you
say
had a
anything,
relationship before?
I'm not mad, y'all. I'm not
Oh
mad. This
no,
is
nobody's looking
passion.
at you being mad. We're asking, have you dated, and are you still saving yourself for your husband? That's what I would like to know.
I will not answer that.
Correct. So because you already, so you can't all. So I dislike when people host on to certain Bible principles, but don't host on to the other ones. Whatever works for you, right? But you can't say until you live a little bit more that what I'm supposed to be pouring into you is what your mother
Okay,
should have
ma'am,
poured. Your
I
mother,
said I would not, hold on. I
your
said I would not answer that. Not
got you.
because, hold
So
on. Not because, oh, I'm not saving myself for marriage. Before I could even save myself for marriage, it was taken away from me. So I had no choice in the matter, ma'am.
I
Before
understand
I
and
could
sorry
do
about
that, it
that
was taken away
situation,
from me.
right? But here's what I'm saying is that people host to certain Bible principles, but not to the other ones. And you can't tailor things just for when it's beneficial to you. If she said get your whole phase out, then maybe she means like date around, don't just settle for the first person that you meet because you don't know. And then sometimes the person that you think you know, you might not know. But with dating a couple of people and seeing a couple of things, dating doesn't always mean sleeping with people either.
I was about to say, right.
Yeah,
Please say
dating does not mean
that should be on
everything.
stage.
Let me say something real quick because I don't really agree with that answer as far as people want to hold one side of the Bible and then the other side you can't. There's a daily struggle with everybody. Everybody makes mistakes. So you can't say that somebody can't speak to something that they don't agree with. There are people that are stronger in some areas and there are people that are weaker in some areas. The goal is to become stronger, but the goal is never to be perfect in this flesh because you never will be perfect in this flesh. But if I disagree with something and it's not my system of belief, I have every right to say what is not right. It is not right that you offer your bed up to other people. It's not right. It's not.
Said
And
somebody offered their bed up to other
most
people.
people
I'm
that do
confused.
that,
Okay.
they know that. The problem is they have an issue as well. Because here's the thing, marriage is a product of God, number one. Number one. So it doesn't sound like a lot of people really have marriages. What it is two people just came together that thought that they was in love and they just do what they want to do and keep living single instead of living marriage, instead of living married and living as a couple under God in a covenant. That's what you have when you marry for real. But y'all sit up here and get married, use God's products and say that you want to do all this other stuff that's worldly. It's his stuff. So if you don't agree with his stuff, then why are you using it? Because that's his stuff. He created marriage. He created covenant. He created having babies. He created sex. He created all of these things. So whether I say it from a Christian standpoint or from a Hebrew Israelite standpoint or a Jewish standpoint, or I have some type of faith, which is the basis of my belief and my foundation, that's okay. The reason why some of us get up here and do that is because we don't want to hear it. So you want to try to say, well, you gonna throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Nah, that's not what I
Because
said.
you
That's
don't
what
want to
you.
hear
That's
it.
what. No,
You don't
that's
want to
what
hear
you.
it. So you
That's your
shouldn't be saying
opinion.
it because
Nah,
you shouldn't
that's
be
your
saying it
opinion.
because you don't live that way.
That's
You
your
don't live
opinion,
that way. You
and I'm
don't
trying.
live that way. So you don't have a right to say these things because you don't live that way, or you did this, because your question really didn't have nothing to do with what she said. It was irrelevant. I'm gonna land right there for now, but I'll be back.
To speak up for myself here, Jeanette, what I was talking about, because when I got married, I didn't have any children. I was married until the day my husband died. All my children were by him. I've always been a homebody. As long as I've been on TikTok, I don't do clubs, and people have heard my stories. I've had whole lives on my life because I've had a journey in my life. And so, no, I wasn't the clubbing type. I was the wifely type. I was brought up in the church. I did all that, but I did falter. I faltered because I fell into a drug addiction, but that's neither here nor there. But yes, I was being somewhat facetious when I
Okay.
said get your whole phase out the way. What I watched when I was growing up was my girl cousins. There were 4 of us. We were all the same exact age, just different months. And I watched them have kids out of wedlock. They made fun of me because I was married. They called me an old woman and, oh, this man's just going to steal your youth and this. But I was content with being married. I liked being married. I enjoyed being married. There's a few on this panel that can tell you. I've said that from day one, and I'll say it now. Tomorrow will mark 2 years that my second husband has been passed away. I was married to him for 8 years. Okay, so I believe in the full covenant of marriage, 100%.
Good, because that's why I was like, I hope you, because if you heard it while I was saying that, I was like, I hope you would, like, you guys were joking, because when I hear you talk and you say you're a homebody, like he wants to go to the club, you'll be his club and that stuff. I was
And
like,
that
okay,
is
I like
right.
what
That
I'm
is
hearing.
correct.
Right,
Because
so I'm like,
I also believe in this. You know, I mean, they got these weird little sayings out here, and it just depends on how they land on you. But the average man does want a freak in the sheets and a lady in the street. Now, my grandparents told me that. My grandmother, I have 10 uncles and 9 aunts, and my mother makes the 10th girl. My grandparents had 10 kids. What do you think they were doing for their pleasurable time or their time together? Having babies, having sex. That was what they did. Because they didn't do nothing else. They didn't have no money or whatever it was. So that's what they did in the covenant of their marriage. They spent time together. However you want to look at that.
right.
So
Let me say this
with
though.
me,
Oh,
my
sister.
grandmama could be what my granddaddy always said it. He said, I love that woman. And I remember when I was in my 20s, late 20s, and I asked him, and I mean no disrespect to Miss Kanai, but my granddaddy, I asked him, I said, how could you be married to this woman for, at that time was damn near 50 years? And he said, she got good pussy. In the store. Okay? So my grandmama was whatever my granddaddy needed her to be, and she was willing to be it. But I tell you what, there was never no outside children. As long as I grew up, he ain't had no outside woman, because she took care of her man. And that is where
But
things
10
are
toes
falling
down. You see what
short.
you said? Now let me help you something. Let me say something about your granddaddy. You said your granddaddy or your dad said that his woman had some good loving, right?
Yeah.
But do you know it does go beyond just that?
Oh,
Because
most definitely.
what you added was her behavior and her attitude and how she handles certain things. All of that matters for a man to say something like that. Yeah, it could be good, but for it to be great and for him not to move and go nowhere, shoot, I'm not gonna find this nowhere else. I'm not gonna find cause the better you are, the more that man gonna stay by your side. A man, okay? So of course he's not gonna go nowhere. Of course he's not gonna step out. And he may just wasn't that kind of man, and maybe he was. I don't know. But typically men don't leave anyway from their marriages. Women leave most of the time. But your grandfather was telling you, okay, he was probably just, clowning, but
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah,
there's
he
other
was.
things that's attached to that, because anybody can have some good pee. That's anybody can, right? But is it but what's holding you beyond that? Because can't no P just hold no man like that unless he just a simp himself.
I want to say this though. Let me say this real quick, man, because I noticed something. So I like scripture, right? I love it, but I don't like using it first anymore, right? Because I realize with some people, right, they will miss the whole entire, because whatever they got against scripture, right? Whatever they got, they just get they blank. Their brain might go blank because of whatever experience they may have had with the Bible, right? Because whatever. I don't. That's why I don't like using scripture first. Because some people just will literally disregard the whole entire message or the whole point you was getting to. Just because, and then just like I just was paying attention to everything how it's going on and how we getting shifted off from the main reasons of why we saying certain things don't usually operate right, or just like I think that got overlooked when I said that majority of people is, they might be living in lust when you still into these type of things or whatever. Some people believe that they're in love and they're in lust, just like I think what she mentioned about the good peen thing or whatever. That's more like of a lust thing. When you still, you just focus on how big somebody's stuff is or how good they in the bed, you're not really going in a relationship with good for the relationship itself. You're going there for the peen, which is lust. That's the thing. So it's like, that's why I use it. So this is my tactic I had to do lately, because some people don't even just believe in general. Somebody don't even believe. So it'd be like talking to brick walls if you just bring up scripture off rip. So what I do, this like with my tactic, right, which I had to learn in my early 20s, is like I had to use like real life examples and showing how people really is getting affected when they do certain things, and how people getting cheated on, some people doing all this other stuff. And then I might throw the scripture in there, and it also says in the Bible that I read and stuff. So that's how I do it. But I like even how, I noticed, like, even for example, like what Wayne did, right? He missed the whole entire thing. He said, "Is your Bible flat?" So I could tell he must got something against the Bible in general or whatever. And I can understand. I actually, that's why sometimes I do like to mention it, because it tell me what everybody's intentions is and see if they really just trying to hear to learn or if they just here to push a narrative. That's how I can tell a lot on that stuff too, or whatever. Because like if people say thing, I don't let they stuff trigger me. As long as it makes sense to me or whatever, that's what I'm listening to, is the message overall. I'm not listening to what people all believe in and what, I'm not doing it. I just really want to hear the message and see if it makes sense, if it tied to something that I may understand. You know what I'm saying? But I don't know why a lot of us. But that might be a trauma response or whatever we said too, a trigger. When we was talking about triggers earlier, that might be that too, because some people had bad experiences. You know what I'm saying? Some people already done wrote things off because they want to live their life or how they wanted it to and all that stuff or whatever. I talked about all this earlier too, though. People will write some stuff off. People will even trying to find the worst things about it so they can be like, yes, I'm glad. So that I'm glad I ain't got to look this up so I can say that I didn't know or whatever. So it's just like, yeah, I don't get why. I don't know. I swear I've been learning so much on that, but I feel like that's just sad though. Like we just can't have a build understanding. We just get stopped by our triggers all the time. That's just what happens. We can't go past our triggers or whatever make us feel a certain way. So we just throw the whole message in the trash can. So I feel like everybody that came up with some good stuff or whatever and said reasons why we shouldn't introduce certain things in in certain situations, why we shouldn't. I mean, we use so many different things though, and it's like all that stuff just got thrown in the trash because we mentioned scripture. and we missed the whole part.
See, I
That's
think
crazy.
what happened too, man, like this came from her joke, came from me saying that you can't settle down if you don't have anything to settle from, right? And then she made the joke
Oh yeah,
of
yeah, I got it. She got a joke. Yeah, she
get
told
your
me.
HOE phase out the way, and then we start laughing.
But that
But
Yeah.
was when you were talking
right,
about the strip club, though. So that was
right.
in
But what I'm
reference to
saying is,
that.
but right, and I think that's where it kind of went off. That's where she was being a little
Yeah.
facetious with it, because she was
Yeah.
just joking about that comment that I made. But
I
but I
thought she
think
was joking. I wasn't sure about the other mama. I wasn't sure about her, but I thought Ten Toes was joking.
right. But now my question though is because I was hearing over the last, I don't know, 40 minutes, lust is bad, this, that, the third. Do we not
Yeah.
lust for our husbands and wives?
You
So
shouldn't.
is it
You
why
shouldn't.
not? Why?
You shouldn't
What
though.
the
You're
fuck?
supposed to love them. You're supposed to love
I'm a
them, not
love and
lust
lust.
after
I'm gonna
them.
do all that. That's my everything.
Right. Well, so
So
if
my
it
point
goes
is this:
away,
is it?
right,
So hold
is
on,
you
hold on.
gonna still be with them?
What? Yeah, but
If
even
your Peter start working and all this stuff, and you can't use
I
your or you
still,
can't or they not,
yeah,
because
but
lust
I'm
is more of a
still
sexual thing. It's just a strong sexual urge, right? If it
okay.
goes
Listen,
away, where
No,
you
lust
gonna still
goes
love them?
beyond
hold on,
beyond that. But go ahead.
hold on. What I'm saying to you is that if this is your wife, okay, or this is your husband, they punch every button. That is the point. Does it mean that it's 24 hours a day for the rest of your life? No. Sometimes it's on, sometimes it's off. Sometimes you don't even like this motherfucker when you're sitting there next to him, but you always love him. You always know that this is the life, this is how life happens, right? But what I'm saying is it not necessarily just the word lust? Maybe it is how we apply it or where, because when we're
No,
talking about outside the marriage now, yeah, I get you. But if I
no.
can't lust after my wife, then what the fuck? Like, what are you
You
talking about?
shouldn't.
This is a
Yeah, you
human.
shouldn't. You shouldn't. No, you
See,
shouldn't. That's the reason why I say that
but I think it's
your partner
semantics.
should be an addiction, not an addiction. That's
Hold
what it's
on.
supposed to be. You should love them, right? Not lust at them. I would never push out for lust. I just wouldn't.
What are you doing when you are finding them attractive? In that
You
time,
could
that
find
is
somebody
lust.
attractive. You
You're
could
not
do
listen.
that.
You're not sitting up there in the
But your
time
love should be
sweating.
overpowering
Hold on.
that other feeling.
Listen, what I'm trying to tell you is at 3:30 in the morning, and you throwing that back out, and that wig is flying off, and all of that stuff is going on. That ain't I'm loving her. No, y'all are in a lustful situation at that moment. But that's your
Lust
wife. That's your husband.
and feeling sexual, that's two different things.
Listen, okay.
Or
See
being
now,
horny, that's a
okay,
whole
well,
nother thing. You gotta have a
that's
baby
part of
to even have
lust. That's what
Hey
I'm
that's not
saying.
lust.
in
That's
the
Lust
part.
is a
Well,
strong
okay.
sexual desire. You can have a sexual desire, but it's a
Exactly.
strong, huh?
Strong
that's
sexual
not the
desire for your
same.
wife. You
That's
get
not
me?
the same thing between husband and wife. I just had to point that out, and that's actual true
All right.
facts. When it's husband
Okay.
and wife, there's no such thing as lust, and God
Well,
Okay.
accepts it. Everything that y'all want
Yeah,
to
that's
do
why people
together.
cheating on people. There's no such
all right.
thing as
So
lust.
I guess I'll tell you what. Then we talking about semantics,
Let me
and
let me
that's
let me
fine.
let me
And
just let me
depending
just
on where,
clarify. Let me just
and
clarify real quick. B
depending
is
on where
not
you.
wait, hold on, B. B is not wrong, okay? Here's the thing.
Okay.
Anything outside of that marriage, okay, if you turn that sexual desire towards someone else, you violated. But it is true that two people do have a passion for one another. That's why Paul said, if you're burning or if you have some deep burning passion, then go get married. Because that burning passion or that passion that B is talking about is within the confines of marriage. So he's not wrong. So we just think it's like that because it may not sound holy, but God made this stuff now. He put that there for a reason so we can have an attraction to one another to reproduce and to have it for pleasure, right? So
But I have a question.
he's not wrong when he says that. The reason why we think like that as some believers, because some of us has just been taught wrong and we already think that sex is nasty anyway, and it's not. It's a spiritual thing. But there is still a level of passion with your wife, passion with your husband. That's supposed to be between two of you. Keep the bed, keep the holy bed or matrimony undefiled. That means don't let nobody that's lusting come in your bedroom. Y'all can do whatever y'all want in that bedroom together, according to whatever y'all do, whatever that is. Now, I don't agree with a whole lot of other stuff, but don't let nobody else in. So no, B is right. That is a
Okay.
passion and a sexual desire for, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's an attract. We're
Can
human.
lust
We're
Okay.
still
become bad
human.
if you like, if you
We're
fall
still
in
I'm
love
gonna
with
human.
some
explain to
guy?
it because I still don't agree, but I'm gonna explain the reason why I'm saying this.
Well, all
I'm,
you gotta do is look up the
Yeah, because
word.
people, that's why people relationship goes to trash because they
No, that's
relying
not
on that.
true,
But
Kevin.
we
You
we
just
gonna
look
get
up
to it
the
though.
word.
Okay, all right.
I'll send you the definition. Eros is a Greek word for love. Eros is the Greek word for love between a man and a woman.
Yeah,
Eros is the connection between a man and a woman that has intimacy, passion, and sexual desire. It's natural. We're human.
right.
But if B was with his wife and he turns that desire when he looks at somebody else, because Christ said, if you even look upon a woman and lust after her, you commit adultery. So if B did that and he has a wife and he turned that desire or that same thing onto another woman, he's out of order. He's out of
That's a
order.
human
That
desire.
does
You
not
just said that.
apply
You just
to
said it's a human
somebody
desire,
outside of
right?
the marriage.
But
Isn't
Kev,
that a human
also
desire? So how can it?
Kev, I agree
I
with
think
you
it's supposed
with.
to be in control in some type of form. I do want to give. I just want to get to this
Hold
point
on.
though, because
But listen, because I know what you're about to say, and I agree with you. I'm saying if that is what is your relationship is dependent on it, that's a problem, right?
it
Yes,
is a lot of people's
but
is. That's the
but
problem,
but
and they
but
not.
but but
That's why people not mentioning that part. They
but hold
saying that
on.
it's
But that does not mean that it doesn't need to be there. My point is, that's like saying, you know what I mean? That's a healthy part of a healthy relationship. But if it's is your only anchor, then yeah, I agree with you, bro. Like that's a problem. And a lot of people have that problem, right? They don't have that balance. You need to have balance, right? So when that is not available, then you're still good. But a lot of people, like you said, and we said it earlier, COVID let us know that when you know what I mean, when you had to deal with personalities and that was taken out of the equation, people can't stand each other. And that tells you how many people rely on it. But I'm not it's natural to lust after your wife or your husband. That's what the fuck y'all do. Like that's what you're doing in that action. So I'm saying there is a point and a place for it. And I was saying that it's bad when it goes outside the marriage. Like Kanai was saying. You get me? But I do agree with your point, because if you based all of your you basing all of the value on that, then yeah, now we're unbalanced and now it is a problem. So I don't know. I hope that clarified what I meant.
I feel you though.
I'm
I
okay.
don't know. I'm just
And
that's
that wants
something
to
I'm just
talk
gonna have
when you
to.
get a chance.
This is something I'm about to stick on because I talk about it too much though. Because I do believe love's supposed to conquer that lust. It's just supposed to be. I'm not gonna never take that back. You know, I don't think that even this. I don't think that you supposed to be busting in people's mouth and then they back and then they booty and all that stuff. I don't think that was meant for that. You ain't supposed to be pulling out if that's the case. A lot of stuff you ain't supposed. I don't
Nobody
even think
said
sex.
all that.
I
That's
don't think
gross.
smack's
That's
supposed to
why I
be
said
made
all
for
that
that.
other stuff.
This is a
Right. I don't think
PG-13
smacks is
law,
meant for that. Every time I get
Kevin.
a feeling, I need to do this or whatever so I can feel good or something like that. I don't think it was meant for all that. It was really for reproduction if we want to be real with that, just so we can get that feeling.
Hey,
But I
listen,
think all
man.
this extra stuff we
That's not
doing.
true,
Oh,
Kevin.
okay.
That's not true. If you read the Song of Solomon, which is also in the scriptures, you can see that man and that woman had more than just they didn't even have no kids together, but they were in love with each other. They were desiring one another, and it is written. There's nothing wrong with a husband and a wife or a man who is desiring a woman in the right way, right? That's bringing her to him to know her. There's nothing wrong with that. But if you a whoremonger or you a 304 and you out here, that's fornication for one. If you married, it's adultery. And for two, and for three, all that other stuff, that falls along the lines too of sexual immorality, because the Bible does point out what sexual immorality really is. But in the confines of a marriage, it's legal. It's legal to have that feeling for your husband and your wife. It's illegal if you do it outside of marriage.
I'm kind of on the fence with this one too, like Kevin, because I feel like I agree to a certain extent. Like it is, you can have lust in a marriage. However, I feel like if it outweighs, if it causes you to fall away from God, then that's you can't have too much lust even in a marriage.
Right.
Like
Ain't no
I don't agree
Explain
with
that,
it all the
Gigi,
way.
what you meant. Let me ask you to back up and clarify when you say it's too much, you fall off, too much lust. What do you mean when you say that? Do you mean
Like if your lustfulness for your wife causes you to fall away from God, then that's no longer I won't say allowed, but that's no longer what God is talking about in the Bible.
what
Like
well, how would he give me an example of how that would happen? You mean like in a bad way, like he's abusing her, or he's what do you mean?
okay, I'm not very vulgar. I can't really like
Oh,
give it
okay,
to
it's too
you.
much. Okay.
I'm not a vulgar person. Like
Okay.
I can't do that.
Jimmy,
Kevin,
if he's,
I
can
think
you
I know
answer
what you're
that?
trying to
If
say,
he's
Yeah,
but
doing
I'm
that
some
about.
debaucherous, if he's doing some debaucherous things, you
that's you
is
don't
that
do
what you're
that.
saying?
And we're not talking about that though. We're not talking about the
Yeah.
disgusting falling away. We're talking about
All right, my mama.
the beautiful, passionate love
even
between two
even
people.
no even before that, even before the very very vulgar and nasty stuff like Kevin kind of mentioned earlier. 'Cause I feel like I feel like if you love your wife, you wouldn't disrespect her in that way. The things that you would do to a 3 or 4, you wouldn't do to your wife. But anyway, that's what I stand with that. But
Oh,
what I'm
yeah,
trying to say, what I'm trying
I
to
see
say
what
as
you're
far as
saying.
the lust, that's one part of it. That's one part of it. The
Yeah.
other part is, let's say, hold on, Amanda, I'll make sure Kevin let you go. You can stop putting your hand up
Her
there.
hands been going crazy. She
Okay.
see we in a little
But
deep
I'm like, you
situation.
coming in the conversation, so you gotta give it a second. But what I'm saying in that, as before that gets to that point, right, is like, for example, let's say you lusting after your wife so bad, right, and you want her so bad, and Sunday morning come, you wanna lust after your wife and do whatever you want with your wife instead of going to church. Now you putting your wife in the lust that you have for her before God. You are falling away from God because you're lusting for your wife. That is
Well,
like
hopefully they can
baby
get it
part.
in before they
That's
go
not
to church.
even
I
the
mean,
vulgar portion of what I'm mentioning. That's just like the basic lining of you putting your lust before the Most High. But
Yeah,
we
I
can't.
that's
think.
a personal
I'm
problem.
not agreeing with lust being
Yeah.
a good thing as a whole. Like I'm not
Yeah, I'm
agreeing.
not finished yet, cause so I'm next right after her, literally, cause I'm still ain't done with this. Like low key, I'm just not.
You the
Okay.
host,
I
Kevin. You
The
go on. You the
only
host.
thing I
You
want to
talk.
say at this point, Kev, is hey, how you doing?
What's up,
I
brother?
ain't talked to you in a minute.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Um, I respect the live. I respect everybody that's up here. I just wanted to say that first, and then once everybody get their turn, I'll let your boy.
For sure, for sure. I think Amanda her hand be going berserk down there, but I feel like this something, cause
No.
this.
This shit is ignorance to me. But I yield.
No, I
I
mean, it's
yield.
everybody got their point of view, and I understand it though. But I just be thinking, I think about so many things. That's because it's a reason why. Because I be talking about this, and this topic y'all talking about that lust and stuff. The reason why I
I
just
gotta
look the
do
way
it.
I
If you're a
view it.
believer, just look at the scriptures. It's in the scriptures.
Yeah, I feel you on that,
It's
but I
written.
also believe he tell us to love each
Let
other too.
Kevin
If we
finish.
talking about
Let
love, and then
Kevin
he say
finish.
lust is a bad thing, I don't think. I think we just throwing it in there and saying that we can lust, but it's a lifestyle. I get it. If we got a certain lifestyle, we gonna try to take up for it. If we a freaky person or whatever, we gonna say that this is what scripture means. I'm gonna look at it too. I'm gonna look at it. We gonna look at it, but because things, some of that stuff just don't sound right. We can say we can lust, but that's a mentality. Even they even say, and then we gonna bless this lust desire, because that I think that's something that should be controlled, right? I believe so. Even in a relationship, right?
No,
Because we gonna do this and then limit it to say that, oh dang, as soon as I look at another person outside of this, I'm gonna stop lusting. That's the
but if
fake.
you
That's
if
like that's some fake stuff. You know, I'm all as long as I get, because like it's even off your mindset, the way you think, the way you view it. You can't, you know, you gonna be lusting at your wife, and all of a sudden, as soon as you look at something else, now you ain't gonna, the lust just gonna go away. That don't work like that. So I don't think he gonna create something like that for us to be
that's
like, all right.
Okay, well then, Kevin, what is
That's
it?
the
What?
problem.
Okay, wait, hold on, Kevin. What is it? You tell us what it is when a woman and a man that's married is together. What is that's transferring from both of these people to cause them to come together? What is that?
Let Amanda go.
No,
You said
no,
what is? You talking
no.
about the
I want
intimacy,
Kevin to
right?
answer that question.
You talking about
What is that?
you talking about the intimacy, right?
It's intimacy. Yes,
Right.
intimacy,
Yeah.
and what?
It's not
But
only the Peter. It's not only that.
What is fueling the intimacy?
Hugs, rubs, things you
So
do
when
with.
you rubbing on somebody, what do you feel?
Lust.
He's celibate. He's celibate.
So I lust after my
No,
mother. I
no, no.
lust
He
after
know what
my
it feel like
father
to
and all that
rub
other
on
stuff too.
somebody.
No.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I think we throwing in lust when we want to fit it in. I don't.
No,
Like I said.
No. I don't need to do that. I know
No, I'm
my
not saying that
I
because
know my
he just
Bible.
said lust. He just said lust.
Oh no, I
I'm not
know
saying
my
you did
Bible.
that.
I ain't throwing in nothing. I just know that even testosterone, you as men have testosterone, and testosterone is the reason why you do lust.
No, that's
Okay.
not what it's used for, though.
But I think
I
we
didn't say
skipping
that. I
straight
said
over
that
the just like the
testosterone.
drinking, right?
Oh my God.
Just like drinking versus drunk, right? Whatever. So I do believe we have desires, right? I think it's a reason why he said lust is a sin. That's crazy. But just like wrath, right? It's okay to be angry, but the wrath part, that's a whole that's a whole nother level, right? So I don't think that he just when he tell us there's certain things we shouldn't do, it's just literally certain things we shouldn't do. I think like even within the relationship, I don't know how it's like he tell us to love one another. I don't think he said anything about lusting. I highly disagree with that. I think that we can say we have connections, many different connections, but it almost sounds like that same thing where the old girl is saying like, well, I'm just trying to have fun. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, well, there's many ways to have fun. You don't have to be in a strip club. You don't have to do all that other stuff. Just like there's many ways to show intimacy. You don't have to always sit here and, like I said, stick it in. I think we got like a one way of thinking that is just, sticking it in is true intimacy or something like that. It's so many different forms of intimacy too. It's some people that can't even do it at all. What they gonna do? What they sinner or something like that? Or what they no longer I mean, like literally, it's relationships are connected off really love. Them the ones that last longer. The ones if you ever look at this thing that people get and people feel a certain way where they be like, so many people in sexless relationships. Like it's a bad thing. No, that's because they found what really love is instead of lust. They found what love is and actually connecting off that and making it work. But I think just because a lot of us is just so freaky now or whatever, and then we acting like this is what the relationship is supposed to be. But no, love is always gonna conquer over anything, no matter how we want to look at it, and that's what make it last. Is love. Lust gonna go away at one point. It is. I mean, sad to say, it's just gonna happen. It's gonna be a time you're gonna like your partner all the time. It's gonna be a time like when you get older, all that stuff kind of go out the door. It's easier said when we're young and full of all this good stuff or whatever, but it's gonna go away eventually. It's just gonna go away, and then you gotta count on love.
Can we let Amanda
that's
go?
deep. That's deep, man.
Let Amanda go, please. I beg.
I'm making all these faces.
I know. You stop putting your hands up and start using emojis. Please let her go.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay. First of all, the problem we're having is standards is now a bad word. Having standards, being in pursuit of holiness, pursuit of something, a higher standard, because nobody's perfect, but it is vital to be in pursuit of it to protect ourselves from harm and from consequences, natural consequences. A lot of times people blame God and the devil when really they just don't want to own up to the results of the consequence of action. And I've been in ballroom dance for 23 years, and not everybody was able to go on that journey with me because the standards for dietary standards, the standards for lifestyle The looks are important. The size of our tummies are important. The kind of people we're associated with. We can't be hanging around just anybody doing anything with everybody in these arenas, because people know you and you need to keep a certain reputation. So these are things that, unfortunately, the shame factor is not where it used to be when I was growing up in the 80s and 90s. I'm born in the late 70s. Okay, so when I was growing up, there was a shame factor associated with men and women who live these lifestyles, and there was a shame factor in getting tattoos and piercings and looking a certain way. And I'm not trying to offend anybody, but where I come from, there was a Holiness of Hell church. Okay. And we didn't want to bring no hell to our lives, so we just wanted to be in pursuit of holiness. That's all. We're not perfect people. None of us are perfect, but we just wanted to strive for what was better, to the better self. And that's what it was always about. But nowadays, it's like a bad word. It's just such a bad word to strive for better, to be a better self. And I don't understand why men and women today get so offended by the whole concept of just being a better person. It's not even about, trying to political, what do you call it? Respectability politics is what they call it now in 21st century. Back in the day, we call it standards. We didn't call it respectability politics. It was standards. And we didn't need to be able to talk. It was just normal, especially in the Black communities of America. It was just normal to have standards. We just didn't question it until now. So we live in a very strange America right now. I think America is just strange right now because people question the wrong things. There are things we should just strive for because it just makes sense to strive and to stop being so offended when somebody like an auntie in the church tells you, hey, you need to, wear better. You need to wear a different dress. Or you need to not get there. It doesn't make you look all that ladylike. Or, we just need to have somebody just to tell you, hey, you can look better than this. You can do better than this. And that's where this is really about. This has less to do with what people think of somebody. This has more to do with what do you think of yourself? Like, do you really honor yourself? Do you really cherish the body God gave you? Do you really care about you? And when you love who God made you to be, you're not going to put yourself in these situations and circumstances because you honestly have a better self-esteem and a better self-worth. As a man and as a woman, it's about self-esteem. It's about your relationship with the Lord. It's about just constantly improving yourself. How can I improve everything I am today from within and on the outside? Then your relationships improve. Then you don't have to worry about certain things going the wrong direction. You can always, somebody decides, hey, they can't do something. Okay, you'll get somebody who can do something. But you gotta always look to improve yourself because that's where everything comes from. From the heart comes the issues of life. And so if we don't have a clean heart, Lord, give me a clean heart, renew a right spirit in me. If we don't have that kind of approach towards everything we do, then of course this is going to be the issue because it all comes from the heart. So we got to unmuddle that heart. We got to clean up that heart. Got to, clean up the movies we watch, right? Can't be watching those demonic movies, right? You can't be watching the evil movies. You can't be doing the things that everybody else is doing because that's why they're getting what everybody else is getting. So it's hard in the beginning, I know, but eventually you'll be like, oh my goodness, I feel better because I'm not letting my eye gates and ear gates into, have access to something that could hurt and harm my soul and harm my life and harm my relationships. And so that's what this is really about. I mean, I can pretty much say with all the prompts here, you want to really cure the problem. It starts in the heart. What are we watching? Watch those ear gates, those eye gates. Yes, read your Bible, of course. But at the same time, make sure your friendships are right. Make sure the people in your ear is right. So they're not telling you things you should not be hearing, doing things you should not be doing. You don't want to do. You don't want to hurt yourself. So that is, do you care about yourself? Do you want to protect yourself? That's the lifestyle that we want to live, a protective lifestyle. And that means some people aren't going to be going with us on this journey because somebody's going to get offended if they go into my dance studios and they telling you, you're going to have to lose weight because I spent $300 an hour on a on a Norwegian coach that told me, look, I don't have to tell you to lose weight, but this is what I have to tell a lot of other people, because when you're in this type of arena or any type of arena, athletic arena, they're going to be coaching you. They're going to be telling you some things that sound offensive, but it's the same thing with the Bible. It's the same thing with God's word. He's trying to make you a better person. You can compete in the world and win. You can be a good person. You can be that competitor. But when it comes to spirituality, it's very similar. Some things we just have to drop the emotional weight, the psychological weight, and eat better and consume better things, higher quality movies, higher quality people we need to spend time with. And that's going to offend some people, but you're going to feel better and everybody's going to take note. Hey, your life's getting better as a woman because you did it.
Okay. Okay. Go ahead, Broderick.
Yo, what's going on, kid?
What's up, man?
All right. So this is what I want to say, okay? From the time that I've been in, some time I've been listening. First off, how was your day?
Oh, I'm blessed always, man. It's always something productive, man.
Cool. All right.
All right, TT.
I'm not going against what you said, but I am going to say something. The thing about it is this. Everybody's totally wrong, but everybody's totally right. If you're in a relationship with the person, and this is the person that I'm spending my life with, love is always going to be there. But that lust, to feel that touch, to feel that warmth, to actually walk in, it is absolute love. But what's done privately, there's an understanding behind it. Now, regardless of however it may be, it's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? And there's no way to distinguish behind the conversation. It has nothing to do with the Bible. No person within the last, 50, 60, or 70 years have actually done anything that the Bible told us to do, unless they're either they were brought up in the church as pure virgins, like right now today, because there's no person here that's going to be on this app that's going to actually say, this is how I live my life without actually getting on here within telling a lie. So now that we know the distinction behind the people that will actually comment, the thing about it is this: when it comes to marriage, there's a conversation and then there's a transformation. Now, if it leads to marriage, how I met you is how it should be. This is the problem that people don't understand is this: you can't do all of this shit and then have a man come in and then it's like, oh, now all of a sudden I just want to be saved. I don't want to do it no more. That's one of the things. And that does go to a lifestyle of where the conversation started. And then the thing about it is this: we don't have that factor. We don't have that number. But what we do have is the conversations that these other people have. If you're my wife and I'm coming home every night, I acknowledge you as my wife. Wife is the highest standard. It's not a side chick. It's not a baby mama. We got our kids here. Once we get them settled, whatever the case may be, no matter the age, if this is how it started, this is how it needs to be. Now, I will say this confidently, and I know this confidently. I was with my wife for a very long time, or my baby mother at the time, before all of this shit happened, with me and her separating. It was a time for at least a year and a half that she couldn't, because she had medical problems. And we used to get it in all the time, right? That was a lust. Like the lust factor of it was like, okay, cool. Like we can do this, we can do that. Nothing strange, but we could actually just enjoy ourselves together within our privacy. You know what I'm saying? When that happened, you have to have some type of constraint. You have to have some type of control. Not every man is the same. So when I would sit back and I'd be like, okay, this started to happen. And I'm like, okay, it's not there. Not every man is the same. Not every woman is the same. So for me personally, it was just like, okay, there's something that I have to think outside of my outside of my realm, but it wasn't outside of my realm. It was like, okay, now I need to hone back in on just this person. There was no outside person that was there that could be like, oh, well, you can come here and you can get your rocks off type shit. There was none of that. The problem with society right now is that there's too many fucking options. And I'm not saying that every woman has to cater to what a man wants. There's not something that a woman has to or a man has to be obliged to have. What I'm saying is there's no more understanding and there's no more realm of ramifications as far as how people conduct themselves. That's the only thing I came up here to say. All of these people that came up and spoke, I'm not going to say that all of them were right, and I'm not going to say that all of them were wrong. But what I will say is this. If you've never been married, and you've never sacrificed, and you've never been there through that form, then you have no dog. You have no dog in that fight. You see what I'm saying? That's the problem when these questions come up. Because if I start at the first question and it says, can a relationship serious after sleeping with someone after the first date? Well, 9 times out of 10, this is why we see the conversations that we have right now, because temperatures change, because nobody is honest. Because see, that first date is like, okay, I'm gonna step out and do something. And that's both parties. So of course it can't be, especially if you got a dude be like, man, I ain't got nothing to do with that shit. Let's just go here and woo-de-woo. And then when that happens, right? You look at the woman and then the woman is just like, yeah, you know, I got a dude, but he ain't acting right. So then at that point, it's just like, okay, now both parties are wrong, right? But during the same time, what we know through psychology is that when that phone call comes in and that dude don't answer or that woman don't answer, 9 times out of 10, they're doing something that is not feasible for that relationship. That relationship is over, but it carries on into the emotional value once one or the other gets caught. So going on to the second question. Why are people ashamed?
Hold on. We ain't there yet. hold on.
Okay, because you know I have my psychology. So okay, go ahead on, cousin. You know, hey, how you doing? I ain't heard. I want to.
We want to because this is the new prompts. So hold on, wait. Hey, Ken, what? Okay, you just put these up. And he's probably cheating his own live. See, we talk about cheating here. He over here doing himself on his own live. Look at that.
So let me. So I can answer any question. So just give me a minute to go through the questions first, because I think it's gonna turn right back to where it's at if I could or if I may.
Well, see, I think how he runs it, he like to go one at a time.
Okay.
That's why I'm trying to see if you want to do it. Yeah. That's why I stopped you. That's all.
He didn't prompt. I'm sorry.
When you first came up, I don't even know if he can hear us.
He's there.
And he commented, he said, not yet.
You said what?
He said, not yet. Why he said, let me up? What is he talking about? Let me up.
No, there's a lot of people that say, Broderick, sir, I'm lost with you. And then Kev said, not Chet. And
Oh,
he
okay.
said,
Well, when you first came up, let's kind of go back. So when you first came up, right before he changed the cue, we were just talking about in a marriage, if lust or
I
love
just
was
explained.
important. Right. And so then he put this up. So maybe they were still like, I don't know what you were talking about or where you were at on it.
Well, then,
Maybe that's what it was.
if they haven't been here the whole time,
But
then that comment
right.
does not exist within the realm of what we're talking about.
Are you talking about what I said, Bodrick? Because I was here the whole
Right.
time. I accidentally got dropped.
Yeah, because the thing
I was
about it
singing the whole
is
time.
so let's say this, right? Let's say this. I don't want to mispronounce your name, but if I say Jeanette, am I saying it correctly?
I let people say however. It's Jeanette because it's French, but it's okay.
Yeah,
Oh, Jeanette. Oh,
Jeanette.
hey, oui.
Jeanette. Okay. So
She
I
says
think
Jeanette.
You made it worse,
Jeanette.
Bodrick.
Yeah, Jeanette. Yeah, Jeanette.
Bodrick, you made it worse.
My bad.
It's okay.
It's okay. Jeanette. I don't know. I don't know how to
It's
say it.
Jeanette. Like Gillette, but Jeanette.
Jeanette.
Yeah,
Jeanette.
Jeanette. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey, Broderick, you just gonna have to get extra American. It's Jeanette, God damn it. You're gonna have
Yeah.
to go extra.
America. No,
Don't do it, just go extra.
Pause
no,
it.
no disrespect. No disrespect. No disrespect. But the thing about it is this. What has actually fueled a lot of different things here within America and or a lot of different things in our lives is that we've seen everything that we don't stand accordance to because every generation has changed. Our grandparents' generation changed between our parents. Our parents' generation changed between ours. We got older, then that generation changed, and then we didn't understand that even our cousins that were right in the middle, it changed. Everything changed. Everything changed. Even family values changed. We've seen the families being broken apart behind family issues. We've seen how people cannot survive without either being in either toxic relationships or something that was foundational structure. So when the conversation comes up, it's about where you're at right here, right now. And I don't have a lot of time to talk about it, but the thing about it is this. We're going to continue to have these problems because when it comes to relationships, if you like a dude, you like a woman, the first thing that you see, because we're physical creatures, we're attracted to something. Now, that could be the conversation. That could be, depending on the type of person, like, okay, cool, I like this person. Oh, let me see. Even a dude, oh, let me see, let me find out. These are the words that have been implemented within our culture and with every other culture. Let me find out that they're either loose, that they're actually going for it, and everything else. So what do? We need to start understanding that this is the problem. And then what happens is we have no control over it. We have no complete control over it because guess what? Every day, there is something that's guiding them to this activity, and it has nothing to do with us anymore. Just like with us, we fucked around and found out with our music, with our generation. See, our generation is here now, and guess what? We're suffering because guess what? The message was already there. It was already implemented, just like it was in the 50s, the 60s, the 30s. We can go back to when all of the other songs, we can go back and go on YouTube and look at all the videos and see how our grandparents or even our great grands were sitting in the clubs doing what they were doing, yada, 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 yada. And then you think that right now that we're not being controlled behind something. The thing about it is this, every environment, I'm from Alabama. So St. Louis, it may be different, but it's the same mentality. Just like LA, different environment, same mentality. We have to focus on the fucking mentality, because in the areas, it's always going to be different. So when you want to talk about certain issues and you want to talk about how to fix something, or even just call somebody and be like, okay, well, y'all do this and y'all do that. Shit, everybody do the same damn thing if that's the case. The numbers don't lie. There's not a count about good guys. There's not a count about good fathers. And if it is, it's lower than 1%. And then the only thing that we can actually focus on is the people that are doing the most egregious shit. And that's the word. It's the egregious mentality of the situation that gets talked about the most. You can't focus on the positivity when the fucking number of egregious ass behavior is higher than the fucking positivity.
So
it's just facts.
I don't know if the egregious is actually more.
It is.
I think that we still are in the majority of people generally doing.
No, it's higher.
They think it's best.
It's getting higher.
So
it's getting higher. It's getting higher. I don't want to overtalk you, and I don't want to overstep my boundaries with you. But the thing about it is, within generalized population, the number of egregious acts, especially as far as relationships, and especially as far as how the divorce rate and the children that are being born right now, it is egregious as fuck. Like, what we have to understand right now, our teenage era for diseases is higher than it's ever been right now.
I mean, I get you on that, but what I'm saying is at the height, listen, at the highest ever it has ever been, it's been like 46% divorce rate. So what I'm saying is it's still a majority of people stay married. Even though I agree with you, but what I'm saying is I agree with you that that's a bad number. Like, it's still a bad, thing, but to say the majority of people, that's the only pushback I was saying. Because we still have the majority of people doing the right thing is what I'm saying. Even though
exactly.
the number right. The number of bad shit is rising, and I definitely agree with you on that. You know what I mean? But I just want to make sure that we,
exactly.
That we.
But okay, that's why I'm glad you said that, because the number of the divorce rate is climbing, right? But when it comes to talking about it socially, we don't talk about the amount of people that are still married. We focus on the number. You cannot take a generation and try to figure out why it is when the number of people that are still married are older than both generations. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, if there's a person that's 40 and the marriage that stays together is 80, but then at the 20-year mark or the 22-year mark, those numbers are in shambles. It's worse than the stock market when you look at those numbers. The people aspect of assets. That's the only reason why it's there. When you look back, if you look at that point and then you look downward, you have to think to yourself, how the fuck did they make it that long when I can't even be with a person? Because the average marriage rate right now is only 2 to 3 years. You haven't had a cusp within your marriage to actually even feel like you want to. That means what? There's no passion, the love is dwindling, and then there's nothing else there left because guess what? There is no attraction to the person that you courted. There's no attraction to any physical or even financial aspects. We as a culture are failing. We're failing.
I mean, I agree. I think though, the one part of that we don't realize is that it's kind of always been like this.
It has.
But what we have is, but what we have is more options now, right? So it was a study, and and I was reading it, and it basically alluded to the fact that if the humans, or if the Equal Rights Act or Equal Rights Acts would have been passed in the 20s, then all of the things that we talk about right now would be happening back then. These
It would have
same
never
women would
happened
be
for
alive
us
there.
because we were only 3/5.
Hold on. But what I'm saying is the dynamic of marriage is what I'm saying. Doesn't matter color, doesn't matter any of that shit. There's a certain dynamic that happens with, when we talk about marriages, marriage has always been about finances and joining families and strength of family. Okay? Rarely, I mean, it was, kids and everything else, but you had to have dowries. You had to actually pay for marriage. Like, this is how it started, right? To keep kings and their lineage, and to keep a legacy going, and certain families getting together for power, and this was the tool of marriage. Okay, commoners got married because this is my love, and it would be some simple little thing, but that was what they did, because if I was not married, then that means that some person with means can come and take my girlfriend, right? So that was another thing. As history starts going, as we see it, marriage has always kind of been a thing of duty, right? And the love part and who you with, that got romanticized in the fucking, 1600s. I think is when it first started getting to the point where it started becoming, but I'm just saying, it started becoming, I'm getting married for love only. That shit wasn't in history. That's not necessarily why marriages happened. You get what I'm saying? But then, so this is kind of still a recent
culture, though. That's the thing about it. It wasn't because of our culture. It's not our culture that we're trying to implement. The culture that exists right now is the Eastern European culture. That's what we're bringing in now. That's why they say that's why the terminology is there. This is not how we're supposed to live. What we're supposed to do right now, we're supposed to be the guardians of the fucking galaxy right now, with just us. Because we had our tribes, we had our villages, we had everything. They destroyed it to implement this system, and they moved us western. And then they said, hey, well, now that you're here, you gotta abide by something. Do you know why African slaves even married? Was to keep them from being over 400 years, to keep the wives from even being taken by the masters. Was that generational curse from them? Because greed only gives you one option. Only gives you one option. We were here enduring the most. The Constitution is British law, so everything.
But I'm saying, but the point is, we're not comparing marriages now versus marriages before colonization.
We have
to compare because it's the same thing. But what I'm saying is, when you came in, the comparison was basically our grandparents' era. Like, if we want to go back into, I think, as early as the 50s, I think that's what I thought. That's what it sounded like. So correct me if I'm wrong. But when you came in, it was like comparing, huh?
My grandparents were born in the 20s. My parents were born in the 60s. I was born in the 80s. So for me,
right, so if we go all the way back to the 20s, right? Yeah. Let's say that's still colonial rule. So we can't say we did them different. No, this is the same shit. Now, why what made them different in the 20s with the same colonial mindset than us to in 100 years later in the 2020s. We still got the colonial mindset, but our results are a little bit different. So what's the difference? What do you think?
Because we
have the same rules, we got the same ideas. None of that has changed.
We never
right?
wrote laws to break away from. We never wrote laws to break away from colonialism.
But what I'm saying is, colonialism worked. We were in a better position as far as family-wise, or so the narrative states, right?
Oh, we
I ain't
weren't.
gonna say it's a fact.
We weren't.
But that's what I'm saying. So that's what I'm saying, right? That's the narrative, quote unquote.
The problem came
the narrative
with the
is
60s when we wanted to
up
be
until
a
the
part
50s and
of
60s,
of a modernized
because you will hear
society.
people say, right? No, but you hear people say we were good until feminism came.
No,
right?
that's
That was the
bullshit.
demise. The demise
Feminism
came in the
is meant to be
60s. The
protected.
demise came in the 80s. But what happened before that? Because, you know what I mean? So that's what I'm getting
before
at.
that was the simple fact that you say, okay, or not you say, but what the Constitution says, or what we asked for was 50 acres in the field, right? So the generations before us, let's look at the generations before us, okay? Because you weren't born in the 20s, you weren't alive in all of these other areas, but they snatched it from us. The problem was this. Our women were protected. Everything around us was protected until they started to fail and they started to lose. What happened was they gave us the 40 acres. They snatched it from us. When they snatched that from us, what they gave us was the new implemented program that they wanted the women to do because they knew we had our own police departments, we had our own military, we fought in not only the Civil War, we fought in the First American War, the Second American War, we fought in Operations Desert Shield, we fought in Operation Desert Shield, we fought black people have fought in every war that has ever existed with inhumanity. And every time that we do something, and every time that we start to uplift not only our women, but we start to teach lessons, they come back in because it has to exist under a rule that we don't have control over. That's why now in modern time, even with this app, China owns this app. Do you think China actually cares about America? They don't. So when you get on your app, and no matter who you follow, no matter who is on your For You page, you see now the self-destruction of what? The single home. And guess what? It's always going to be a woman that they promote because they want and what they need to have happen to keep this going, just like Facebook, just like Twitter, just like everything else. What they want to do is promote the promiscuity of the broken man. And guess what? When you get on there, it's always us. And I yield my time. I yield it because it's facts and it's true.
So, okay. So I like that. I like what you're saying. Let's dig into it. Because for one, I would think I would think that actually China loves us because we're our number one export. Without us, they love the fact of what we do, right? And I know that might be a different perspective of it, but I understand what you're saying. I kind of, they don't care about our well-being as more as we need our money to keep coming. So they care about that. Right, so that's probably about where they care. When it comes to the capitalism, they got to keep the capitalism going. So this is part of that machine. So that's what they're gonna keep doing. Cool.
We're the number one consumer
of
products that we can. Right. We're the number one consumer.
See the traps. We know about all the traps that's set, right? But yet we still choose to run into them traps. Mm-hmm. That we can't stop. We can't blame anybody else for that, right? That's part of where we have to say, all right, maybe this is the part where I need to work on myself, right? I need to work on what I'm doing to support this machine, because that's what we're doing, right? So
we know that we are in an information age, so I don't know is no longer an excuse, right? Because it's easy. You can Google anything. We can find out. So I think that people are too comfortable with the lifestyle that they live. We live in the best era that has ever been so far. People can complain about inflation and complain about this and that and the third, and rent and all this other shit, but yo, the conveniences that we have as a society is better than it's ever been, to the point where people are comfortable, right? When you were talking about back in those days, there was no comfortability. We had to work to get it, because if we didn't, but I'm just saying, but we had a different sense of drive. There was a different pride involved with, I'm doing this to save my last name because I want my legacy to live on. We don't have that nowadays. Nowadays, dudes don't even give a fuck about their own word. I talked to somebody on this app.
But
I was
that's
like, bro, do you care if you lie? He's like, I don't give a fuck about that shit. Nobody give. I was like, wow.
But that's
this
the
is how
thing
y'all
about
living,
it.
right?
You can't be distracted. That is the distraction.
But that's what I'm saying.
Right now, because
I don't know. It's not the system, is what I'm saying.
I know
The
that's what I'm
system has
saying.
been
It's
the same,
individual,
right?
It's the individualism.
Right.
It's individualism.
Right, so-
because you can't take a 23-year-old girl, and I'll say this proudly, you can't take a 23-year-old girl and say, okay, cool, you got to do this and do that. Just like you can't take a 23-year-old male and say, okay, well, now you got to be a man. It's different. This is the generational part. The voice is silenced, but the actions are loud. Let me say that again for
And
the
then the
people in
last
the
part,
back.
and then the last part that you said I want to bring up was a good point.
Let me say that again.
But it was like when they said that, as far as the women, what they want to do is promote this promiscuity and this, that, and the third. I think I think that it's not necessarily something new. All right, I think that sex has always sold. It's the oldest profession. So we know that that's not something that they just implemented with colonialism, right? That's something that's always been here. But now there has been
through colonialism, because you got to think about it. Look at Sarah Barton. It's been, they paraded that woman around Europe until she died from when she lost her life through syphilis and everything else. That's what they do. They like, okay, let's implement this structure with our culture, because that's what we want to see. That is the perversion of Europe. That's the perversion
you gotta
of
understand.
what is there
No, what I'm
right
saying
now.
is, you got to understand, from ancient Egypt to Japan to China, courtesans. This has always been.
No, it's not.
business.
It's not.
Bro. It has
It
always
hasn't,
been.
because if you look at every other culture, it's all in space. You
What is
cannot tell me right now that you can look at a Chinese statue of a person that looks like us and see what you see right now and say that it's been promoted through that culture to land where it is right now.
Wait.
That is
Does it look
invasion.
the same?
Okay, think about it like this, right?
What's the oldest civilization right now currently?
The oldest civilization?
Right now currently, China. Right? So
no.
That is the oldest civilization right now still.
The oldest to this day? No.
That is the oldest that is still to this day that is still a civilization. That's what I'm saying.
That is the cultural stance, and that is one of the nations. That is
what I'm saying. Look,
So-
China is thousands of years old. We as a country, okay, we are as a country as what, 500 years, if that, not even
We're
that.
talking about
right?
America, right?
Right. I'm saying, okay. So as an established country, China right now is the oldest country. I think China and Japan, they might be 1 and 2. Okay?
Where did China come
And then
from?
I'm saying, when you look at any other, there are other countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
There are other civilizations that came up, like old Egypt came back. I mean, we could technically say that Egypt, but as far as when you look at ancient Egypt, that's not the same as the new Egypt. But China
is the same as it is now. Is the point? That was the point I'm trying to make. The
Okay.
oldest culture still kicking. You know what I'm saying? The oldest culture still kicking is China. Okay, but what I'm saying is China, women of the night fueled the beginning of China. Is my point. So what I'm saying is that
didn't.
profession. That's factual, bro. You can look that up. That I'm not gonna tell you what I heard. I'm gonna tell you what I know. That part is,
I
is
know.
true.
Trust me, I
But
know.
I'm saying, so
you have to go
so
back
now
to
if we,
Genghis Khan because Genghis
that's all
Khan
I'm saying. So
ruled.
what I'm saying is that's the oldest profession. So
But
we
that
know
wasn't that wasn't
that
that
has
wasn't
been
women of the
sold
night.
before
He went to
colonialism.
every
Is my
country.
point.
He ruled everything.
Huh?
He went in after the pharaohs. After the pharaohs was done, Genghis Khan went into all of these different countries, and that's why do you think that when you go to Ethiopia, or you go to India, or you go to all of these different places where we were at, why do you think now when you think about it, right? Every nation around us had our melanin in it because he went in and he did what he did. But you know what Genghis Khan now is being labeled as?
What? So go ahead.
He is a serial, you know what I'm saying? Like
I mean, listen.
he
Hey,
went in
yeah,
and
he
did what
was.
he did to popularize. But the thing about it is this. We can go through the history books, but the thing about it is we can go through the history books all we want to, right? What we have to have is a staple point of how right now what we're dealing with is a bunch of people, our people, right now, not caring about tomorrow and then going out and being like, okay, cool. It's better for you to go to jail than to actually be out here and survive. Then you look at the women, it's like, okay, yeah, it's cool for me to take money from everybody and then not hold up or even try to be a part of something. Then we got to look at a whole nother aspect of what's going to happen for the future in the next 20 years. I had a conversation with my daughter and I was like, you know what? I feel more regret right now at this point because the most famed president allowed this shit to happen. And then you don't know who you're dating. You don't know.
Okay.
Like it's deeper than what we're talking about. Like what I'm saying is the situation is deeper than what we're talking about, and we can't talk about it on here. It's deeper.
I think I know what you're saying. I think I know what you're talking about, but we ain't gonna get abandoned.
I told my daughter, she's 12. I told her, I said, you know, when you get 21, you're not going to be able to recognize the birds or the bees, right?
Yeah, you will.
When you think you got a bee, you really got a bird that turned into a bee, and then you're going to waste your fucking time. But I don't want you to waste your time behind a person that doesn't have the drive and the influence to better themselves. So what we're fighting right now is an ongoing thing to where what is naturally selected don't want to do
but let me ask you this.
But cause chaos.
Let me ask you this, because you bring up a good point, right?
Yes.
Here's the thing, though, right? Here's the other side of it. Because if we ever get to a point where you can't tell the difference, right?
You can't tell it now.
No. If you ever get to a point where you truly cannot tell the difference, because we can tell a difference now. People talking that shit, bullshit. You can tell the difference. It's obvious. But anyway, maybe not in pictures, but that's different. Anybody can fool you in a picture.
Undeveloped mind can catch up on that by 21.
Hey, in person, you can tell the difference. What I'm saying is, if you if you got any, let me just say that. Let me caveat: if you have any common sense, you can tell the difference. But sometimes we understand how that lacks, so I'll give you that. But let's just say we get to a point where society is so streamlined that no one can tell the difference, no matter what you do. You just can't tell the difference. You don't know. Then it won't matter. No, I'm saying if we ever get to that point, then it won't matter.
We're in
because
that point.
nobody even know the difference. So
That's what I'm
saying
saying.
is like it's kind of like it's a crazy loop if you think about it, right?
That's what I'm
Why would it
saying,
matter
bro.
if nobody could tell? See what I'm saying?
What I'm
Get me?
saying is this. Do you have an Instagram? Do you have Instagram?
You say Instagram?
Do you have Instagram?
Yep.
Do you have Twitter?
I do. I don't ever use it though.
Okay, cool. Okay, cool. You got Facebook, right?
Yep.
Okay, I'm gonna give you a number. I'm gonna give you a number, okay? Over
Okay.
20%. I don't know. Like outside of family. If your family's on Twitter, Instagram, whatever the case may be. But when it comes to the Instagram page, and they exposed it over 50 years ago, they show the transformation of a person. I promise you right now that over 10 to 20% of the people on Instagram have actually done the transformation, and you can't tell the difference. They can't
Right.
tell. Nobody
what I'm
can
saying.
tell the difference because nobody was there from the start of it.
No. What I'm saying is, when you are, like, I grew up in the Bay Area. Okay. You know, San Francisco, right over the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay. That is the home. That is the. I ain't going. I'm just gonna keep it at that. Okay. You see everything that you need to see, all walking around every day, all day. Okay. But here's the thing. When you see them in person, there are telltale signs. Now, there are some, don't get me wrong, okay? There are some who, you might be able to be fooled, right? And if you don't ask the right questions, you know what I'm saying, you could get fooled, okay. But generally speaking, there's something about you, your radar goes up and you know. I can't explain it. There is something to it. Okay?
Like you just said.
But a lot of people just don't pay attention to details. And that's the problem.
Exactly.
And when we look at these pictures, obviously they can fool you all day because you can't tell. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm glad you said that.
But what I'm saying is, what we're doing is we've lost the interpersonal skills, so everything is on the computer. And so now, what are they doing? They're getting fooled. They going on these dating sites and all this other shit. Now they're complaining about it. Well, if you was like us back in the day, you had to go knock on the door. You know what I mean? We had to go get the number and physical. We had to go talk and grab them. You know what I mean? Like we had to go.
Bro, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
It's hard to fool us.
It's hard.
It might be easier to fool them, but I'm saying,
Okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I respect what you're saying. So when we look back on us, we knew because everything was what it was. What I'm saying is, look at the fucking kids right now at 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Let's keep drawing the number up, right? Let's look at how a 22-year-old male goes out to a club. And he gets like, yeah, he wants to have fun, yada, 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 yada. And then boom. Then the next, or even within that moment, let's just say within that moment, because I don't want to put that shit on nobody. But in that moment, he's like, wait a minute, huh? And then, like you said, because now it's not the same as what the fuck it was back then. And this is the version of America, bro. It has nothing to do with the individualism, and then it's the what's that's supposed to be accepted. That is a law that was put on us right now. We can't do shit. When we see it, we gotta walk the fuck away from it. But then when you engage and it's just like, okay, cool, and then the shit happens, then look at the outcome of it. Look at it. Do the numbers. It's damn near 20% of them. And then when you go and you look at the special, they say, "Oh, I made a mistake." Because guess what? Motherfuckers don't think about it. They're just like, "Oh, I just feel some type of way."
What is the 20% of? 20% of what?
Of these
Population?
unaliving.
Huh? Wait, say it. I couldn't hear you. Say it again.
Is the unaliving rate. That
20%.
Another 3% within the last fucking 3 years.
So you're saying the society has a 20% unalivement rate? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in that category, hell yeah, it does. Documentary showed it.
We talking about of the Transformers?
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay. I mean,
and then guess what adds to the whole thing about it? So the thing about it is this, right? I'm not trying to sell my thought upon perception. I'm actually trying to explain it, right? So, and it goes in all different type of variables. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation. Because the thing about it is this, right? It's not that we're lost, it's just that we're not found. You know what I'm saying? Because the thing about it is this, the matter of, and we go to the negative stance of it, right? The negative stance of it is that, okay, well, we want marriage, we want all of these different type of things. And we can't get it because of the stigma of the 15%, we're not going to do that. We got to go in and do this and do this and do that, right? So let's stay here for a second, right? A man is not going to, at this social climate, we can't. We want to, but we can't. So the thing about it is this, it's different for every man. It's different. But you're picking and choosing what you like and what you want.
I got a couple of areas on that bottom too.
And you think that, okay, okay, cool. I'm gonna get with this dude because he looked like he can do this and do that. And then the woman finds out that he can't. So then the woman says, okay, well, since she can't do it, I need fast money for this. So typically, and it's not all women, but the conversations that we're having are women that have to do it by themselves because of the toxic nature. You cannot deal with a toxic man and think that you're gonna go out here and find a genuine good man and just be honest. Because when that good man is honest, yeah, he may help for a moment, but then that good man is gonna say, you know what, I can't deal with this type of shit because I got my own shit going. So then what happens on social media, the toxicity reports. So when that report comes out, the women that can't find a man behind their toxic nature reports back to the same stores and say, you know what, men ain't anything. So then you have good men like us that have raised families, that have taken care of the elderly, that feed the homeless, we're educated, you have everything that you want right here. The only thing that we need you to do. And it's really not about the sexual promiscuities. It's not about, oh, well, I want you to do this and do that. The only thing we want you to do is actually shut the fuck up and listen. Because guess what? What winds up happening is we don't know anything. Let's take everything off the table and spread it clean, right? If I talk to a woman and she's like, yeah, you cute. Oh yeah, you fine. Okay, cool. Hey, you want to go back here and you want to do this, and then okay, yeah, I got with you. Then that first interaction, you do something, it's like, dang, I ain't never had that before. Hey, baby, you want to? Nah, I don't want to do that. Then guess what they do? They go back and report to the toxicity and say, yeah, I knew that's what all men wanted. No, that's the problem. I just broke it down for everybody on here. I just broke it down. There's nothing else to talk about. There's nothing else that I can say. I'm telling you what is happening. There are broken men and there are broken women out here in the world that want to be drawn into the toxicity. Now, toxicity has so many different levels, it's higher than hell. There's a married man out there that feels as though, oh, she just ain't doing this, she ain't doing that. I just explained my situation. I ain't never stepped out. I sit there and comfort it. I'm different. There's a lot of other different men out there that be like, I ain't got time for it. That means that that woman married a toxic male. So now I hope that everybody can understand the process of everything that was going on within the conversation, because what you want is going to hurt you. What you need is going to destroy you. And I've said that multiple times on this app. What you want is going to hurt you, and what you need is going to destroy you if you don't have a person that has compassion. Fuck the love and fuck the lust. If a person don't have compassion for you, you're doomed for failure. Compassion is what Jesus talked about. Compassion is what God talked about. The love comes through prayer. We're not gods. We pray to Him to give us more compassion and more faith. Who are you actually with? Do you understand what I'm saying at this point?
I do. And I got a question.
Facts. Okay.
Who have you ever met a woman? Have you ever met a woman?
Yes.
Who you were like, she is the one.
Yep.
I got to have her. And then she told you, nope, because I don't fucking know men. I digressed. I did this, I did that, and all of that hatred that you hear. I've never.
I have.
Not one day in my life, and I'm 50 years old, and not one ray iota of a day have I met one of these women that I see talking this shit, right?
I have.
Because here's the thing.
I have.
Those women who are saying that, I wouldn't talk to them anyway. They're not desirable because their attitude isn't desirable, right? They're not the type of people that we would mess with anyway, right? So we're looking at them like, okay, I hear you pain, but we are now basically, what I see on this internet is a whole bunch of people talking about people that they're not interested in anyway. So why are we even talking about them? Why do we waste our time criticizing? You get what I'm saying? Like, what are we doing?
Exactly.
When you wouldn't even talk to her anyway. It ain't like this is a person that you like. We know why they are bitter. We see the experiences that they went through. And we know why. Because they chose who they chose. And this is men or women. You never see no dude that's the extra desirable. He has all the women around him. He's all good and everything, but yet he on live complaining. No, it's always some suckers who look funny style or didn't have, you know what I mean, some way they don't have the same attention. Those be the ones on here bad-mouthing women every goddamn day.
You know, that's funny. You know what's funny about that?
I had two women like that.
Yeah, let me say this real quick. Quick. Y'all been going for a minute anyway. What I was about to say, because you just mentioned that, but I just find that kind of funny because it's like when I look at some of the panders or the dudes that be getting on dudes all the time, right? It's like, I feel like they doing the exact same thing. They doing with people that we're not trying to interact with anyways. So it's like, I think both sides do the exact same thing, but don't like it when it's like the opposite. And I guess it depends on who they talking about, though. Because to a certain extent, I do get that, like, why talk about the people that you're not really about to date? But I really believe both of them, right? If we trying to look at the purpose of why they're doing it, I believe they're trying to bring in awareness. Now, some people just doing it just to bash. That's why I learned that too. Some just want to bash or whatever and talk about it all day and express their heart and their experience.
Yeah, the sad truth about it is this, and I want everybody to understand this. The sad truth about it is this. You can't have a 304 be in the streets, because there's always going to be something that's more. There's always going to be something more attractive when they're not there. So the thing about it is this.
I wasn't done, brother. This TikTok just kicked me out, bro. TikTok just kicked me out. I don't even know if they be happening to y'all though, but it's probably if you use a prompt. But I hate that. That jump be making me so mad when that happened, dog. TikTok be doing that right when I start talking. TikTok do that jump.
Because the thing about it is that it's the resolve. It's the resolve of it. Because the sad fact of it is this. When you actually think,
you wasn't hear me, so that's crazy.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead.
I can hear you. The thing about it is this. What we want for us is sometimes, often, or all the time will possibly fail unless we don't secure what we need within the individual. It's always going to fail. And the thing about it is this. I don't have time to watch you when I'm not with you. So how you move, and that's for men and women. So if I'm this certain type of way at home and you worry about me, then that's when everything should just be over with. Or the conversation needs to be had. But the thing about it is that a second moves so fast that a minute will turn into an hour. And nobody has time for that. You know, if you work a job, I work a job, it is what it is. Whether you have kids or not, it doesn't work like that. Reality don't work like that. Reality needs to be like, we slow down our own time and we deal with what we got to deal with. Then that comfort is there. There's no comfort no more. It has nothing to do with the Bible. We still trying to figure out what this is and what that is. I get so sick of people talking about this Bible shit that it's just like, oh, well, you want to live behind the old, the new, how traditionality is. How the fuck is it traditionality outside of Roman and all these other different times when you